steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you D-I-E. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called a ride cause I'm going up, and there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
차고 있죠. 이건 데자vu 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 걷는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시줄이 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever. If I never bleed, I'll never fight. Bleed or sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave That just a wall 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 저지 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge I'll forever If I never leave I'll never fly I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower
wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be
get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite being my pow pow pow pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh เดี๋ยวบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกnow out Need a pepper pick a pack of peppers people like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี bulletproof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดก็พูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah What a hoop don't sleep don't punch me All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสนิทกูขอสกิด one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world shark. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and phone ที่คือ competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
You keep me up all night, all night. Giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my god. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my god.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. We're up for our lives, not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives, not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Another day of VCT EMEA, and I hope everyone at home is excited for what is going to be such an eventful final day of our week 4, because as time has progressed, we've seen teams lock in playoffs. Unfortunately, some missing out. It all really comes down to what's going to happen today, and taking me through that is, of course, going to be my delirious duo. As last time we were together as a trio, it went to 6 maps, and that's already what's been happening so far this week. So we're gonna go 18 for 18 on maps.
I was gonna say, have you been on like a quick day?
No,
we don't really do those.
I don't think
in EMEA.
they do not exist in EMEA is what I'm discovering.
It's you that's brought it, I think, because this doesn't always happen, but we might as well go for 3 out of 3 days of having full 6 maps.
Especially with the stakes for today, I completely agree.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? Because we're seeing our standings of the groups who has secured first seed for themselves, not just playoffs, but making it so it's only one best of 3 until they make it to London. Well, that's Foot and Fnatic for themselves. Liquid, Mates, Eternal Fire, they're sitting in that playoffs bracket. They know where they are, but they don't know who they're going up against, because there is still so much to be determined, and that could all come down to our 2 series today, right? The ones that are wrapping out week number 4, Mates, Heretics, BBL, and Vitality.
For BBL and Vitality, that is incredibly high, right? That group is still very much open, and today is going to decide practically the fate of them.
Yeah, it is really exciting. I think what I liked yesterday, something that the Foot coach had said, was that they want to go for the 5-0 and win as many games as possible. Obviously, you find other teams that are in a spot now where they have to win out even just one game to be able to make it to that playoff spot. So yeah, it's very high stakes coming into the next week and even today.
Yeah, I made a drawing to explain
You did a little
the
bit of
situation.
homework,
Yes,
huh?
yeah, literally this was me planning out the permutations in my head. I also saw an overtime tweet that actually helped me put this together, but there's some scenarios. So let's talk about Group Alpha, right? Oh, thank you for the close-up, guys. So as you know, there's one spot left, okay? So I'm going to base it off, first off, what Team Heretics does, right? So if Team Heretics are to win the 2 matches that they have left, they get the spot, okay? If Team Heretics is to win 1 of their matches, then the following happens. If Navi is to win against KC, Navi will get that last spot. But if KC is to win against Navi, then Team Heretics would get the spot. Now, what happens if Team Heretics loses both of their matches? Dramatic turnaround, we go on to the third scenario. So we have that if Navi, again, are to win against KC, then Navi will get the spot. But if KC is to win against Navi, this is where it gets spicy. Practically because of the scores that KC have having, we were talking about them always being able to win 1 map, it comes to this kind of scenario.
Okay.
If they are able to 2-0 Navi, they will get the spot. But if they win against Navi in a 2-1 fashion, then we have the Nightmare Blunt scenario of Navi, Team Heretics, and KC still being able to make it. So we will tell you more about it next week if this is to happen, so stay tuned.
The TLDR seems, if you're a Navi fan right now. I did. I thought it was amazing, by the way. Great handwriting, too.
I love the shock face.
I was a little bit shocked when it turned over, but if you're a Navi fan, you want Gentlemates to be taking this serious. You guys can all have a bit of a watch party together, join hands, and see exactly what Gentlemates are going to bring out for themselves. If you're a Heretics fan, then you're hoping something has worked for themselves, that they're going to be on a bit of a run now. And I did get to talk to Rians before this to figure out how he is feeling coming into what feels like an impactful best of 3. Rians, where would you power rank Heretics right now on a scale of 1 to 10? Where are you guys at?
I would say solid 8. I think we are not at our best yet, but we are scaling slowly, you know. So yeah, 8 is fine right now.
What have you guys been doing to be able to, you know, achieve that 8 in your mind? Like, what is going so well to be a number 8?
I mean, I think our practice is going well, so that's why we are scaling, and we changed our mentality, you know. And we think like we're winners again, back to old days. So yeah.
And is it a little bit to do with Koshmaris and how he's been fitting into the team as well?
Yeah, obviously. I think he's really talented, and like he fit in our team like really well, you know. He's a funny guy, he listened to us, we listened to him, so yeah, and he's mechanically is actually insane.
Do you feel like anyone has had to sort of help him or coach him grow into a role, or has it just been he really slotted in quite easily and there's no stress for you as a player fitting him into the team?
I think there is no stress like that he's fitting into the team because, yeah, as I told you, I think he's mechanically insane and like he knows how to play like duelist, for example. And obviously our coaches or Boo or us as a players, we help him as well, but he didn't need that much help when he just joined, you know. He's already like good and we're just helping with the small stuff and he's getting better.
Do you have any insight into how you think today's matchup is gonna go against mates?
I mean, all I hope is gonna be a fun game, and I don't want to talk, you know, dirty. I don't want to say big stuff. I just want to have fun on stage, and I want to win.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing you having that fun. What is in Storians? Thank you so much for joining me. The mindset has changed for themselves, having fun, a little bit more confidence. That comes off the back of having a good showing last week, Billy, and we're hoping that continues on, that they are going to be able to step up and go, hey, actually, instead of making it good on map 3, maybe we just close it out in 2?
Yeah, I think it's nice as well that we had the opportunity to speak to Rians, because he's someone that kind of had a bit of a drop in performances and is being able to kind of pick up that form that we kind of expect from a player and the star quality that he has. So being able to find that confidence is really good. I'm glad that he also spoke about Koshmaris there, because obviously when he initially came in, they had him on the chamber, and now they're actually being able to move him onto that neon, which is what he was known for playing back in Challengers. So I think, yeah, you can definitely see the synergy already happening with this double duelist synergy between Root and Koshmaris as well.
There's also a very good and important point that Rians brings up about having fun. And for some teams, especially in the situation that they are, the stakes are so high that you're like, you should not be thinking of that. But on the side of Team Heretics, I do think that is true, because they are a very momentum-based team. They've proved it many, many times. And I think that the Lotus that we saw last week attends to all of the points that we are kind of touching upon here. Rians looking so good on Fade. He was a little bit wishy-washy when he was on the Sky. And as you're saying, Billy, the quality that he had us used to when we see his name is like, damn, his clutches, closing out round, incredibly reliable. So it's good to see that even, I think that Casey would be a good example. Like, even though they lost yesterday, them sticking to something that in the long run will facilitate for them to actually get those wins on the board is something that Team Heretics tried last week and actually worked for them already.
Sometimes you just have to trudge through the mud a little bit, be able to pick yourselves up, dust off on the other end of it. And it feels, you know, Gentlemates is a little bit of that. At the very beginning of this stage, we didn't know who was going to be shining, who was going to be able to bring out the light, and exactly what they were going to be able to provide with us when we're expecting Martin to have a similar performance on New Agents when Yoru wasn't there for him.
I think for them, like, they really had to experiment coming back from Santiago. We already have mentioned week in and week out the Yoru changes and how that has affected Martin. So I think seeing him experiment on agents like Vito, we weren't the biggest fan of, but I think now after last week, we're really seeing this Gentlemates roster start to lean into not just agents that people are comfortable on, but things that can actually be a strength and a weapon for them going up against other teams.
It's not just us that have that, you know, vibe as well. Maybe some of the teammates, some more of the Gentlemates players thought it too.
I'm a Yori 1 trick, so maybe I cannot play anything else. I don't know.
Yeah, to be honest, I think we're cooked. Martin cannot play anything else. I think it's done for us.
Yeah, absolutely true.
That was you when you were doing the permutations. You're like,
yeah.
Three-way tie.
Oh, three-way tie. It gets very, very juicy. But to what you were saying, this is the big conversation. Martin has been such an important part, no matter what team he's been on, that when he was swapping out in agents, for one part, we were like, okay, they're testing out, they're trying to advance with the meta and trying to find that edge that maybe some other teams would be late to. The testing was there, and it was good for that week. And then we can move on to just something that would make Martin shine as much as possible. Because if you have such a valuable tool in your lineup, you want to make it shine.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think the Phoenix and the Raze that he came out with last week was definitely looking a whole lot better. And I think that for Gentlemates, this is another team that need to be able to start building up that confidence to be able to make it to London. I know that's probably a thing that's far away from sight. They need to be able to get to playoffs. So it's all good for them in that regard. But I think, yeah, having this experimentation period to now finding something that works and that they'll be able to stick with will set them up for success.
We're only saying this because it didn't work. But what if it had worked and it would have been, the next big thing? We still do not know. There is other maps where the possibility is still open for the change.
That's the thing, there's a lot of what ifs, right? What if this, what if that? But you're right, they need to be able to use this as an example for what's going to happen in playoffs, what happens in the future. And actually, production apparently, that there's a message from Mixwell, I think, that needs to be shared. Yeah, something from Mixwell at least.
Greetings y buenas tardes to the EMEA fans. I have a special announcement and I want to interrupt this VCT EMEA broadcast because, as you know, Stage 2 playoffs are gonna be held in Barcelona, my country, in the Olympic Arena. And the Spanish community and I want to welcome you all to have the chance to meet in person and celebrate Valorant together. So I've sent in a little surprise for you all.
¿Estáis listos? Es un placer estar aquí con todos vosotros.
Nice push.
I'm getting a little bit giddy with excitement that VCT EMEA is going to go on the road, but I'm surprised Kukuka isn't here. And
yeah, I thought she'd be excited.
That's what I thought, right, as well. I mean, Kukuka kind of just like ran off and...
I have it, guys. I have it. I have it.
What do you have? Show it.
The golden ticket. The golden ticket. I mean, I have to be happy, okay? We are going to go to Spain. So as you can see, here are the important dates. The pre-sale
Would you like some help there?
Yeah, because I can't see. The pre-sale was started here on May 7th. I think that there is a lot of information here. Feel free to scan this QR code. Let me see. Let's scan that QR code because it is very important. You know that the tickets might fly away, and you do not forget to get yours. I think there's some important dates here as well. Oh, okay, Bailey, would you help me with this?
Yeah, okay, let's see. So obviously this QR code is for pre-registration, right?
Yes.
For the pre-sale to be able to go to Barcelona, which
is a whole week, by the way, before
literally,
general sales. So May 7th is when the pre-sales are going to go, so make sure you guys sign up for it.
Okay.
May 15th is when the general tickets go on sale. You want to beat everyone to that. And of course, the dates of when you actually get to attend Stage 2 finals in Barcelona, August 28th to 30th. So mark it in your calendar, block it out, because that's going to be a lot of fun.
It's very simple. You scan this QR code now, then you will be able to get the tickets on May 7th. If you don't, you will have to wait until the 15th. And maybe the tickets that you want very close to the players, where you can literally just hoop in and see what they're playing, they might be gone. So this is why you want to scan this. And I keep this.
Outside of the Valorant, what else could people enjoy in Barcelona?
It's not the season for calzots, I think, but the weather is super nice. You are close to the beach, Pan Tomac. I really like anything that you have in Barcelona. The Spanish accent comes out because it is a lovely place to be at, and especially during the summer, it's very enjoyable.
I love when the accent comes out.
Yeah, me too.
Also, I love that we're being able to go on the road, right? Our first ever road show in VCT is such an exciting prospect, so definitely have to get a hold of tickets.
Everyone's going to have a lot of fun, but we're going to keep grounded here in Berlin because there's still plenty more action of what's happening in Stage 1. And in fact, we wanted to see how our skirmish between our first two teams went up to see where our map veto is going to land.
Fight!
Nice shot. Oh, we're not crisp. We're not very good. I'm too old, bro. You're in form, bro. Oh. I'll play, man. No play. Oh, GG's.
Well, it feels like both teams sent in their coaches. That feels like, well, it was, right? They sent it in, and normally you get at least one of the players coming out, but it's going in the way of Weber there, unexpected. You're like,
Weber, another one of the subbing coaches, not you mixed up.
Well, you are not here, but
let's hope it
He's
doesn't
not a
happen again.
stranger to being able to jump on this stage from time to time to be able to sub in for the team, so no surprises he was able to win that one out.
All right, so no surprises for that. We'll see if there's going to be any surprises in our map video or potentially results, because our players are ready to come out of that tunnel and take to the stage. Let's see what sort of action they have for us now.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Gentlemen's. Heretics.
Well, apparently I've missed a lot that you guys were saying when it comes to stand-ins. But full rosters taken to the stage. We're not going to have any sort of last-minute change-ups unless it comes in the form of map veto, where the preference lays with these two teams. As for Gentlemates, not a lot on the line. They've already locked in that player, so they're having to play yet this week. But for Heretics, still plenty more to come, and a little bit of excitement coming out of Kakuka.
Yes, whenever I see a Fracture, I am excited. And I think especially when the conversation that we were having around Martin and is the Vita going to prevail in some of the maps? Well, my question was mostly towards that Fracture. We saw them play it. I was not very surprised. I don't think that that was the key part of it. And I think that he could have done more in another agent. And for the side of Heretics, they also played it last week. And they were getting away with absolute murder. The amount of kills that I saw through smoke, through crazy timings, like the score against KC was amazing. But is it something something that they can replicate today?
I think that's what I'm excited for, right? Because we obviously saw that they had a very defensive half, a very dominant defensive half, I should say. And so we've not actually been able to really pick apart Team Heretic's attack on Fracture just yet. So I'm intrigued to see how that looks. And I think as well, to touch on the point about Vito and Martin being on that on Fracture, you could see the kind of theory crafting behind it in ways in which he was trying to utilize it. I think coming up against the KO, he was being shut down quite a few times in the positions of tower that he was playing on defense. So intrigued to see if they kind of stick with that Vito idea here, or if they're going to lean into that double duelist.
And Lotus, we were just talking about how good Team Heretics looked last week, and now it's going to be the reverse, right? Like the Fracture is going to come first, and I think that it's an interesting pick because you need that kind of level of synergy on Fracture, and you need a lot of reps to actually make it to work. You need to play together for many scenarios. There's so much to cover on the map, and you need to stay proactive. So I think this is a good pick from the side of Lotus.
Yeah, I think so. I think for Lotus, I was intrigued to see Team Heretics change their composition, right? I was actually really excited with the innovation that they'd come out with the Harbor initially. I think the composition that they came out the second time, for me, just felt very much like comfort, being able to have people playing confident in their roles. And then, of course, we have Haven as the last pick here. Not been a great map for either team. They're still both yet to get a win on it.
Well, they can look towards the future of that, right? Because for now, there's plenty of time that they're going to be on the stage. We'll see if they make it to that map 3. And in the meantime, sitting in their Razor chairs, you got to wonder where exactly are we going to have these teams show up for all those points that you pointed out on the side of Fracture. And it being a Gentlemate's pick, there's a lot to unpack there for sure. I just don't really know. I wish I'd have spoken to them a little bit about where their pressure is. Having gone through with Team Liquid's win to playoffs, I just do wonder how much is the experiment that happens now? How much of it is just fun?
I think that it's also important to say the same way that we were highlighting how cool and important it is for teams to secure that first seed. It is also very important to not be the fourth because you are at the brink of elimination right onto playoffs. The same way that the first seed gets a bye, you get put into the lower bracket directly if you are at that fourth spot. So I think the pressure is still on, especially if you're not dominating every single map and you're not 100% on every single comp. Things have to be ready for if you end up going to London.
I think there's an element of experimentation, but I think based off of Gentlemates picking into this map, it tells me that they've cooked something, right? So it is just a question of, is Martin going to lock in that Vito? Is Mini going to lock in that Breach? Is this the identity that they want to go down with? Clearly, if they do stick with that, something's been going well in Prax.
Yeah, and they so well that they decided to pick it for today. But probably, as you're saying, maybe because of the composition. When I look at Team Heretics starting off from the defense, you're going to see the usual, a lot of aggression coming in through A-Hall. As I said, in their matchup against KC, some of the kills were ridiculous. Like, Boo was on another level. I do like also the comfort for Benji that I feel like has been having also very high highs and low lows. To be in an agent like Cypher, hope that brings him the comfort. And also speaking about comfort, I want to see a Vipo that I know that it has not been easy for him, but I want to see him abusing the judge as much as Koshmaras is going to be doing so. Many times Vipo's going to go down, but it is a necessary evil.
Well, look, you two as a duo have been amazing in giving all your analysis, and I know there's 2 other people that are trying to avoid me after spending the week on the desk, but you can't get rid of me that easy, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Crashies. Yes, it's time to jump into this matchup. I'm very excited with Mates versus Heretics. Look, the stakes might not be so high for the individual teams, but when you look at KC, as we saw the permutations, they are going to be watching this one with eager eyes. Their life really on the line here.
Yeah, I think their life has been on the line for a while, but I guess for Heretics, you've got to look at it from their perspective. Their life is still very much within their own hands. They're going to want to try and put themselves in the best position. Of course, we talked about it last week about this team always making it to playoffs since 2024. They've always been challenging to make it to internationals and going to the majority of them. For Mates, well, it's a new look after making Santiago. They're going to want to try and get themselves maybe a little bit higher up the board, but also I'm sure the potential of sending Heretics out a little bit later on next week would also be something they'd like to do.
Yeah, time to set the record straight as well for Mates. You know, they're coming in here with the advantage, 2-1 versus 1-2, but they've never managed to best this Heretics roster in VCT EMEA, obviously with different lineups as well. As you run back through to 2024, it's always ran the way of Heretics. Let's see if that
is going to be the case once more. If Heretics can put themselves 2-2, starting out here on Fracture, the choice of mates. And, well, you do see that veto again in play, Tom. I know you're not a huge fan of what we've seen so far, but perhaps mates are here to surprise and amaze you. Nice stun setup and quick play by Bippo, caught by the stun. Unfortunately, he's going to have to belay that push. And that gives an opportunity for Koshmaris to fire back.
Nice boo as well. Had a fantastic week last week. Maybe able to focus a little bit more on his individual ability rather than having to focus on maybe the comms, as something that was talked about quite a lot. But if he's in that sort of form, Heretics are going to be dangerous. Now for Martin and Starzo, normally you might like to try and reposition in this moment, but with the spike down in such an awkward spot, the players on Heretics really don't need to move, and even though it will be a bit of damage, it's only going to be the trades. Benji with a double, Heretics on the board.
A strong start in the pistol, indeed. Nice to see Koshmaris swinging for the hills right off rip. He managed to get a second lease of life when put under so much pressure. The dominoes start to fall from there. And Tom, let's talk a little bit about this mates comp, because obviously coming in with the veto, I think, is it a map-specific issue you have here? Do you not like him on Fracture, or do you just not like the agent at all?
I just don't think I've seen anybody really run the agent well in EMEA. I think it's like it's so much about all the different timing, and also I think we saw from Martin specifically, like, having those outs with his TPs was difficult to deal with. Now, I will say, I think last time they played, they were up against a KO. So there were moments where he was trying to escape and he just couldn't. So that's obviously a little bit of a different story. But also, it's Martin. Like, sure, you get the TP element he used to have on Yoru, but have you seen his Phoenix? Like, man just running around destroying people. His Raze as well, which is obviously on the other side.
Yeah.
I think there's so much value he can bring that I need him to be near the top of that board, whereas normally with the Sentinel, you might not say that because if he's holding the line or whatever, but Martin needs to be fragging.
Well, it was a big conversation across yesterday, and just in general within EMEA, within this meta, about running those double duelists. And I agree with you, especially Phoenix has had a massive uptick, albeit on some specific maps, but especially Haven. But the application here, or indeed of having another duelist alongside them, as we see over on Team Heretics, having the Raze with the Neon, just seems to give you a lot more stock to play with.
He got
Just farming on top of the rope. Oh my goodness. The triple right away, and it had nothing to do with the Neon. That's unlucky that mates decided to take that battle.
Well, and it's so flawless, but also that first shot was 2 for 1, right?
It was indeed.
He was like, oh wait, I've got to shoot the horn, looks back, kills 2, and then goes, wait, whoa, wait a minute. I don't know how he's managed to get away with that, but yeah, wasn't even the front guy. Through the legs. That's insane. Judge, yeah, definitely not too strong. I think it's exactly where it needs to be.
Well, it was exactly where it needed to be there, right? That's the perfect position. Your opponent's on a rope. You're up as close as can be. The fire rate even lets you take down the hunt first. Very nicely done. 2-0. A flawless from Team Heretics gives them a lot of cash to play with, and already they have taken control over A main, a very oppressive early defensive side. On the spot that mates were trying to take, all 5 players sat in spawn, and they've got a decision to make. A main's been taken, B's probably being rotated to, probably being reinforced. So which way do you go? And they decide to re-clear A, take back the control the Heretics just fought for. Another smoke is going to make that difficult, and it's not the Judge that breaks.
Okay.
It's the Prowler that went through. The surprise right here ends up just as damaged, but a lot done to Bippo and Glyph.
Yeah, wow, I'm almost surprised that it doesn't come through with a kill. A little bit of spam damage, but no rotation coming from the other side of the map. Still wary that this could go back the other way, and with Boo able to clear some of the ground, an important spray from Rien's, done some damage, but also found a pick. Leaves things even, and buys a little bit of time for the rotation, although you can see that Benji was still a little hesitant.
They're almost lucky that it was Bippo to go down because he was so low. And if it was just a second later that they walked out of main, the reveal from Rien's would have landed, would have caught a lot of them. But instead the timing was slightly off. Martin spray through the smoke, isn't though. He manages to catch Boo. Now, They look towards main to take that space, but Glyph inside the smoke, spamming away. He's caught Benji in this round. Gone to hell in a handbasket. Easy stuff for Gentlemates. 4 players left alive. And considering this started with the idea to take A main, and Heretics stole that control for them seconds in, that's a fantastic recovery.
Yeah, I think something that's going to be really interesting about this matchup is, obviously, we've seen both these teams play Fracture once. Both of them played versus KC. Both of them beat KC, which, well, if you've watched any of the EMEA, it's not that surprising. But one of them did it with a dominant attack half, and the other did it with a dominant defense half. So we currently have them both seemingly on their better halves to start with. Now, I don't want to use KC as a pure litmus test. It could very easily flip in the other direction. But what Heretics were very good at was getting aggressive, locking players into positions, but also doing what they did in the last round, which is just, this is our corner of the map, and they were able to hold it. Whereas first time out with a judge on the other side of a smoke, they weren't able to hold it.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, we saw it in the replay, and props to them, that it was, what, 2 missed shots from the judge? Like, that should have been a solid hold. I think they played everything well, just lost it when it came down to hitting their shots, which, you know, it's probably the better way to lose a round. It's a hiccup as opposed to a top-down problem. But look at this problem developing to the top of the map. Benji Fishy is pushed all the way through, and he's got a battle brewing. Shots landed onto Martin off screen, leaves him on 10 HP. And the walk up from Woot here, they're distracted. They're thinking about that north side push. They don't expect Woot to be behind, and even if they do, they don't expect them to have 3 buddies. They're going back into main. Mates want to take that control, but instead they take a fight that turns to a massacre. 2 alive, Martin still on 10 HP, and they know exactly where Beepo is. The pressure on, the defuse could already be through. This is a formality for Heretics to close out.
It almost comes down to just holding onto the guns. Starzo doesn't have a weapon to play with in the next round, and him trying to fight versus 5 where Martin is sat on the other side of the map, no chance. And again, you see the success that comes from having those aggressive flanks. So many players coming in from behind made that nigh on impossible. Definitely caught mates off guard. Now, the thing is, coming into this map, coming into it as well as a choice, you will have known how aggressive your opponents are going to be. So I kind of want to see how they end up holding on in a lot of these scenarios.
Yeah, it is a bit of a funny moment because by the time that they get to this position, you see this Scooby-Doo come into play. One player going under and the others moving up towards the spawn. Benji going there. And we sometimes criticize that when it goes wrong. Oh, why didn't they go together? Why did they split? But it ends up working out beautifully for Team Heretics here. Benji not overcommitting to the north side fight, leaving Martin so low. And then the cavalry coming to meet them on that, what was the south side crunch in the end. For mates, losing that round doesn't leave them with nothing. They still have rifles, and they've got the ult on Starzo, but, well, who's it going to hit? Typically, you're going to put it around there. Thought it was still on the line, but never mind. Typically, you're going to put it around the B site from under, where he is right now. But we can see that Heretics are playing off-site. They're playing retake, probably anticipating that.
Deep use of the Haunt. Gonna go aggressive and spot out Martin. He needs to hold the line, and they've cleared out that lurk. Again, a problem that KC had, and still the information on the other side of the map with Rians waiting, watching. And they've almost got them trapped. Now, the spike is going back the other way. That's at least something, but there's an opportunity for them to almost clear out those flankers. Bibba needs to get something here and already dropped. Sure, you are going to get a plant, but you're going to have to win a 2v4 post-plant.
They did keep the Nightfall at least. That is definitely going to stand to them if they decide to play this a bit more aggressive and take a look at where Glyph is. Take a look at where Starzo's just moved to. They want to fight right off rip. They need the numbers to come back into their hands, and the molly to buy time with the wraparound. Starzo! Oh, but Benji's watching it. Spidey senses tingling, and now Glyph all alone, trembling as Heretics rush back into the site. A 4th on the board. Nice try in the 2v4. They set themselves up for success, but the round was lost long before.
Yeah, it was I like the attempt. Like it was just Benji being very, very aware. But this was, again, it was a similar problem that we saw KC have, was a lot of the time you're going to go for that 4-1. Maybe you have the majority north side, one south side. You need that lurker to make sure you don't lose the entirety of the map. But that means that player is likely going to have to face off against two. And even if it's a one-for-one trade, which it wasn't, but even if it was, you've still lost so much map control that it forces you into an aggressive move, as we saw. They tried to then jump out on towards that A site. So that's something they're going to have to be aware of, that Heretics are not going to stop doing this.
I will say BBL getting very... Oh,
I've done it again.
my goodness.
Immediately, he's gone.
BBL getting unlucky with the fact he was spammed through a smoke, but Martin caught by that util early on. Now it's on BBL to try to recover this. He's up close, and the nade ends up taking him down. Nightfall through, but the numbers already against them. A nice return by Glyph. The molly. Oh, I thought the timing was poor, but it might have worked out at least for the trade, and with the numbers advantage, that is all that Heretics need. Dominating in the later fights and leaving Mini 54 HP, and well, he put through some util not long ago. They've got a good idea on where he is, and so far Benji's timing has been perfect. Every time that mates send out someone to wrap around, just in the nick of time, he goes, okay, I think he can be there by now. And this time a cage goes down as they move into sight. He won't be clearing the back, but he's buying them space to fight forward and defend that spike.
They've got full control now. I think even starting to piece together the last position that it could be clearing everything else out so they can put a player into a spot without risking them going into a 1v1 duel. And now it's just on to holding. 30 seconds left. Mini has been very snappy in the past, but the peak's perfect. 5-1 up. Another fantastic round for Heretics, and it's actually very worrying for the side of mates, because that wasn't just like, oh yeah, we went quite aggressively, we threw a Nightfall in. That was a Nightfall and a Rolling Thunder. Those are two big ults thrown in, and just, well, I want to say base utility that denied them. A Molly denied them. I think there was a Seize that denied them as well. That's quite damning if you use two big ults and you don't even get the sight.
Yeah, I think especially in these moments, though, when you're sending 5 players towards the side and it's a 4-1, for them to push the side where you have the one is a bit tragic. And further than that, the fact that Martin goes down without even 1 kill. If he finds one, the trade would come in almost
He didn't even get to blink.
But yeah, exactly. he shoots the Haunt and then doesn't fire another shot because they put him to bed immediately. That's the buy round, and it falls apart so quickly. At 5-1, I mean, again, to highlight that not only is this mate's map pick, but you said they're both starting on comfortable sides for them, arguably their best side, and the best foot is certainly not forward for mates right now. The timeout, the tactical break, hopefully we'll get them back in order, because this has been a sloppy start.
Something to point out as well is that one of the big stories coming into the first week we saw Koshmaras was that he was playing that chamber. Definitely didn't look particularly comfortable. It was talked about that Woot would come in and be that primary duelist. He is frying on Neon. He's currently 9-3. Think about the kills you've been seeing him get. Those are him diving into deep angles. He's meant to be the space taker so someone else can trade him. He's top of the board in the whole server.
The only round they lost was because he missed 2 shots of the judge up close, and since then it seems like he's come back with a vengeance. So yeah, I think for mates right now, very bleak signs, but the timeout might have changed things. Nade goes through, they've got to be worried. Damage done. A lot, in fact, onto Bippo. He's down to 45.
He's got the only gun.
They will give up the site, but the retake, as you say, against these pistols, who are all now tagged down to 50 or so, except for Glyph. The retake should be easy.
Yeah, they have ults to play with. It's whether or not they want to actually use them, and probably not now. Already first picked up, isolated fight. Bippo does well, but again, that was the only gun. Everybody else left onto pistols. Timing here's the main thing, and Boo's looking to try and hold off anybody wrapping back around. Aggressive push in. And while even going to use the ult at the end, it wasn't really necessary because Koshmaras has already killed everyone.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that they put the orbital strike through there. I mean, that's going to have much more value in one of the later rounds, not least because they had weak weapons, but also the numbers advantage there, the fact they're on site. That was a little bit of an overcommitment, but securing the round either way, with or without it. And it's good to see this confident, like it's just, I don't understand why they did that. There was 2 players left alive, I think, when they used it. But either way, a 6-1 start, a 12-3 start for Koshmaras. I don't think there's going to be much criticism, at least of his start to this map. And
as prepared as I'll ever be.
From here, you have to wonder how mates are going to climb their way back into this.
Yeah, he might get more kills than Comeback has had in some series.
Oh!
He is on fire
Not sure there was
right now,
any need for that.
Well, you sort of mentioned it. The mates thus far have been struggling. Looks like they're about to come into contact. We'll see what they're saying within the comms.
One more. Fake sword. Hold up. Two here.
Big stand with me.
Holding under.
Go
side together, guys. I'll smoke side, hold on. Hold flank, okay.
You might fight here.
I'll hold flank.
Distance, bro, distance.
Under this.
Under city. Hold the smoke. Plate knife and hold the
Same
smokes.
plant, guys. I'm on HP.
Warning, man. He's on top of the shit.
I'm holding the smokes. We have a Stark, so.
Yeah.
In tower corner, full right side.
I'm not picking out.
Come under me.
I'm 10 HP.
It's just a 1v1 with Boo. Very nicely handled. Mates make their way to side. Bippo firing on all cylinders to start. And even though Starzo's 1 HP, he's behind a pretty thick wall. 2 teammates covering his cross. It's an impossible play for Boo. And Mates are back on the board with the full buy.
Yeah, that was just a Bippo highlight reel. That's basically what did everything for them there. They set him up, gave him the reveal, gave him a supportive aftershock, and he knocked them all down. Great round from him individually. One that we'll have to see if that's going to light the burners, because obviously you're not going to have an overdrive every single round. You're not going to be able to put him into those positions every single time. I'm on with a lot of their ults expended over the last couple, but the same can be said for Heretics. Even versus that low buy, they expended almost everything. And one that is still online is that evolution for Martin. He can now get hit by that horn and it won't be a problem.
Yeah, or by that orbital strike that isn't there. For Mates, slow play, and again, some pressure towards this A side, but they're looking for that walkabout that they've seen a few rounds ago. They pressured A, and Heretics pushed north side, sent one man in the Scooby-Doo down under. This time, Glyph is holding for that exact play, holding for them to split. And although the info's there that these players have pushed north, nobody is coming down their way. At least not now, because the op is posted and waiting for a victim, finding one. The reposition's going to come through. But getting into heaven at this stage, he'll be a little bit late. There's a risk that someone from Mates is holding close, so we won't push any further forward. And Mates at least get a plant.
Timing. Benji, you said his awareness has been on point, and now he's going to get the reveal, the swing in. Koshmaris does miss a shot. This is incredibly bold with the shorty, but Benji's done well on the other side. Now left all onto Martin. He evolved at the beginning of the round, but can this evolve into a 1v4 clutch? Spike at least ticking in his favor. There's so many players on the other side. A nice shot, but they did get it to half, I believe. That means that Boo can start the stick. He needs to swing out, and he is going to take the 8! What is that from Martin?
A sensational play from Martin, right when they needed it most. Mates were looking to trail even further at a 7-2 scoreline. It was already written, but Martin's erased the page. That is incredible.
I've always said how much I enjoyed his veto play.
Yeah, you said it from day one, Tom.
Not sure the agent had anything to do with that. But,
the evolution, mate. The evolution,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
That helped him.
Remember, healed him up a little bit, you know? Could have also played Reyna, but we'll ignore that. Judges back in hand. We saw a 33% success rate with Operator. I don't think that was Koshmaris' fault, though. Losing the 1v4, probably slightly more problematic. And their weaponry in this round is weird.
Oh, no! Koshmaris was going to be tucked on the wall, but the molly sent him out wide, and he ends up getting caught by a spam as a result. That is very unfortunate. C's catching one up top. Boo creeping his way through. He's too far, though. The judge not working on that range, but he spotted them, and his teammates picking up the pieces, but still a few left behind. Importantly, so is the spike. Woot's holding on to control, and he knows that they need to push him. The problem is the wraparound. They can come from main now, trying to reposition. He gets safely behind the box, but did they see him? They're looking the right way. It seems like they've got an idea, but he'll still find both! Woot pulling that round back with a Red Bull clutch. Heretics find 7 eventually.
Well, it seems like everything is right in the world. One insane clutch into another. And that's all it took. Like, these are the tiny details that, even in the moment, I didn't think that Bibba would have seen anything. He did over the top of the smoke, and that picks was enough to get him a kill. Woot is the hero of this story, though. 7-3. Economy's still not bad for mates. Ult's coming back online. We saw them use both the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall last time out, and well, Bippo just looking to send it. They are sending everything the other way, though. A swing out from Wu. Kosmara's a little bit further behind. This is really awkward. Eventually, he'll get the kill, but they have definitely taken more of a hit here. And while Benji Fishy run, 5 health. I think it's time to leave, bud. Oh, he's going for it?
Economy's not in a very good spot, but he's believing. High-low setup is the death of him, though. A single shot needed and landed immediately. 7-4 now. Mates who were trailing and really struggling to get anything on the board, now looking a whole lot different. That clutch from Martinez. It reinvigorated this roster. And they stand a chance of 7-5 at the half. Sure, they would have liked to come out leading, but considering they were down, what, 6-1? I think they can be pretty happy, regardless of how this one ends.
Yeah, they've had genuinely some insane rounds. The Bippo 3K, Martin's clutch, right into Woot's clutch, right into another aggressive round towards Sand. Now, the Bucky's kind of the bait here, as Kosmara's will be. That stun, and that stun has connected on everybody, and still Kosmara is still alive. How is he still alive? What? 3 kills with the Bucky from there. I think he was stunned 3 times in that corner. And now it turns into a 1v2. This game has stopped making sense a long, long time ago.
I think he even pinked once. A little too early because of the stun. He wasn't able to fire the Bucky. So he just peeked out, saw them, went back, and then came out with the slide for a double. And a triple overall. Phenomenal work. And, well, I'll tell you what, that's one that mates are going to be kicking themselves for in the VOD review. It's just all the utility lands, but somehow the Bucky shots land harder. The upside here is Mini does have 2 1v1s. That's a positive. The downside is he's probably going to make noise in the way down. Benji's going to be more than ready. But Benji does only have a pistol to work with. A chance to set himself up in the 1v1 post plant, but first has to deal with this man. Misses the drop down, noise made. Now the rotation's underway. He's on a clock, and Benji Fishy puts him to bed. 8-4 for Team Heretics at the half.
Yeah, genuinely, it's been a back and forth, but in some of the weirdest ways possible. Nonetheless, I heard you guys have been enjoying our puzzles in the halftime, so I believe we have another one for you now.
Down A. 1 enemy remaining.
I thought you were onto something with your guess as Sage there, Tom, but no, it was deadlock. We've been fooled again. I haven't gotten any so far. It's starting to get embarrassing. I'm going to think that Brimstone is Phoenix, I suppose. We'll see a bit of orange in it for the Flames. No good at this, but I'll get my practice in. These boys have had their practice, though, and it certainly shows. Some incredible individual rounds just there. I don't think I'm quite over that Bookie play yet. The fact that he peeked out early. didn't get punished, and then goes on to find 2 more when he'd already had 1.
If you ever need an argument more for the fact that stuns are cosmetic, that's it. There you go. They're just in your head. If you imagine they're not there, you're not actually stunned. Just hit the shot.
Don't even start me on the mix ult. Oh my goodness. Well, 8-4 it is. Heretics with the lead, and as we said, the better half for both teams from what we've seen before behind them. For Mates, that means a real uphill battle. And they started by running down the hill, down towards B main and catching themselves a single kill, but then they back out. I like this. Advantage taken, a little bit of damage on Martin, but they're going to be happy to reset and push elsewhere. Now north side is their target, seeing nothing here. Of course, there is a camera that will be periodically checking them if they go further. But they're just tucked. A 2-man setup on each angle when you've got an advantage like this. This is perfect. The only danger is Starzo getting overwhelmed by a push or a split, but we can see Heretics exploring that B side.
Well, yeah, and eventually, with no contact, they're going to start the rotation back the other way. And he's done well, but a lot of damage.
Oh!
I don't think Boo saw anything there.
No.
That was just a reaction shot to turn it back into a 2 versus 2. Now, do they still expect Glyph to be this close by? It depends. No, it seems like Benji, he's just missed the moment of the angle, but he hits the shot anyway. It leaves it all onto Starzo, the late rotator. He knows where one of the players is, but will expect Woot to be somewhere close by. So many angles to clear on this site and such an open plant that it's going to be incredibly difficult. He needs a fight. He needs to bait someone into an angle to give an opportunity. And sure, now he knows where Woot is, but will have completely lost where Benji is on the other side.
Oh, they're baiting him. They're baiting him perfectly, and now behind the box and safe. Nice shot by Starzo, but the time's the real issue here. Has to get it to half. Surely, no! He comes off it for the kill, but the time is too far gone. For Heretics, a round win for Starzo. A bit of confidence, perhaps, but might be too little too late as the scoreline gets away from them.
Yeah, I think Benji at that point knows 100%. It doesn't matter if I die. I can just swing. Maybe his eyesight's incredible, but I think that was just he killed my teammate. I'll shoot that way and hope.
Yeah, I think he saw him on the initial cross as well. So he's like, he was around there somewhere. Fire a shot through, see what happens. And, well, he took his head clean off. Fair enough.
Well, 9-4. There's been a lot of back and forth craziness, but I feel like that's where Heretics have always been able to thrive. And especially with Koshmara seemingly getting better and better as the weeks go by. That transfer, especially if they do make it into the playoffs, could turn out to be one of the best of all time. But it's still got a long, long way to go. This is only map 1, and sure, this is the pick of Mates, but I have a feeling with the way that this series will go, it could go back and forth either way. Just take a look at Heretics' map choice last week, where they got destroyed.
Even more reason for this round to be secured and secured cleanly. Mates not looking to win the round anymore, but simply to make it costly. They drop as many bodies as they can. The first man to fall has a pistol. The losses aren't too heavily felt, but anyone else that goes will be value left on the floor, or at worst, picked up by Mates. You can see a safe exit, though, for Heretics. Boo on the cross, the only real danger, and he's made it out. They've even got a ghost to throw to Benji in surplus. A round concluded with Heretics pretty much ticking every win con so far. 10-4 on their opponent's map pick. Economy healthy. They play a bonus round here with good potential to actually convert to a round win. If they do that, then it's basically over already, and we move to the next map. And again, historically, this roster or others, Mates, they just cannot get the leg up against Team Heretics, and it looks like we're in that same old story again, at least for now.
I feel like nowadays in Valorant, these are the scariest rounds, because you know that there's likely to be something incredibly fast. You know that when there's a judge in play, someone's going to come sliding in towards you, so the Mates side need to be prepared for this one.
Yeah, this is where Heretics are going to put their all into the site. A full push forward, and let's see how they make use of this chaos with the spike down.
Push them now. We push them right now. Can you damn me, please?
Bitterness reveal.
One.
I don't have.
One more deep. Can you flip?
Go back.
I go back.
Guys, come back and just CT.
There is money.
Can't
Play now. Pick one.
Dead, come, guys, come. Go plant, okay?
Main. One for CT.
He's running, guys. Flying for CT. He's running. Guys, can you pick on me? You can go in the box, okay?
Yes.
Can go in the box. Pick on me.
Yes.
I'm fade pools.
Yeah.
It's fine. Like, pick on me.
I break it, okay?
Okay, pick.
Nice! Let's go! Name on Bill.
Good job. Listen.
Yeah, just making that chaos work wonderfully for them. The flank, I don't mind the idea from mates, but I feel like that almost plays into exactly what Heretics want. You've got some weaker weapons, you can group up and fight together, and this is the problem with those rounds. Like bonus rounds nowadays, especially with how good the judge is, Neon can just get into angles that you normally can't get anywhere near with any other agent. It's difficult to not fall victim to rounds like this.
Well, that's the thing. I feel bad for Bippo there. He sat back, the third man in the play. Two guys going forward. He's like, I'll put a supportive stun through, guys. Just call it. All of a sudden, someone's in his face, and he's out of the round. And exactly as you said, Heretics being able to use the numbers to push those fights, to take those advantages, and then crunch back in towards main. Very nicely done. And as we said, that is a real danger for mates. I mean, it feels like collision with the iceberg. We're taking on water. And now they need to find a port in this storm because 11-4 with Heretics building up quite the bank of credits and mates facing into, as you can see, a not so healthy buy, which on the attack you can make use of, right? You can push together, you can use the numbers. On the defense, not quite the case. Although, the one big gun they've got is the Judge. It's in the right position. It's heard players down below, but they're not going to let him away with this. The nade cancelled, but that means they cancel their push. No need for Heretics to take that spin.
It's just been destroyed. Well, Cosmaris is just having fun. I feel like he is treating this like a rank game at the moment, just running around and obliterating people who should be on his level, but seemingly are not. And well, nice shots from Mini. We've had moments. This would have to match up to the best of them, and now knows where both players are, but already tagged relatively low. He's made this one costly and manages another shot. Needs one with the Sheriff. It would have been beautiful. A wonderful attempt, but not quite.
That's the Mini we know, let me tell you. And the thing about mates is no shortage of clutch potential on their team. We see it from every player, but Cosmaris here really stealing the limelight. This guy, especially in that position with a shorty, it seems like every time he's there, the secondary comes out. And he's having a lot of success with, well, with everything.
I've just seen the toast.
That was
like,
insane.
Don't get me wrong.
Guys, good job.
As your 1,000th kill, that's very cool. But if he got one more, that would have been one of the sickest ways to get to 1,000 kills I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Congrats, bro. Like, you're
Congrats,
12-4 down.
12-4, yeah.
But you do have,
on your map pick.
You've got 1,000 kills.
Yay!
Woo.
Well, one more map loss under their belt from what we're seeing. 8 rounds in a row needed for mates. They're going to start it with aggression towards north side, but the whole team's coming here to back up Boot. He finds one, and the rest come easy for this roster. Starzo and Mini left to do it all, and this has been one hell of a clean map from Heretics. A couple of clutches on mates notwithstanding. It's been practically flawless. Benji's timing again, he's back at his peak. It feels like every time mates try to thread the needle, he is there to cut that thread before it can be woven into something threatening. And for mates, well, let's hope their Lotus looks a lot better than what we've seen here. And also, to be fair, it's another mark against single duelists. Like, we really are just seeing the double duelist comms dominate.
Funny, one of the rounds they have is Martin getting an ace.
Yeah.
But I think there's more problems than maybe just that agent, but yeah, they are just getting blitzed. Yeah, why not? Orbital Strike, that's the second time that an Orbital Strike should have got a kill and didn't. But I don't think Heretics are going to care. 13-4 on their opponent's map pick. And Mitch, who would you like to talk to after this game? Who do you think we should talk to?
Oh, there's so many people we could choose from, but you know what? I'm going to pick a name out of a hat. Let's hear from Cosmaris with Billy down on the stage.
Cosmaris, thank you so much for joining me. You just got a kill with every single shotgun throughout this map. Tell me, what are the secrets?
I mean, just clicking the mouse, no? There is no secrets to the judge or the Bucky.
Or the shorty, apparently. You were able to do it with every single shotgun. How are you feeling going into the second map, though?
Same. That's kind of easy. I don't know.
Easy? Okay, well, we'll see if it's easy. Don't go anywhere, though, because we're going to be going to that second map after this quick break.
I already feel the momentum that we got from last week, to be honest. I feel like we can start fast, and we have to start fast, because, I mean, they are not shit team. We are not shit team. So if we play with 100%, we are a better team, and I hate them. I hate them. And I want to win this game so much.
Wallah, there's nothing more that I want to see them cry right now. I swear to God. I want to see them break down in tears on the stage. I swear to God.
I'm glad I'm your friend, Benji.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Wingman World, well, what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the catch came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane.
You guys had a dominant showing on Fracture last week. Why are you surprised M8 picked it into here?
I don't think we were necessarily surprised as much. I mean, I think in terms of how their map pool matches up to ours, I think it's... I think in terms of tier for them and for us, I think it's kind of in the middle ground. So I think what they want to play and what we want to play, yeah, I think it kind of makes sense for us.
Yeah, makes sense for us, and I think, yeah, there's not much they could have picked. They don't really like Bind, they don't really like Split. They're really good on Pearl, that's why we banned it, and then I think we got a good veto, so...
Yeah, very happy with what happened here.
Happy days.
I loved that insight towards a map video, because so often we from the outside see, yeah, there's a permaban when it comes to maps. Some teams like to change it up a bit more, and it feels like Heretics just really knew how to corner mates into something that was going to be much more favorable to them. I just didn't really expect Billy to be a 13-4 favored Heretics Fracture map.
I mean, they were starting on their preferred side, right? Being able to start on that defense, I think, was really beneficial to them. And Koshmaris as well, having a very standout performance. He was 17-8 in that first half, which is just absolutely ridiculous. Didn't even really need to worry about the attack after then, realistically. So yeah, I think shout out Heretics for being able to do that.
Yeah, and I want to know more about when you say like starting on their better side, and I feel like, Bea, you have something that perfectly encapsulates that.
I have my toy. Yeah, I haven't used it this year yet, so if it's not good, I'm so sorry, guys. But I wanted to take a look at one of the rounds from the defense there on the side of Heretics. This is round 5, and just before we start, I'm going to just give you a quick TLDR of the initial idea for Team Heretics, right? So Riens is going to send a Prowler here, and this is how they're going to be controlling the map. We see Wu and Boo here on Arcade trying to control this part, and as we can see, Kosmarish is going to pick a little bit onto Dish, and Benji will put his utility on this side of the map. So there's a lot already happening to cover up from that defense, right? So let's see what they do, which is the important bit to me once the round starts, right? So Mates starts making noise onto Arcade. Wood breaks that eye, and very quickly, as we can see here, Boo has to be very, very, as I say, quick to react and put this smoke here to give them some kind of coverage, right? We see a little bit of bullets, and as we can see, as Wood is leaving, he's also going to use his boombot to try and delay what mates are going to do then. But most importantly is the next step. With all this noise made, the reaction from Team Heretics is actually to just regroup and make one side of the map incredibly strong. So, oh, thank you, Mitch. So that's actually Mitch and not me doing that in the minimap. But as we can see, Team Heretics goes to the one part of the map that they have been so easily taking time and time again, thanks to Koshmaras and that judge and those shotguns having that much effect. Martin is going to be on this side, but this duo of both Kosmaras and Riens have been so effective on this part of the map. Now, as we can see, it's not that Mates has decided to stand still. They've decided also to rotate onto A, and they're trying to take a little bit of the space. Boo, as I'm saying, playing, and as I said before this map is started, playing so well with the smokes, is able to get one here. And now we get into this 4v3 situation. But as you can see, Heretics has a lot of control over this part of the map, and are going to find themselves in a 4v2. The thing is, like, after Mates has already secured that other side of the map, Heretics is already comfortable. They're already in a position that they have been so successfully in. Sometimes this being quick and reactive on the defense does not have to do with just being super aggressive right at the beginning, right? And just making this more plays. No, sometimes it's being reactive to, oh, they put in a lot of pressure here and we thought we'd be strong, but 2 is not bigger than 5. And we do not know how many players are on the other side. What we do know is what we can do with the information that we have on the other side. Benji, with that camera, make sure that A-hole is empty. So yeah, it's brilliant to see that Team Heretics can play to this level.
Yeah, because at that point, they're not having to be reactive, I guess, in a way, but like the proactivity from these bits of utility is what's allowing them to react so quickly. And I think the one thing I want to highlight from what you've just demonstrated there, Bea, is the timing of Boo's smokes, right? Because we saw this on multiple rounds. They're just so like on the ball and very clearly taking charge of whatever was happening within those rounds.
It's also way easier to retake a site when you have the numbers advantage. Let's be frank about that one too. So everything going right for Heretics. Not on their map pick. I feel like if you see a scoreline like that at the end of the day, you would have thought they're the ones that picked Fracture. They didn't. They picked Lotus, and that's what we're going to see right now. So there is definitely a realm of a 2-0 for the side of Heretics, because when we look at Lotus, how would you favor it? Is it a middle of the pack map where both of these teams could be meeting on an even playing field?
So here's the thing, right? When we come into these matches, we say, oh, last week it looked so good. Let's see if they can repeat it. After the Fracture that we've just seen, we're going to have to assume that Heretics can repeat what they did last week. And starting off strong sides, I would say that this defense was amazing for them. We expect to see a lot more of what we just saw in Fracture.
Yeah, definitely. I think since they've been able to change up that composition, I was like, okay, yeah, they're leaning into comfort things, right? We're talking about Benji being on the Cypher. On the last map, he's on the Vise here. Previously, he was playing the Harbor, which, yes, they're leaning into comfort. I was excited about the Harbor and the innovation behind that initially, but they have to be able to get wins under their belts at this point. I think Gentlemates as well, bringing out that double duelist composition against Navi, I believe it was last week, as well as this double controller, has allowed them to be able to kind of, you know, figure out what they're wanting to do on this map. Expect a lot of A-rubble fights as well here, especially from that double duelist side on Team Heretics. In fact, both teams here will be really contesting for that space. It's the synergy really that we're going to be able to find with the Fade on each side of these teams here.
And synergy also with the duelist. We saw Martin in a more stale role, and he still managed to ace. Wait until you see him on the duelist making that duel with Beepo. That's what we signed up for with Gentlemates this year.
I'm looking forward to it. Is there anything else you guys would love to add? Because we've done all the permutations of how important a win for Heretics would be in this series, but how much more would it mean mentally-wise to get a 2-0 over Gentlemates?
Oh, this skyrockets for them, especially if they want to make it, they need both wins.
Everything is on the line for Heretics to make it to that playoffs. Gentlemates having a bit of a buffer for themselves. There is no going wrong here, although my casters did get the names wrong before, so let's see if they'll be able to at least predict who gets this map right with Mitch and Dub.
Cloud 9 is where Heretics must be after that first map, considering they came in to their opponent's map pick and absolutely dominated them. You remove a couple individual rounds from mates and it's like they didn't show up. The question is, can they bounce back on Heretics map pick?
But it's something that's interesting for me because I think this will be the first game that mates have ever played where their life isn't on the line. Like, think back to kickoff, triple elimination. You're going to drop down a bracket if you lose a game. It's a brutal format. Here, this is the first time they're qualified already. And I don't know if that's in their heads. I don't think it would be like them not trying, but maybe you're just like, oh, we're qualified. It's a little bit more chill. Because on the other side, Heretics look like they're fighting for survival. Like, this is a squad that is desperate to make it to playoffs. And as it's already been mentioned, if they win today, KC are already locked out, but they're in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, indeed, as you say, KC hoping that mates can bounce back.
Praying at this point.
Yeah.
To whoever they can.
Not just here on Lotus, but they need Haven to go their way as well. For Heretics, no, consistency. Even if they drop off a little bit, there is a lot of ground to cover for their opponents. We move into the defensive side on Lotus, and with the door open, the rotations towards this A site from Heretics are vast. There's 3 players here. Boo is even starting to move towards Heaven, conscious of perhaps someone wrapping up. But it's the C site that is the true target. They're going to pressure the Sentinel of Benji Fishy. He's got a Ghost and some Thorns to cover that left side, but if they contact this, he's going to have to hit his shot to start.
I like the flash position.
Season 8.
It's a really awkward spot.
Retrieving flash.
But it seems like he wasn't going to be able to use it, so I had to fall back. It was a pop flash for anybody who was going to plant. Instead, though, mates have got themselves in a fantastic position. The Sentinel already tagged loads. Oh, it was almost the same on the other side, the same attempt of utility. They have at least been able to claim some ground. It looks like an immediate re-swing, and the jump through gives Martin Starzo another, and only really one remains. It's going to be nigh on flawless, but one does go down. Mates, they've got a pistol.
Yeah, Starzo even confused me. I thought it was a Season 8. It was the reveal made. But clearing out that map control, all that mattered, and it did send Benji running back. A nice take by mates, and a much-needed pistol round for them. Again, they did not show up on that previous map. The battleground that they chose to be buried on, essentially. Now they climb out of the rubble of that previous map with a 1-0 lead. How long they can hold on to that lead is anyone's guess, and I wouldn't be guessing all too long. Even with Koshmaris coming in with a bookie, there is some threat in this round, but realistically, I'm only saying that based on the previous map. A grounded approach is that this should be an easy lockdown for mates. Now the danger is towards the C site. 4 players grouped up. They're playing the bunker over there, and mates attempting to drag rotations. But they don't know that the rotations had already happened. The stack was already there, and now they move back to the other side of the map where only that bookie awaits. They have got the door wide open. All they have to do is mind their head on the way through.
Yeah, we saw in between the maps. And the coach confession, Neil saying he thinks he got a good veto. What I will say, though, is that both teams, well, in the last map, we're using KC as their litmus test. And for Heretics, with this iteration of the roster, they also were using KC as a litmus test. So I don't know if we're going to learn too much until after the map is done of whether or not this is a strength. So much damage already done onto these players, though, and eventually the switch up towards a completely open B site. Spike plant even being switched over to Martin just to get the additional orbs. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see him go on the hunt and give a weapon over to somebody else.
Just holding the angle for now. Really nice adjustment to move back to this B site, avoiding all the dangers. They were so slow going to A that all of Heretics were boots on the ground before mates got anywhere near. A taunt and a walk away. It's worked beautifully. All the while, Boo's getting into position. That smoke, well, that step is definitely going to telegraph where he is. No one exiting towards the main on B. Instead, it's into the spawn. I am surprised to see Martin running up this deep until you realize, as you said earlier,
giving the gun, yeah.
He's looking for the orbs. He dropped the rifle over to a teammate, took Mini's Sheriff, I believe. Yeah. Simply went hunting down those final orbs. 2-0 for mates, very nicely done.
Yeah. That's almost like, it's one of those moments towards the end of the round where you realize that they are just doing everything to maximize the orbs, make sure that Martin is as close to that showstopper as possible. But they also come in, again, like the same thing I mentioned for Heretics. This bonus round where you look at it and go, oh yeah, but they got a Bulldog, or they got a Guardian, or they got a Judge. Like, yeah, they're weaker weapons, but with how chaotic we've seen this game get. And also remember the Heretics defensive side, last time they played this was hyper aggressive. And it will be again.
This is a big buy from Heretics. But the problem is, with all the utility going down inside A main, those players waiting outside C are going to know that the majority of the forces are not here. This is the weaker side, not even the wall to play off of, so Benji's all alone. Full util dump onto him, but he gets out. Surviving here is success for Benji. Now he can group up with the team, but most importantly, keep that wall online on B. Stop the flank from coming through, or indeed, cut off the forces as they push in. Already an isolated play.
Oh no!
It's a whiff.
Oh, that was the one factor that could have made things awkward for mates, was they go for this late switch up. I don't mind the idea, but Boo went uncleared, but then he whiffs. And so all of it is irrelevant. Now you're having to go back into the tightest site, a lot of close angles. That Judge becomes almost a benefit rather than a hindrance. And you've used a lot of your utility on the other side of the map. They've got barely anything left to play with. Trying to get through, they get past the Judge. Woot's done well. That time is ticking. Cliff's still standing. Well, he's all that's left. Incredible stuff from Woot. I'll be honest, I thought that was going to be way more difficult.
It definitely looked like it would. Benji even surviving the entire round. Props to him. But yeah, it felt like they fell at the first hurdle. They did everything right, contained the play towards B, so the wall goes up, and only the TP from Glyph landing as it did. The timing, you could see it from his perspective. Again, phenomenal use of the replay, I might say. But that narrow margin gave them the opening pick, and for them to just waltz back in.
Nice!
Okay, I thought that was it. That round just get. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, good job. It's like, we're going to have a word with them after.
That was the pre-nice for the post-nice.
I see. Okay, I'm not familiar with the meta. That's on me. I'll brush up ahead of next week. And oh, that wall's still in play. Same idea, this time with the neon wall and an immediate push around. Pressure onto C again, but this time, Heretics have got numbers here. 2 players, Benji drawing the Rai, and it will be Koshmaros to deliver the death blow. 1 found, but he's dealt with after. And the numbers sit in the hands of mates. That's a deep push from Bippo, and he decides against it. I like that a bit more. Come back and protect the plant, and then play together after.
I'd like to know if it was his decision to do that, or if someone was shouting.
Someone screaming.
Bear in mind, Starzo is dead and could be watching. Now Woot, almost one-man retook in the last round. His first 3 kills. This one should be a little bit tougher. That post plant always hard to break. Paranoia utilized. And especially with a showstopper in hand. That's already going to be utilized, but it's more just for Glyph to take the fight. Leaving it all up to 1. And while Woot first comes easy, but I don't think there's going to be anything more to have. Okay, that makes it interesting. Bippo should have him dead to rights, closer than they would have liked, but it's a round for mates nonetheless.
Yeah, a tight margin, but 3-1 lead in terms of the early half. Everything going according to plan. The blip in the radar for round 3 is kind of what you expect with the rifles, not with how it played out. I do think that should have been their round to close in the side of mates. But in how we've gotten here, it doesn't really matter. It's more about the destination, not the climb.
Well played. Good shit.
Especially when you're fighting your way back into a map and into a series. For mates, 3-1.
We wait.
A weak buy awaiting them. It should be a 4th on the board. The Ares investment, before you ask, I detest it.
And Ares, yeah.
And Ares, yeah, well, the light armor. Ares. On the Neon.
Can't wait for him to get 4 kills in this round.
I would say not a chance, but I have seen stranger things.
Yeah, the Bucky at the last. We'll see. Out he goes. There's one. Gonna get anything more? 3 bullets left, so it'd have to be very impressive. Mitch is already annoyed by the first one, by the way. And okay! They're making this work anyway. Martin, 1v4 in the last map. Looking for a 1v3 in this one. Lightning fast reactions, the jump across. And well, it's Benji to get the kill anyway. Mitchman, thoughts?
Well, I was going to say for a moment before the round, it's obviously an essential pickup for mates to keep the ball rolling, but then I saw the Ares and I realized, oh, they have no chance.
You do like the Bandit, though.
Yeah, of course.
So there you go. That was a good advertisement for the Bandit.
It was a solid little round from it.
Nice!
But
Let's
I
go!
think for mates, that's a real spanner in the works. Because again, some of these rounds have been close for mates. I said it didn't really matter about how we got there, but in fact it does. Miley was right all along.
I was about to say,
it is the
got
climb.
the song backwards.
Yeah, exactly. I doubted Miley, and it will be the last time I ever do that. Mates now left with nothing because of how we got here, and Woot's killing them with a classic. My guy is leveling the playing field and still coming out on top. This is ridiculous. What? How did he get 2 with the Outlaw close like that? The plant at least for mates, but silver linings on a very gray cloud. A 4K from Woot. And frankly, I hope, and I have no doubt the replay is teed up for that, because I don't know how he got away with that much.
Well, unless his classic was silenced, they definitely knew he was there. To be honest, we've seen a lot of like trolley kills and crazy gameplay, but from that in-zone flawless, the most upsetting thing was seeing that Starzo uses the minima ghost. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Bippo could have done there, except look the right way at the position
But
they
how
knew
could
a
they
player
have
was
known
in.
after he got a kill that he was
That's
there?
very true, and then they immediately saw that he
I think he used
couldn't fall back.
Ray's invisible ability. That
It could be, yeah. The
new buff.
The blast pack TP. Yep. I didn't think of that. That's on me. 3-3, and what was a stellar start for mates has now grown pretty dim, as it seems Team Heretics are the ones picking up the pace, finding the momentum, but now Rifles back out as we're neck and neck. Mates' chance to get back on the board. Let's see if they can get it done.
Let's push C first. Okay. We have mini deposit on A.
Yeah, I will enter myself close.
I can do blind if they're close.
Wait, Care they will spam you through smoke, yeah?
If they are close, can we fight it with Sarksa?
Yeah,
Blind I will need deep and Seshul on top.
Wait.
If you run it down, okay? Yeah.
Rolling.
Bring them down.
Nothing, he's just deep.
Fire. If he spam you,
Time's off.
Ace boom bug. He checked this.
Yeah, yeah. Come back.
Come contact here after this.
With you, Martin.
Can he take the rock?
I don't see him. Come pick, guys. Pick 3, 2. They're reclearing A.
You're right, B.
You
Come pick top set. Any backside.
Go. Nothing elbow. Come through left side.
Say clear.
One right side.
Pick left, 3, 2.
Face your
One city.
Back pillar. 2 pillar.
70 raise. An open door. Behind you guys, Neon.
Yeah, Neon behind us.
Fight forward. All three. It was all three.
One waterfall, one flank.
One HP, Vice.
I'm gonna say waterfall.
Blanker water. Minus 100 on Vice.
Starzo, time ticking away, 12 seconds. Spike in hand, but I think he was hoping that someone would give him a fight instead, just sitting back, waiting. Well, we will now see that peak. 28 HP, and he's going to have to let go. And that's enough for Boo to just run away. He may get himself an additional orb, but that will be all she wrote for the round. And you can see the change-up from mates in this one. Clearly having the expectation that their opponents are going to get aggressive, but I like that it's a little bit later in the round. You see them go hunting for the lurker, clear out, are able to close in very, very quickly.
Insane, boys. You're insane.
Oh, wow. 4 out of the last 5 rounds, 3 in a row for Heretics. What started as a bit of a slow start to the map. They're getting back into that form. And Woot on the defensive side, genuinely, his performances on Lotus have been insane. He was 17-5 the last time they played this map.
Oh, round 8.
Horns activated.
To see if it carries weight. I mean, for mates, they still come in with somewhat of an investment, some opportunities here. First man of Boo spotted. There's a second man in the corner. They've seen him, but they can't deal with him. And not until at least one more player falls for mates. In a round like this, perhaps you can look at that as a positive. Trading out, even when the weaponry is at a disadvantage. And with 3 ends down, that's going to accelerate the push that's coming through from Woot. All the while, it is being watched. Mini tucked in and waiting. Here's the steps, and he's on that little angle. Rarely checked. Oh, and Woot's running back. Oh, this is an easy backstab for Mini if ever I've seen one. All that they have to do is avoid the fight, and with the smoke down, oh, Woot's going to take his time closing up the distance with no idea, no iota that death is creeping up behind him. A wonderful round from mates with 3 rifles in the post plant. Benji's got no chance. A save already called, and an equalizer for mates, much needed.
Yeah, I love the call as well from Mini. Like that is him all over, where he hears the steps running up from C. The second he hears that, his teammates have the B site, but instead they opt to TP to C. He knows then that that player, when they hear the plant, will likely rotate back in the other direction. And because of that, Woot is dead to rights. If it comes down to a B site and it's a 1v1 with Mini and he's looking the right way, maybe that goes Woot's way. Instead, he makes sure that he 100% will get a backstab. He'll force Woot back into a rotation the other way and just use all of the sound cues. These fights are definitely very awkward, though.
Yeah, sometimes the bookie can give you the edge, and well, other times it puts the blade to your throat. It wasn't an easy battle, but making the best of a bad situation. Mates 4-4. It's a good sign, especially coming in with a lot of ultimates online, but a showstopper on either side. Round 9 having a full buy for both teams, and op in hand for Koshmaras. It's a default for mates. No A main control attempted. They're hearing that. They're putting the pieces together as you see this utility making its way down deep on C. They're going to fill in that space that has been left open for them towards the A site. Babysitting it all round was Mini. And when you see absolutely nothing here, you should get a decent read, especially with last round, that this is where the Sentinel's playing. But putting pressure onto Benji, I mean, it's not that it's gone badly, but they haven't been able to deal with him. He always gets out. The thing is, from his position now, that's not really an option if they do go hell for leather after him. That's why the rotates are coming through.
Yeah, I like the idea as well. You've baited his utility. You know that a lot of the time when that is baited, you rotate back. They've even waited out the TP. So this sells a complete false idea to the side of Heretics that is going to be a play towards the other side of the map, but they're not being particularly quiet about it.
30 seconds left.
Well, certainly not now with that deep control. Martin only has an opportunity to take a pot shot, but we'll just back off afterwards. Now Viper's pit down. A lot of control to play with. Water basically fully blocked off.
But this is on Woot, surely. Showstopper in play? I feel like that's their way back in, if there is one.
But they need to find him first. And battling your way back through would be great if you had a Prowler still, but without that to work with, even with Bippo down, it is going to be a bit of a blind fire from Woot. He's searching, seeking that Viper, who's now left the site completely, running the time down, spamming from afar as Woot falls. Mini finds a second. and even gets out with his life. A beautifully played round. They tried to fight the Viper in the pit, but it was waiting just outside.
Yeah, that's a wonderful round from Mates. I think especially having that realization that, okay, they've got a pick, Showstopper's coming. I don't want to be anywhere where I can be caught. I'll just fade out with the rest of them. And then we just play the post. Everybody will be low. If we spam towards the pit while someone tries to defuse, they don't really stand a chance. And then Mini's also just going back in for contact as well. Wonderful post plant.
Guys, listen! You shit!
Wow. 5-4. For Heretics, it's going to be a moment to take a breather, take a pause as their first map went swimmingly, and this one's already proving to be that little bit tougher. Of course, a man that was talked about a lot in the last map in particular, Koshmaras. His first week when playing on the Chamber went about as rough as it could, but the swap up to Neon, the role that I think I said coming into the league was 45% he played within Tier 2 and elsewhere. It has been a massive swap up for him and for the team.
It has indeed. I mean, that debut, look, we know how difficult it can be down on that stage, and we've seen it, no shortage of examples in this stage, but it really made you wonder, was it the right move to make that roster change? Like, has anything actually improved? And I guess that is the thing, it takes time, much like, I mean, speaking of the team whose life hangs in the balance in this game, much like KC, it feels like it takes time. I mean, perhaps too much time, but that roster has promise, at least on paper. Koshmaras, well, he's showing us exactly what was promised. An incredible performance, an incredible step up from him, but in this round, he steps down from the plate early. A nice shot connected by Bippo. And again, seeing that A main aggression, they saw Omen and Raze as well. I think they should know about Starzo with the Haunt. Everything points to the C site being open for the taking, or at least that pressuring it will force rotations to come in to help Benji. This has been what Mates are doing every time they see that deep A aggression, only this time holding back much further. As you can see, Bippo still waiting outside A, expecting some aggression, expecting a flank attempt.
I think something that Mates has started to do incredibly well is just soaking up that pressure. It's something that KC just, I don't think they dealt with at all. Like, they didn't have the greatest of mid-round calls. I think Starzo's been doing a much better job of sort of baiting out opponents, not allowing them to stack up their utility and personnel. And as you said, like, Bippo's just held that ground. Now it comes all onto Benji, and you've said it all the way through. Yeah, they haven't been able to deal with him a lot, but they have pushed him out of the site, and their post-plant success has been fantastic, so they don't mind that. This time they get the kill as well. Benji being more risky because he only has a weaker weapon. But that's going to make it a whole lot easier in the post block.
Oh, a rifle picked up for Boo. If they give him the chances, he could certainly convert, but look how patient they're being, sitting back on the site. You've got a wraparound coming in from Starzo as well for Boo. Damage maybe is the play here. And he's going to get one with that off angle. Nicely done, but Martine's not far behind. The swing, it will catch him in the end. A fourth kill for Martine. And maybe we could see that Showstopper back online before the end of the half.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think they're going to be feeding orbs to him, and well, you can see he's top of the board right now, 12 and 6. Wu on the other side, and that's the thing. Wu, you saw a moment ago. I think it was like what, just over 30% in the retakes. One of those retakes was basically just him killing everyone. Like 3 kills on the entry back into that B site in round number 3. But they have definitely struggled, and versus KC, they didn't really need to retake much because they were winning so dominantly a lot of the rounds. Well, the Odin now in play once again. We've seen this one before. It's something Koshmaras did last week, and it's worked out again. Can't spam the wall anymore, so you just don't go behind a wall.
You spam the Viper wall instead.
Yeah.
That's it's an ingenious play, an adjustment that Neon certainly allows you to get in and out of there quite quickly, much to the chagrin of Mates in this scenario. Woot holding on that corner. This time they go, well, let's pressure Benji again. It worked pretty well last time, and well, Benji's got a buddy with him. Thorns gonna slow them. And indeed stop them entirely. Martine stuck in position with the second Thorn Bloom, and all the while the wraparound coming in, 3-man flank underway. the big guns of the Odin, but it's not going to be the point of contact. Boo instead walking up, and although Martin was looking the right way, he still gets planted by that glyph. Not a chance. 5 to 6. Team Heretics. They're closing in that distance. We could well see a 6-6 half.
It almost felt like the plan there was put covering fire. Okay, sure, it gets a kill, but then force them into Wu. Because this guy's on at the moment. 13 and 8. Another double where it felt like he was almost fighting alone. If they can get him in position and then set themselves up for the attack side, I think Heretics are still in a pretty decent spot here, especially with Mates winning the pistol.
I'm kind of liking seeing Martin on the duelist instead of the Vito.
That's crazy. What an out there thing to say.
Yeah, it kind of looks good on it, mate. Maybe we can see more of that in the future. I mean, hell, I'm over.
I want him to play Vito every map after that 1 ace.
Yep. The power of the evolution. I love it. Caution Bauer is a man after my own heart. He is risking getting flanked. If someone was contacting B, he's dead. But a risk worth taking. Damage done. But no kills that come from it just yet. Wood on his way in. Seeking out anybody. Sound will be stolen away from him for now at least. But Starzo goes down. Numbers equalized. And Mates still without a plant. They are just stalling out, waiting for an overextension.
And you can't lose the post plant if you don't let them plant. You can't lose the round, but that's another thing altogether. Benji, low on HP. It's high-low. Rians is waiting just behind. He's going to regress the patience of Mates. As I said, the mid-round calling from Starzo has been sublime. Like, just putting them in positions to win the round, and at this point, just trading out will be enough. Martin is more than happy to take the 1v1. Leaves Boo, hoping for a spam kill. I think he took about the same amount of damage back in return, and it's not been his day so far today, needing a lot in this 1v3, and he will get, well, the same treatment as everybody else, killed by Martin.
Yeah, even the blast pack there, beautifully done to push that player back. 7 to 5. A very strong performance from Mates, comparing it to their previous as well. You know what? We've heard enough from these casters. Let's hear from another who's co-streaming here in the building. Over to our buddy Hazza right after the replays.
Nice!
Yeah, caster turned co-streamer apparently. Hello, Hazza. What are you doing here in the co-streaming booth?
We've never seen that career change before, have we? No, I'm just here in the arena, watching the games, having a good time.
Enjoying them so far?
Yeah, it's been all right,
and
you know.
I heard you're here not alone, right?
No.
So, what happened with Cairo? Is the duo still together?
The duo is still together. Cairo's just off enjoying the many sights that Berlin has to offer, I imagine, and you know, he'll be back soon, but for now it's just me holding it down.
You decided to come back into the arena on your day off instead of enjoying the many sights of Berlin.
Yeah, the arena's the place to be, obviously.
Obviously. Well, I mean, how have you found the game so far?
Yeah, look, it's been good. I'm looking forward to Vitality against BBL, though. I think that's a pretty big one in the group. Obviously, one of them could still miss out. GX didn't win yesterday, though. That would have been a big one for it. But yeah, should be exciting.
And if you were in Gentlemate's coach position right now, obviously they're leading at the half. What do you think they need to do to be able to close this one out?
Martin go kill. Why not?
Martin go kill.
Yeah, Martin go
Seems
kill.
to be the storyline either way. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Hazza. Enjoy the rest of your coach stream. We're going to toss it right back to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Billy. Yes, indeed. 7 to 5 for Gentlemates at the moment. And look, this is definitely an uptick on what we saw from the previous map. And no man more so than Martin embodying that 16 and 7.
Nice last game, what do you mean?
Yeah, true. Did he end up with this kind of a scoreline after the first half, though? Or even both halves put together?
No.
He's looking very confident and comfortable on that raise. And I don't think anyone could have seen that coming. It's a real surprise down here.
Yeah. Woot has been matching him, though. And that's the thing. Like, Woot being able to do that on the defensive side has got them some rounds. Like, it's definitely been a quieter performance. I think Mates did incredibly well to sort of force Benji out of the site and force them into retakes, which, as I said, if you looked at their performance last week, it was hyper-aggressive, almost attack-like defenses. And we didn't really get to see much of their attack because they were so far in the lead. We will now get to see what they have planned. And I do think with this sort of composition, allowing Heretics to dictate the pace could work out for them.
Well, it certainly seems to be the idea for now. They are just tucked in on the side of mates, but a trap set and soon to be sprung off Starzo's contact. They go wide from the door and from behind the box. And although Heretics are being cautious of this, they have no idea what is waiting for them. Unfortunately, for mates, the door's been taken. They bypassed it completely, even picking up Mini as he tries to cross back. And with the smoke down, the site's theirs. The plant can be found, and mates are now the ones that need to make a move.
I don't know if the Spidey sensors were tingling, but yeah, they managed to completely avoid the trap setup. Quick flank coming in. Considering the plant, they're going to almost have to fight this. The fight ending in a trade for now, but eventually Riens comes out on top, leaving it into a glyph clutch, and with the reswing, he's given him an opportunity. And even spotting his opponent, that allows him to potentially get this to half at least. Will he try and stick it all the way? Well, maybe tried to stick it a little too long. Kosmara's on the slide, and that will be a pistol now for Heretics, a chance to equalize.
Yeah, a chance that, from what we've seen so far, they won't let slip. Again, like this was a great idea from mates. I think they set themselves up perfectly. They were extremely patient. And unless I'm missing something, oh my goodness. Unless I'm missing something, Heretics didn't see anything that gave away the play. They just decided not to go in that direction, which, well, that was exactly what they needed to do.
I love how in sync the coaches are with the exact same celebration. They've spent too much time with each other at this point.
Launching thorns.
Well,
Launching thorns are
barely anything invested. A full A site stack. And their opponents have gone C. It is almost definitely going to end up as just as many people as you can dying to the spike, and try not to give Riens a kill, which is going to be fairly difficult because, again, I imagine he's going to give the gun over to Benji and just run at them, and if he dies, he has his ult next round.
They're getting something out of it no matter what. For mates. Oh, yeah, they are just going to tuck outside, but it's not avoiding the deaths. It's not avoiding giving the orbs over when Riens just takes you down through the smoke and the wall. Another one making its way into the hands of Heretics. And, well, if the idea was to make it costly if they exit your way and avoid giving them orbs, it is a failure thus far with Riens finding another onto Starzo.
That was the one Vandal. Like, if he'd actually dropped that, that would have been so irritating just to get rid of the one proper rifle. But instead, Riens is in a fantastic spot. He's got his ultimate online. Gets to... Oh, he's actually given the Vandal to Wu. What a great teammate Riens is.
So you can see here that Heretics are ready to just blitz into the C site. And when this happened, for mates, they met a lot of resistance. There was always Thorns there. There was always some like a flash coming out of Benji. He was able to retreat for free. This time, for mates' defense, it's Glyph. And with that one-way smoke already bypassed, he's in a lot of trouble. With no way out, they have immediately shut him down. The difference in solo anchoring as an Omen versus a Vice clearly on display. And now it seems like Heretics have this one locked down. Let's see if mates can fight their way back.
Hey, chill. Go, take one negative, bro. Guys, I've got KC wall. I'm alive. When you smoke right side. Guys, I can flash.
5v2. Wait, CT singular.
remaining.
Chill.
Last CT, bro, chill.
Let's
go split. Yes, CT. I just Prowler.
I need the gun.
Yeah, me too.
Bro, I think he's just leaving.
I want the gun.
Fuck,
bro, how did you get 4K, bro?
What the fuck?
Bro, it took 10 seconds. It took 10 seconds. I saw him get a 4K and no one reacted. Not a word. And then like, wait, how did you get 4 there, bro?
No, my favorite com there is you have Kosmara's get 4 kills and then Benji goes, chill. Chill, guys. No, I think he's allowed to push now. I think in a 1v5, you can let the man go looking for the kill. Instead, Benji, maybe you needed to chill, because you're the one that goes down, but it seems like Bippo will get away with it. No ace this time for Kosmara's, but I'm hoping they hyped him up after the round, because yeah, that was...
That's the quietest I've ever heard.
Cool. I guess when your teammates are like, woo, Riens, like, they have quite a high bar.
Chill, yo. Oh my goodness.
There was someone else in there who was like, yeah, like, I can flash.
Koshmaras! Come on!
There we go.
Don't go for
But the coach just cheered him on at least.
One of them did.
That in the server.
One of them did. Neil just clapped. Yeah, I said the bar's too high for these guys at this point, and Heretics are going to take the lead. It is feeling a little bit like Martine and friends once again, but still a long way to go in this half. But such a dominant bonus victory, that has got to hurt.
Here.
Well, that's the thing, right? Slipping back into the patterns of the previous map, where mates had a couple decent rounds here and there, often off the backs of individuals, and then they got shut down. Now the initial plan to have Glyph aggressive towards C and at least hold the info, it doesn't work. They can't play that confidently anymore, and it's the downside of playing against a Neon. You don't have some serious util to slow them down. They get that space, they get that fight, off barrier up. But I like what they do here. Glyph falls back, wait for the rotates, and play with the numbers. The problem is they have weaker weapons, and they've been spammed through smoke. I mean, that's a bigger problem, to be honest. Rian's just taking a triple. Probably no one in the comms is saying anything at this point. And it's just an easy game for Team Heretics. Yes, an in-zone flawless. Yes, their opponents were on low weaponry, but it should not have looked nearly that easy.
No, I also like how Benji is actually utilizing his thorns in the tape. Because it's like, versus a low buy, there's a good chance that if you start seeing utility, you're going to want to flood early. You want to get ahead of them planting, which they did eventually try and do.
I don't know how, but
he has the thorns. So all three players just have to sit outside. That's why Woot's now on an elevated angle. Players are already into the site because you can't just run through those thorns. You'll take a ludicrous amount of damage. And so because of it, it just makes it look even easier than it would have been. Who's just thrown a blast pack in the spawn?
Oops. Oops, that happens. That's Woot. He's going to be playing with
has thrown a blast pack.
One last blast pack for this round. Unlucky. But yeah, taking a look at Martine. I mean, his most played agents, surprisingly not the Veto.
No, that was specifically last week. So there you go. But yeah. He played incredibly well, and he is once again 18 and 11. Next highest player, Glyph, 11 and 9, and then it does drop off quite significantly from there. But this has been one of the biggest talking points with mates this year, is Martine and friends. Like, he seems to turn up in a lot of maps. You put him on the duel list. We question whether he would still be able to thrive when no longer having the Yoru. The answer for him is most certainly yes, but you're still in that same bracket. You're feeling like he has to almost lift an unliftable load if he's going to be able to win this game. We need someone else, because in the first couple of weeks, we had Mini was by far their best player. Missing a little bit here.
Yeah, and I don't think we can put it on any one player.
No.
But it is definitely a factor to think about. Now 9-7 for Heretics. Rifles in hand for both teams. And again, this is where it starts to slip away from you. The score line, or even a 10-7, it's not the end of the world in most games. But thinking of the previous map, thinking of how we got here, that's where you start to get concerned. You start to get worried. I certainly am for mates. They need a confidence builder, something to bring them back into this Starzo. He was caught by the siege, but he survives, steps back in with full HP, and it looks like a retake already needed. The problem is Koshmaras, he's getting aggressive. He was playing up deep, and, well, the showstopper at least trades out.
Another already, though. Leaves them a man down on the retake. Stars over the trades are immediate. Koshmaras is trading everything out, and then he stops trading. He's just killing at this point. Leaves it all to just Martine. Don't peek him. You got a flash on the corner. It's not going to blind him, but it is going to buy additional time. Nobody giving him an angle, nobody giving him a fight. And in the end, who else but Koshmaras moving himself further up the board, putting himself more on the lips of many, because these last couple of weeks, he is shining bright.
The funny thing is, they tried to deal with him at the start. The paranoia went through to push him back to this angle.
This whole round is them trying to deal with him.
Yeah, much to the detriment of them, they forced him into an untradeable angle as he just took shot after shot on those headshot angles. And initially, if the showstopper just went through, it would have found him. It would have dealt with the biggest problem, but the piece of utility and the paranoia that they put through, it's a good idea. It's a solid way to take. Unfortunately, it played against them just by sheer luck Where he ended up, 10-7, and as I said, this is where I get worried. Nice stuff by Benji, catching Starzo as well in the B lurk. That's going to be something in the back of their minds now for mates in the future buy rounds. But more importantly, Martine's alone, and Koshmaris is styling on them.
Yeah,
it's starting to slip away, Tom, and actually starting now. We're in full slide.
Yep, one at least.
Oh no!
Take some damage from the boombot. Eventually we'll get the rifle, but even still getting back into this is going to be incredibly difficult. Glyph trying to make some space. He's got to be careful though, because Riens is close. And we've talked a lot about Koshmaris, but it's safe to say that Riens has been coming back into this game for a while. We talked about his maybe slightly lucky spray a couple of rounds ago. The last few rounds have been nothing close to luck. He is catching up fast, and this is something we'll always talk about with this Team Heretics roster. You can pick any three of the players on this team. If they're on, they're a tough team to beat. And there are three that are definitely on right now.
Well, and up till this week as well, I think for Koshmaris, there's sort of a question mark of could he hit that level?
Could he be one of them, yeah.
Exactly. Is he one of those potential big players? And, well, there's no more questions around him. It's been a stellar series, 19-9 on this map with a lights-out start. Really one of the reasons that mates were dug so deep into their graves so early on in this series. And as I said, this was the worrying point. 2 rounds ago was where we got very worried, because with that bye round going the way of Heretics, they stepped closer to closing out this series 2-0. More importantly, to locking KC out of playoffs, and more importantly, I guess, in context of this map, they've put 6 rounds in a row now, and it's starting to feel like map 1 again. It's starting to feel like that first half was mates having a bit of comfort, but now they're under pressure on the defense, and they don't have the answers.
Yeah, I think if you're a KC fan right now, you better start pulling out some sort of ritual or something. I think that's your best bet, because 6 rounds in a row, and, well, other than maybe the whole team walking into where Martine is standing and him hitting 5 headshots, I don't really see them coming out of any of these rounds looking particularly good. The sheer pace which Heretics are playing at, it reminds you of that old school Heretics with Miniboo in the roster. Once they got going, it really did feel like they were impossible to stop.
Nothing shy of a room full of candles and a picture of Aang needed for mates to bounce back into this one. Spam good from Wood right off rip. Wall goes down, and so did 2 players on each side. Good trades by mates. Benji closing in the distance on B, but the Prowler distracted long enough, absorbed some shots, and left him dead in the dirt. Heretics a man down, and for what feels like the first time this half, they have to fight back from a disadvantage without Koshmaris, and now it's only Boo to do it. 2 players low, a headshot given right away. No! It's so close, but Glyph gets there in the end.
Oh, that would have been the nail in the coffin, no doubt about it, but instead, a lifeline. And that pause making a difference. Still, came down to thin margins. A couple of wonderful shots and big round from Starzo. I said, that's going to be the major thing from my side, is like, you need somebody else stepping up. Starzo has been one at times to be able to put up those level of numbers, but it is only one where they were in the right place at the right time. Koshmaris with a judge. Well, they're running towards B. It's not too crazy, and they got a showstopper alongside it.
Mates have rotated in, they're ready for this battle. Koshmaris is the one to eat the bullet as a result. Good trade, but again, fighting back into it with Glyph on the spam. From here, Heretics completely pumping the brakes. They've got no map control to work with. They're locked out of B. They know there's still numbers there. They know they're under pressure as well from that C side. So opening the door and going elsewhere is really a possibility, and they're being picked off. Even players caught reloading, not able to be dropped. Mates are right back on the horse, looking a whole lot better with just Riens left to deal with.
I have the spike.
He's isolated 1 towards C. He knows it, but wants to deal with these B players. The high-low in play. We'll deal with him first, though. The mates climb up to 9. This could be their way back in.
Yeah, a good couple of rounds from them. I think having the quick thinking and quick rotations has been a major factor in their victories here. Being able to delay enough off that double push and being able to pincer in. There was a moment where you think that Benji might be able to just close the round on the flank, but not this time. Our team definitely still feeling it. 11-9. 2 rounds the distance and no shortage of change for Heretics to play with here. An operator in hand for Koshmaras. He's going to look to try and take some control of A, but with just a little bit of utility seen elsewhere, that's enough for almost a full rotation. Look at this from Mates. They already have 4 players on the C side of the map.
The thing is, the rotates through spawn, not telegraphed so much, but once Glyph goes for that TP, alarm bells ringing for Heretics. They know that a rotation's come into play. The question is, by how much? How many players are here? That's not something they'll get an answer to, but Wood has heard the fake steps going through water. They're trying to tell them that they've left C lighter, trying to get someone to swing through, but when Mates see nothing there, they'll start to second guess this. And with the spike grouping up on A, I assume that they are going to hit there, but the thing is, leaving Wood outside C for a moment made me think they'll try to pull the rotates, but instead, the A hit comes through just as Starzo walks away. They're already at the door, and a plant should be undeniable. The Heretics, they take a bit of time. They're cautious on the walk-up, and it lets Starzo get into position.
Steel Garden. They really are playing this one nice and safe, trying to make sure nobody with a weapon at least can be within this site. Still taking their time.
Great start.
This is where Bippo's going to try and get in early. They're going to try and go ahead of the plant. And Martin's been able to already take down one. That's a lot of space guaranteed. But Boo hits the shot. No sliding Neon. The trade's going back and forth, but the defense seemingly coming out on top. Almost from Benji Fishy. But final boss Martin will not fall.
It did feel like for a moment, like after Boo gets that opening, that Mates weren't flooding in quickly enough. Bippo goes down, already swung deep into sight, and the others are still only making their way out of heaven. But the fights, they come so quickly into their favor.
He slides into the nade after being blinded. That's a little bit cursed. And Benji does incredibly well, but again, it seems to be this man almost every single time. 25 and 14.
But this fight does it. I know.
That could be about Bippo going a little early.
I do wonder if that was what that was about. But they now get the chance to talk to their team as well. Now that Heretics have called a pause. I said after 6 rounds in a row, it didn't look like there was any way back in, but it does seem like Glyph's definitely woken up. Starzo had a moment or two, and Martin's still going. Well, Martin, you know, probably by far the best player in the server at this point, but it's whether or not that will be enough, and whether or not the coaching staff of Heretics can have the same impact that we've just seen from the other side.
Yeah, look, they were 6-0 down in this half, getting dominated in most of the rounds, and now the comeback is massive. The fact that it wasn't like they made a gamble there, they gambled toward, oh sorry, not like they made the correct gamble there, they gambled towards the C side. They rotated 4 players into position, they left Starzo alone on A, and yet Heretics pressuring that weakness, getting on site, finding a plant, dealing with Bippo who goes in a little ahead of the pack, and still Mates being able to fight their way back. We've seen them not be able to close advantages, let alone claw their way back into things. For Heretics, the pause much needed. There's momentum picked up, they're hiding behind the wall, but woohoo, and Koshmaras, oh my goodness. That looked like the perfect play from Mates.
Hello.
And in fact, this might be Glyph with 2 in any other round. This would be a huge advantage, but Mini still facing off against what seemed to be insurmountable odds.
It seems like a pause brought them back, and a pause might have just sent them to their doom. Back to regular programming for Woot. And for Mini, well, they know roughly where he is. He can take his time clearing every angle, but they're all in the same spot. Koshmaras adds another triple to the collection. 12-10. 1 needed to get themselves closer to playoffs, to make sure KC don't make playoffs, and to start to at least convince a few that Heretics might just be back.
That's crazy that Woot and Kosh checked that. Like, they clearly expected players to be on that left side, not even looking at the broken door, leaving that for teammates further behind. That blast pack up, that wrap around the wall, that was intentional from Heretics, I think, from the get-go. And if not, it was a wonderful adjustment mid-flight. 12 to 10, 2 chances to close this out. And for KC fans out there, a tragic day with how this one spelled out. Again, mates come in favored. They've got 2 wins under their belt, something Heretics haven't been able to find until possibly just a few minutes from now. But historically, this isn't a matchup that Heretics lose. And we are 1 round away from history repeating itself.
Yeah, historically, this matchup looked very different. Mates with a team that were never able to close, but the mates of this year has been a different beast. Making it to Santiago, but it seems like Heretics have decided today is the day they remind them how many international events they've made it to. Even still though, Nightfall through, A site found to be clear. Showstopper from Martin popped incredibly early. Allows it to clear a lot of ground and actually catches Cosmara's trying to be a little bit cheeky, it seems. They might not have an advantage with weaponry, but they do now have a man advantage.
Mates always win a map in this series as well. That's the other consistent factor. It's always close. On this map, it has been. Not ready to let it slip just yet. They're fighting their way back in. Boo and Rien's left to deal with. Low HP on 2, and Rien's picks them up. The C's in, and Glyph is... Oh my goodness, that's a risky play. Glyph caught and having to defuse that spike, isolate. The fight does well to start. No idea where Boo's made it off to. And it will be the leader to strike the final blow. A historic defeat for Mates. That's 4-0 up against this organization, but more dominant than we've seen before.
Sadly for KC, that is the end of the story. They would have been rooting for Mates today. Maybe for the first time. I don't know, there would be much love lost between those 2 organizations, but at least in this scenario for Heretics, they have kept their own life in their own hands. They have stepped up when they needed to. They made the changes in roster, the changes then in roles. And I have to say the switch for Kosmaras to Duelist has been one of the best changes I think they've made in a while. The man looked fantastic today. Woot was on form. Riens came into his own on this map, and I think that going forward, this is a good look in Heretics. I would be surprised at this point if they don't make playoffs.
It certainly took a while for them to get the pieces together in the right order, but now it looks like Heretics have powered up. They've stepped up to the plate and hit nothing but home runs. At least here, a 2-0 and a hell of a dominant start with that 13-4 as well. On their opponent's map pick, Kosmara's delivering on a level that, I'll be honest, I wasn't holding my breath for. I was thinking if he can come in and look good, then Heretics could be in with a good shot. But looking as good as he did, as great as he did down on that stage, this could be a team that's about to make a big run.
Oh, nonetheless, let's hand it down to Woot and Nat, who's ready with an interview.
You guys are talking about a big run needed. Well, it started today, and Woot, you guys had a fantastic showing. I want to go back to map number 1, right? That fracture, what on earth is going on? Because mates pick it for themselves, and you guys manhandled them, being like, that was actually our map pick.
I don't think it's about with the map. I think it's about with our team play. We improved a lot since Coach joined us, and we keep improving every day.
Well, let's talk about that then, because obviously fitting him into your lineup has been a journey. It's been a good one so far, but for yourself individually, Woot, how have you been adjusting to him coming in and playing that double duelist?
I mean, he's a really talented player. Like, his neon is so clean that I never see something like that in my life. So he's really talented, and I don't know, it's just good. And that's why we abuse the neon.
I mean, you also have to give yourself credit, right? You're fitting in, being a bit more flexible for the roster. What about that in the comps that are playing out that you've enjoyed here and showing up today against mates?
I mean, since I started this game, I was playing smoker and then changing to duelist and then changing to flex and then changing to duelist. Like I changed so many roles, so I'm really used to it. And I mean, it's just my comfort zone, like Jet, Raze especially. And when I play them, it just feels comfortable.
I like that. Of course, you need to have that comfort. But next week, whilst you guys haven't looked in playoffs just yet for yourselves, you're going to come up against Foot, and that could potentially be the decider. So how comfortable are you looking towards that next week?
I mean, they look really strong. Like they won 4 games in a row. They have the momentum. But I mean, we just trust our gameplay, like gameplay and team play, and we will see in the next game. I don't talk big.
You don't talk big, but you definitely show up in the server booth. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again. And of course, you guys at home, stay tuned. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we get our final series of week number 4 and see who really is going to come out on top.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Hello everyone. Bienvenidos. ¿Estáis listos? Es un placer estar aquí con todos vosotros.
Nice push, nice call, nice push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
No limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Couple of reporters reporting, firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never.
going to have a lot of fun to close out this week. Number 4, we've got BBL coming up against Vitality because we've been talking about permutations a lot. Teams locking in playoffs for themselves, securing first seed, records, all of this. There's a lot of conversation. But I feel like this one is a massive one, Kukuka. You've loved talking about it because we could potentially see Group Omega done and dusted, right? We could figure out who exactly is making playoffs and who's unfortunately going to be missing out on that fun.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're seeing here on the standings, if you look at the left, yes, you see Team Heretics above Mates, but they still have not locked in their chances. Sadly, the win for Heretics did also mean that KC are out of contention for playoffs now 100%. But let's focus on what we have now for the last match of this week. BBL going up against Vitality, as you can see it on the 4th and 5th, has huge implications.
Massive.
Because if Vitality is to win today, they lock themselves in for playoffs and they also lock in Giant X, which means that BBL would be out of contention for playoffs and of course for London. If BBL are to win though, there are still many possibilities where Vitality could make playoffs and it will all be decided in week 5, which is kind of good, but
you were going to leave a little bit for that week as well, right?
Although I saw the matches are going to be like, yeah, well, seeding, and then that's it.
Yeah, but Billy, it feels good if you're BBL that you get to have that fate in your hands, right? If you show up today against Vitality, that dream lives on a little bit longer. You don't, well, you only have yourselves to blame.
Well, I think it's one of those ones where in EMEA in the past, we have seen teams be able to win out that kickoff and then make the first global event, and then it just becomes a downward slope. Vitality was literally that team last year, their opponents that they're going up against today. So yeah, they want to be able to make sure that they have their own fate in their hands because it's going to be such a downfall for them to have gone to a global event and then just come back to EMEA and struggle.
Well, we have talked about like the tight turnaround time, right? From Santiago to what was this stage 1 for the teams. And I do think that that potentially like plays into why they aren't finding that comfort. Everything changing every week for themselves. How exactly are they going to be able to find consistency with, it feels like only a couple of days every time that they have for themselves?
Yeah, I feel like it's been rough for BBL. It's not for the lack of trying. Maybe it's too much trying that we are seeing, like last week when we saw the breach on Haven. That is something I did not expect. But they are trying to think outside of the box, maybe going back to basics. And in many scenarios, it just has not been looking good and clocking for them.
Yeah, I think their split in particular, like they were playing like 3 different compositions across this map. So they're trying to figure out what their identity is. I think they were one of the teams that was impacted the most by the Yoru changes because they've been trying to find a comfort pick now for Lovers Rock to actually feel like he can go in and do the things that he was able to do in kickoff. He was such an incredible player and we've just seen that drop off in performance because they're still trying to suss out where does he fit into this team and the compositions that we run now.
The problem is that time is up. You know, time is up. There's been a lot of testing, and this has to end. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. We have lowlights of this Haven. All of this individual duels. You would never see the BBL that we saw at the beginning of the year, and the entirety of last year as well. In Ascension and prior to that, losing these duels, seeming a little bit disconnected. It really feels like all these changes have taken a toll in the comfort of the players, even amongst themselves. Because can a team dismantle you like this? And as we're saying, there's not a full recovery. That's how I was saying, time is up. If you're going to show up, sadly, it has to be 100% now.
There is, it feels like maybe a silver lining for themselves, right? Where it's just like, does your mentality shift a little bit, Billy? Do you feel way more comfortable that like it is going to be all in your own hands?
Oh, this is the thing, like, I feel as though there's almost a mental block now because these losses are the first kind of losses that these players have ever really experienced in their career, ever really experienced together as a roster. Back in Challengers last year, they just dominated the Turkish League. They were so used to continuously winning and winning and winning. I know they've come into VCT, had a great kickoff, and just not been able to find that footing again. So this is the first serious losses that they've ever really had.
Well, the team might not be familiar with losses, but they're definitely familiar with interviews. I had Rose speak to me earlier today and have some words about that mental block that might be present. Rose, BBL, of course, is no stranger to pressure at all, but is there a little bit extra on today's series?
I think yes, but like I can just say about that, like for the before this match, like for this week, we were so positive for like the next match, I mean against Vitality, and today I'm just feeling the energy like positive. I think it's gonna be a, I don't know how to say, but it's not gonna be a problem for us. Like if you play with pressure, like it's gonna be better for us. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, the thing why I ask is because you guys have been struggling over the last few weeks. It feels like you're constantly changing your comps. What's the idea behind that, and how do you find stability?
Like, to be honest, like after the meta change, we just struggled too much, like because of the comps. But I'm pretty sure we're gonna be adapt for like this match and next matches. And if we win today, I think it's gonna be a different way for us, like for the playoffs also. And I'm pretty sure about that. And yeah, that's what I can say about that. Like we were always trying to adapt it, like since the first day when the meta changed. But like sometimes it happens, you know. Like we got I don't know how to say, like 1 or 2 weeks to adapt that, but sometimes it's not happening. That's what I can say. We're gonna see. But as I said, I'm feeling positive for today. I don't know how to say, like I'm feeling this from my team. Yeah.
Okay, so everyone else is like really up there because you guys are one of the more energetic teams up on stage. So is there gonna be, I know you don't like doing it before the match, but when you get up there, is there gonna be a lot of standing up, a little bit of back and forth between you and Vitality?
Yeah, we just need to be like ourselves. I'm pretty sure about that, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
All right, I can't wait to see that energy on stage. Rose, thank you so much for joining me.
No worries, you're welcome.
Well, if their energy on stage is going to be good, I do question where Vitality is going to fall. Are they going to be just as energetic against them, a team that's been a bit down in their sorrows and woes at the moment now, Kakuka? Sorry, was that too much?
No, it's valid.
I'd say that both teams are in it's not a similar situations because we expected so much for this Vitality that we were promised at the beginning of the year. And I think that they for themselves as well. If we're going off about what happened, let's just think about last week and how they faced up against Eternal Fire. They did not do good against the Turkish team, and I feel like if BBL can learn something from Eternal Fire is how to bounce back, because I think that Eternal Fire did have to do it and won them in the mental game, and especially winning out those duels. We need to see the confidence that we had at BBL at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I don't want to sit here and like have a pity party for them. When we look at the names that are on this roster, like as you said, we had really high expectations for them coming into this year. They now find themselves in a position where they might not even make it to playoffs, which is insane. And I think some of the things that they've been struggling with, and it's not just been about, you know, trying to play against these more explosive Turkish teams, it's being able to figure out what is their identity, because we've seen them play a couple of things, and to be honest, like nothing has really been able to when you actually look at the results. And I think what we're looking for here is just something clear, a clear archetype across their compositions that they can use across the map pool.
Yeah, I've had a lot of conversations about this. If you look at Sayonara, you see him playing the Phoenix, then playing the Viper, then playing the Sova, which is great to have a player that can be so versatile, can be so flexible. The problem is that the results are not really here. And you cannot pretend, just because you have those names, apparently so, you cannot pretend that you're a team that has been together long enough to make all of these changes across maps and actually sticking together, because you have not been together for that long. The synergy isn't there, and maybe adjusting and selecting one archetype and just going forward, that would also bring comfort to the players. We have seen teams already making those changes, and it feels like for Vitality, they took, instead of the baby steps, they just went for the very, very big giant ones. Yeah. And just because of the name, because on paper it's like, oh yeah, this team, they should be doing fine. But I think they're going too fast into something that still has not happened.
You would think that the fundamentals and the foundations would be there for a lineup like Vitality, and that's why they're having those leaps and bounds of, we can have the flex, we can do so much. But Billy, if you were to focus on this matchup right now and you go, okay, it's not working, what needs to be the consistent lineup, not necessarily comps, but players and what their comfort is?
I think, honestly, like, the pressure is on Yampi here, right? Because we're talking about them being able to find these different identities and whatnot, but he's only recently moved into this IGL role, let's not forget. Last year was his first year on IGL, and now he's been put into this roster with star-studded players. And like Bea's mentioning here, like, you're not just going to get that synergy instantly. They're trying out a bunch of different things before even getting used to what meta we're even currently in at the moment. I think the pressure's on him to be able to control all of the puzzle pieces that he has.
Well, it's not just, you know, IGLing that he does for them. It's also the interviews when I spoke to him earlier. Yeah, B, of course, Vitality isn't in the best position right now when it comes to... Yeah. Oh, whoa. Okay. Well, then I'm just going to let you take it away. What's going to change today? What's going to happen?
Yeah, today's the mentality is changed. I don't think like we've been playing in that bad in terms of our, like in the officials we've been playing bad, but in terms of how we feel as a team, it has not been like that bad. and then something just happens in the officials. So this week focus is to play good in the officials.
Well, what would
When
you
it matters.
all right, that is when it matters. What would you say is the struggle then? Is it that mentality thing, or is it finding the right comp for you guys that feels comfortable on stage?
Yeah, I think it's been like a little bit mix of the mentality thing, because like sometimes I'm not sure what happens. I think it's just not being long enough together in the stage and kind of maybe thinking of too obvious things sometimes. And I think we've been just going back to basics a little bit, you know, simple things and focusing on what actually matters when you play in the officials. Because as I said, like on practice and how we feel as a team has always been good. Just something when we go to the stage has not been clicking. So yeah, I hope today is the difference.
I mean, of course, that would be the best thing for you guys, but you're talking about like the change up, right? Like, talk to me like as if I was a team member. Right? You're the IGL, you're the captains. How are you bringing you guys to a calm state when you get out on that stage for today?
Yeah, I mean, I try to lead the way, you know, like feeling the stuff that we've been doing, you know, the calmness, and like it really depends on the situation, you know. If we start, because we have been struggling a lot with pistol rounds, and we start most of the maps very poorly, and I think that's also sometimes that crumbles us. And yeah, today pistol rounds is the key actually. Yeah, I'll do everything on the pistol rounds and then just see what the vibe is with the team and try to lead in front. So that's very important today, because they are very energetic team, BBL. So you can't get under, you know, their energy basically.
Okay, all right. I also want to know, are you going to be doing the strat? You're going to stand up against them as well? Or you like to not feed into that one too much?
Yeah, I might need to bring my old BBL, my old BBL energy from last year for today's game, and you know, forgot that. I mean, I like all of them, and you know, sometimes it's hard, but I think today is the time to change that, you know, bring the old BBL vibes back from myself and just dominate today.
All right, channel X BBL, Yampy there. I love it. Thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You hear blah, blah, blah. I hear woof, woof, woof. I think that if we want to see the Yampy that we saw last year being such an emotional leader for BBL, actually, you know, getting them up, I like that he has that reflection upon himself. Because at the moment, I think that it is a good introspective to see, like, yeah, when you look side to side, you have great players, but you're not clicking together, and that is what you have to work in. You know how for KC we say like, oh, you have to be the sum of your parts because you have such great players. Funny enough, for Vitality, it is the same. You just have to play together.
And it's weird because you would think coming into this year, there is existing synergies there because you have players that have played together on previous rosters and other years. But yeah, when you actually look at them all together, like there's just something that's not... I feel like they just need to be able to get these couple of wins to get over that hurdle of whatever this mental block seems to be whenever they get out onto that stage.
They need a comeback. They need one comeback.
They need one go. Well, that's the thing, right? They started off pretty strong for this, for stage one, but the two teams they have lost to, we have to remember, Fnatic have locked in first seed themselves. Eternal Fire is sitting in second right now for their group, so it's not like they're getting beaten by teams that aren't making it to playoffs right now. There is an element of it is better teams beating them, but we would love to see more, Billy. There is so much more towards what's going to happen. I'm more interested if there's going to be a little bit more trash talking between the two of the teams. Does the feud run that deep for Yampy?
No, I think he loves. I think he loves the BBL organization, the BBL fans. You know, he's always been very still respectful of them, even since he departed the organization.
Yeah.
So
you should hear his Turkish. Insane.
Yeah,
it's really insane, girl. Insane.
So even if there is shouting across the stage, it's all done with tongue in cheek and there's no malicious intent behind that.
No. I don't imagine it is, but I still want to see it, you know? I still want to, that's one of the best things that I feel like there is for Valorant there. But look, we've had interviews, we've had IGLing from Yampy, but we're also going to see his skirmish coming up against Larok for the map beta.
Left or right? Middle. Oh, yeah. Too fast. He's 16. But, you know, guys, sometimes experience matters. Just like that. Just like that. Ooh.
Yeah, I know you.
You see my head or what? Come on, bro. Where they are?
Ah, yeah, no.
Bro, he's hitting some incredible shot. Last one. 4 versus 4. Ooh. Camping. Good job, bro.
It is.
We didn't really get to hear too much more. The skirmish was fun, sure, but I feel like getting to see you guys face off before the walkouts is more enjoyable. Yampy, you lost that one. Was it a free? I thought it was going to be a freebie for you.
Yeah, it was tactical, because last week I lost one versus Echo 5-0 and we got absolutely dominated, so I need to take different tactic this week.
Lord, did it feel that way, or are you just like, nice and easy warm-up here?
If I talk about skirmish is so good. Yampy play good.
Yeah?
But skirmish, always I always win.
Okay.
Just one time lose.
Yeah?
But just it.
Okay, and if we weren't talking about the skirmish, if we were going to talk about the series on stage, is it going to be just as easy?
I don't know, I hope so. I think it's a good match today, but I hope we are gonna win.
Oh, you hope you're going to win. Of course, Yampy's going to hope Vitality wins, but I just hope we get to see some fun Valorant.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past, what made me? All these eyes on me, I can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Esports.
Keep calling. Take a risk even though my enemy. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'm a criticize. But I won't be calling.
Vitality.
Yampy is thinking 4 steps ahead. It feels there's a little bit of a tactic for him. And Larocque, well, he'll just take any win he can get, whether it's in the skirmish or on stage. Feels like it's easy for him, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, he's been amazing in these skirmishes. And as you said, Yampy trying to be the mental warfare winner already by acting like it doesn't even matter. But looking at the map view here, you've got Vitality that are sticking with that insta-ban of Fracture, not wanting to play it at all this stage so far. And then BBL, they've banned the bind the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting because BBL have not liked bind for the entire... Last year was the same thing, you know, it's a common ban for them. But one of the advantages of actually winning that skirmish is that Larocque was able to choose Team B for them because they don't like Fracture either. So they wanted to make sure that it was actually Vitality that got it out of the way so they could ban that bind. And Vitality is choosing to go on to Lotus. Now, after what happened last week. So maybe a quick TLDR now because I know you weren't here.
Yeah.
I wasn't here either, but I did watch. So Vitality started out very well. It was like 5-1.
Love it.
Easy, blah, blah, blah, blah.
Music
so
to the
there's
ears.
this 2v2 post-spawn. They're hearing me now, and I feel very bad saying this. But there was this 2v2. I don't.
Come on.
There was this 2v2 post-spawn that they lost. And ever since then, Eternal Fire started ramping onto them. And that disconnect within the team started becoming more and more palpable. And then in the second half, they weren't even there. They lost a 5v2 retake on the defense, and that was about it. And then it was done and dusted. So of course the mental.
So clearly that game just didn't affect them at all last
No.
week.
Right,
For them
and
to
then,
pick it today.
honestly, we know exactly what went wrong. Let's take on BBL here.
Well, you know, sometimes history repeats itself, but you have to give you a chance to prove it wrong as well, that you've improved, that there have been leaps and bounds made for them. So it is, interesting when you put it that way. But that's all key to what is going to be a fun and deciding series here. We've already talked about the stakes of what is going to happen for playoffs if Vitality win here. Trying to put their best foot forward.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, just to come back to the map veto.
You said foot, and they're here, so I
love it.
Sorry.
To come back to the map veto as well, like we were going to see Haven as that second map, which is another interesting one for me because BBL, we need to remember
the composition.
They
Sorry,
picked Haven.
I completely just looked at the Lotus.
Yes, we need to remind ourselves of the composition that they played last week. It felt like a step backwards with the Jet, with the Breach. However, historically, that had always been a great map for them in Challengers, so I'm intrigued to see if they continue to lean into what we feel like is a step backwards.
Yeah, I think that maybe there are going to be changes. I don't know if... I feel like both teams tried to surprise each other, right? Because if you're Vitality after the way you lost last week, picking the Lotus seems like a surprise. But you can tell the same for the side of BBL. They bring in the bridge. They don't feel comfortable. It literally looks like this is the match with a very high stakes that you invest the entire week prepping to, trying to surprise your opponent.
Yeah, and it's crazy to even think about that breach because Larocque was one of the best breach players in Challengers last year. and yet it still was like, fell a little bit flat.
Just do Neon Phoenix. Yeah. Just do Neon Phoenix. We could all be happy, guys. Like, Kevin could be, like, back on the side for you. Like, everybody could, you know, just, everybody could be in comfort in that, it feels like.
I agree.
Well, hopefully we're not having any of those faces or those eek moments when we do get to Agent Select. We're going to see something that is going to spark you guys, inspire you. That's something that I like to hope for when it comes to the Agent Select. It's something that we see the teams not only have that comfort on, but there's also a way about it that, like, you just want to cheer for them because you like the creativity or you like the consistency that comes out from it.
Yeah, I think for Lotus, I'm not really expecting any changes from BBL. I think one of the standout performers for me on that last week when they played it was Kreven. His site anchoring was so good. It's so nice to see him away from the Cypher and onto something a bit more on brand with the meta, I think, by picking up that Vise. Some of the operator kills that he was getting on that C site was blowing me away. So, and saying that, we're going to see a Vise on the other side as well with Chronicle here. I mean, Vitality deciding to switch things up.
Yeah, moving away from the Killjoy also onto that Vice. It helps you a lot, especially when they're playing that double duelist, to try and segment the players and also separate the duelists when they go more on the aggression. I think that when I look at Vitality, I know that we've been saying this about the cohesion and whatnot. We need Dirk in time, to be honest. We need one of those matches where it just doesn't make sense that Dirk is a player on this earth. I know that BBL is the kind of team that will shoot back, but I feel like also for confidence and trust in the way that they could not only secure playoffs but actually look good in them, that is what we need from Vitality.
There's so many different things that I'm looking at when I see this Agent Select that I would love to ask you guys more about, but at the end of the day, I think we need the opinions of two more people. Hypoc and Pansy, give us your take on what's going to unfold between BBL and Vitality.
I think the main thing here is kind of being very blunt about this. This is a pivotal moment, I think, for both sides.
It really is.
Struggling thus far.
I mean, not a situation start of this year you'd expect to be in. Obviously,
Correct.
Vitality had the transition period. Again, that's kind of out the window now, and we're now looking at two big names within the region that, well, one arguing that established themselves, one coming in that was already had a lot of hype around it. Their super team, right?
Absolutely.
That are now in a position where playoffs
need it,
dangling in the sidelines here. Yeah, I just did not see this coming at all.
No, I think we're both in a similar position to this, kind of waiting and watching. And I think the important factor here is as well, looking back at those initial 2 games of Vitality were playing, especially coming into this one, the lack of pistol round wins. I think they converted 1 out of the, what, I think 1, 2, 3,
I mean, even
4.
so it's
3
and 9 on pistols is...
and it's not been good. It's been rough starts. Yes, they've converted a couple of second rounds, but they have been on the back foot from the very word go. And for BBL, I think it's just trying to figure out who they are in this, I don't want to say new meta, but certainly the new look of Valorant.
Especially here, I mean, Dirk has got a good read on the situation here. Paranoia sent through, caught by the stun, but BBL can't close the distance fast enough here. Vitality still effectively in the buy phase. They have to now re-explore back out towards Rubble. Dirk with a Sheriff in hand. Sayonara as well, so a chance to do some damage here on first contact. Lovers Rock actually tagged here by the reveal.
Okay, and again, something that was continually repeated in the comms video they put out and that we even heard on stream as well in their previous affair for Vitality was Pal saying comms, confidence, you know, start talking to each other, be, you know, listening actively to what's going on. So I do want to see that resonating here as best we can, obviously, from that external perspective. But for BBL, it's trying to find their footing. We've seen that they can do it. We've seen it very recently what they can achieve. Obviously not translated in the last couple of games. However, down to 25 seconds, what a very different tempo this is.
Very cautious and disciplined approach here. You can see, we obviously had a big discussion around these pistols. Yampi will be rewarded for his patience. Elsewhere now, you see Larocque going forward, trying to dig him out of that spot.
Yeah, let's have a little wait and see where that threat really starts to instigate from Kreven, trying to set things in motion, does well, but the trade comes out towards 44, so it gives room and time for Durka to turn. And the big boys have had a round there, a pistol for Vitality, something that was drastically missing in their last couple of games.
See, very, very conscious that BBL maybe we're going to play this a little more aggressively.
Yeah.
And controlling the space really well here. Again, it's not necessarily for me how I want to see Vitality play in terms of just, I guess, damage mitigation and risk mitigation, but
Again, whether or not BBL can tap into that, because they are a team that can certainly capitalize on that.
Gotta go.
Going to probe out towards Rubble here. Sayonara
There.
the front here, rifle in hand. See, well invested outside of Chronicle here, down on a Ghost. Durkit on a Bucky. A bit of a distance to close here if he wants to do some damage.
I don't think he's got it in him to be able to even gap close that, though,
No.
sadly. But they've noted quite a bit of presence and a real, I want to say, obvious posturing almost. So they are taking the right call here. So Creven's got to be...
Chronicle was so close to hitting that snap, by the way.
It felt like it, right? Like I paused for a second, but already falling back towards site. It's a long rotation over here, caught by the seas, noted, spammed. Clear work from Vitality. It feels like they've kind of had their marching orders drilled in today. There is limited room for error at this point if they want playoffs here and now.
That's obviously the thing to consider. I was just talking about BBL being a team to capitalize on that slower pace. Vitality adopt this approach and have a clean start here. I mean, I heard Yampy alluding to it in the interview. Yeah, a lot of maps we just start from behind, constantly in recovery mode, playing at disadvantages. Even touching on Vitality having the lowest 5v4 conversion rate. It's the other side of that equation that's very concerning. Durkin looking to maybe farm up some old progress here. Does know about Rose. The bait read perfectly here.
Nice.
Get a couple more consolations. There's Rock the last to find, and it's Yampy to clean up. An in-zone flawless here for round 2, Lauren.
This is good. It feels like, as said, there has been a conversation, and I think the reality has come clear for Vitality in, as said, their last couple of games. And the question mark then kind of gets flipped towards BBL side of what can they do about it? Can they reignite some of that brilliance that took them to the heights of Santiago? But now it's a tough opponent to try and achieve that against. Even in the doldrums, even, you know, I don't want to say down and out, but certainly.
Play with a shotgun because it's just broken. It's fine.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I mean,
yeah.
So I had a chat with Durkin the other day. It's just like, man, I'm hating what I have to do right now.
The thing is, Durka is just a horrifically talented player. You watch him play anything, he's annoyingly good at it. That's the fear with me.
He'll geek out on it for a few weeks. You'll see him just like binge queuing ranks, doing the same things over and over.
He's a gifted young man, but at this point, as said, you've got to kind of play with what's popular and what's working. And, well, I still see him with a Bucky, so why not? As it stands, though, first roll purchase back in for BBL now. Still going to be suffering with that Guardian with Loiter, but at least has the full shield. And this is a slower tempo from Vitality, Mike. This was much different.
Like I said, you can see a conversation's been had. The fundamentals have been in question a few times. It's players stepping up, trying to be the hero, trying to almost be the superstar players of this super team. I think Powell's probably had to crack the whip a little bit. Durka find the first in here, but LaRock will find 2 responses.
Yeah, 3 bullets, though, isn't much to play with and put down on 13 HP. It's a limited success that you can take. Lovely lurk from Chronicle. B-site now open, there's options. Obviously not fully aware where Lover's Rock is. You could potentially make an assumption on Creven, but now already going to note the wall.
Confirmation of 1, yeah. Creven the next to dig out. I don't think he's got a sound kill. Well, actually.
No, we're not doing that alone.
Still at least trying to create a little bit of misdirection.
10 seconds left.
We'll get the plant down eventually.
Very late to clear through that as well. But a little bit on a bit of a gamble, almost.
I'm keeping my eye on the clock now in some of these rounds. That, again, here's a question mark about the second player, sure, but very, very down to the wire.
We've got a nice crossfire.
One enemy.
Yeah, that should hold. That should absolutely hold. Very hard to break with who was left alive. So it's fine. Obviously, I think my concern is always, it's fine when Fnatic do it, because they have some really strong fundamentals. No, I know. No, I'm lying. I'm sorry. Why'd you call me out, man?
Lyingly.
Yeah, okay. I hate it too. No, but the problem is, at least with Fnatic, you know that they do have very good fundamentals to pull off those very late round pieces where they'll still be able to cross the T's and dot the I's. I get a bit scared when I see Vitality up to this.
I guess the other side of the conversation is has Quan on his feet in round 3, a bonus conversion, sure, something to get a little loud about.
Toxins going up.
See Yampy alluding to that sort of energy on stage once more. We need that bark counter from yesterday. Now that he is back in the building.
I haven't done it yet, but...
Well, now that Yampy's back in the building,
we got a +1. Perfect.
We're the passengers now.
Go, go, go.
Well, let's see what the Bucky looks like. Ooh, you are a lucky boy. Oh, your luck ran out. And
Durka able to get onto that angle. Just 3 left for BBL here. 2 sheriffs in hand and Loiter an upgraded pistol at least. Just can't find anything over the top there. Prophet going to find another Durka to capitalize on this pressure, and it's only Loiter left. 5 standing here, Vitality. We have to go through the motions, do a bit of housekeeping in terms of this first ult cycle. Still looks really comfortable here. 5 left alive, Lauren.
Yeah, this just feels like they've been... Oh, that sucks. Prophet there just going to close out and is an in-zone flawless. This does just feel very, I don't want to say basic. Basic feels unfair. It's simplistic in approach, and it's working, Vitality. For BBL, an instantaneous timeout, and I don't blame them. It's been very one-sided.
I think the caveat to that being it's almost what I wanted to see from Vitality, right? It's looked a little complacent. I don't want to say a little egotistical at times, but it has, to be honest.
Sure.
And for me, if they just go back to playing just vanilla Valorant, just super clean, cautious, diligent, that's what I'm looking for. If they can get a safe win under their belt versus a team like BBL, who again are struggling, yes, but we know kind of where the ceiling sits with them. That, for me, is a tick in the box for Vitality.
Yeah, you're right. And as much as you do say the kind of like ego challenge, I'd love to see them be able to dip into that once they have those fundamentals down, right? You look at the potential on this team, yes, there's room to grow into that. Maybe they hit the ground hoping they could bank on that a little bit more as you're seeing what can be brought to the plate. Again, Neon has suited Durka well recently. He's not been dwindling in numbers. He's not had massive off performances. He's once again maintained that caliber that we know he can play to. But it's everything around that. I don't look at this team and worry about Durka. I look at the kind of, I guess, the sinew between everything else.
Yeah, I kind of hate to say it, but I look at this team and actually with what we've seen, I then look back towards Yampy in terms of what's happening in-game, in the comms, what's not clicking. Is it a calling direction? Is it a prep sort of perspective? That's you can't kind of pin down what it is that's gone wrong for them.
Yeah.
But certainly, I mean, if you get in here, Durka's still performing. I mean, Chronicles had some slower maps, some lesser numbers in terms of performance. But again, you know eventually he's going to get back to it.
He certainly will, but Durka this time does get denied, and nothing to really control these players taking opportunities early. A little bit of a look from Tree, and it's been rewarded early, but it's Vitality trying to pick up the pace here. Maybe the pace is the problem, but they're still going to try and stick it on this one. Masses of utility invested to clear the A site, going to allow for the plant, and BBL are going to have 5 strong though. Look at the lurk this time. Utility put into play. Kron couldn't quite get the timing. Starting to become a bit readable on that as Larocque looks back. There's now Vitality down to just 3.
I know we're going to be able to slow things down here. Depends how actually get out the door here. Ro's got to be careful as well on the other side.
They've got no safety, Mike. They've got no corner to play from. You can see it, feeling a little bit panicked. Yampy trying to make a real X-Factor play. Sayonara has done lovely work towards Loiter. Yampy could have done with that. Not got it. Sayonara, say goodbye. That'll do the job. Larocque's there. BBL, work it out well. Starting and ending strong.
First one here where they've had a clear advantage early on in the round. Durka picked off ahead of really any progress being made further forwards. Loiter, bold swing out of the door initially, but it pays off for him. He takes a little bit of investment here to secure, but almost fine with that. If BBL want to get the ball rolling, get themselves a little more competitive in some of these rounds. Larocque doing basically all the heavy lifting for BBL here in terms of numbers.
Well, I guess this is how you, I don't say problem solve it, but to maybe ease some of Durka's woes of trying to gap close on this, give them an operator if they're trying to get a little bit, you know, start to pick away at it early. Doesn't land, but certainly going to see where Kreven's starting.
And almost a good understanding of the formation here of BBL on the defense.
Retrieving flash.
Vitality still expecting aggression here. You can see Durka's operator impact again very high. He must sit quite high towards the top of the table in that regard. Again, I think that history certainly something to consider there alongside it. It's Vitality now. Another probe sent out towards C.
Interesting switch as well. It's Kron this time now on the operator and a missed shot from Lover's Rock. So a little bit of a switcheroo and again, just really testing across this map. What tools do they have to clear towards rubble now? Yampy's still got kit, but
Loiter's still got full belt.
yeah, they're drive facing this. Okay, it's fine in the end, but I get a bit nervous with some of these. As Durka's going to find Loiter, obviously, and that means that Laurent has to fall away.
Yeah, just slip away onto the side. That Lovers Rock now gets onto an angle, and we'll find Durka.
It's the right read as well. BBL figuring it out on the fly.
I mean, now they're walking into a Kreven setup.
20
with
seconds.
A second player alongside him.
What's the game plan? This feels like a misread, a miscall, a
he missed as
misutility. Yeah, you might have to cancel on this. What are you meant to do? Okay, I guess you got the TP. That's fine. That gets you there. Oh, and Yampy just outdoing Larocque, so the rest of the rotations are further away. Chronicle down low, but still able to deliver. 4 HP, more than enough for him. Kreven and Rose were the ones who had to hit that rotation towards C. It's a fake. It's a well-made fake. Maybe a little bit treacherous fake, but somehow they're in a 4v2.
I think as well here, Kreven and Rose opting towards a save. Hold on to this, still have decent money behind this. Lovers Rock going to struggle at 650, but one away from an ultimate. Certainly put BBL in a position to still contest the follow-up round. That's on the other side here, Chronicle and Sayonara with best progress in terms of their ultimates here.
Just saying quickly, I could hear Rose almost through my headphones. Now, we don't have the same headphones as them before the Reddit threads get made, but this man was talking. And you saw it a little bit on the cam then as well. He was clearly not happy with something that happened then. Potentially a moment of forgetting Prof Exalt in play. I certainly did for a moment, but again, I'm not paid to be in the server. So at this point, a little bit of an error in that regard. That catch
I mean,
yeah,
even so, even if you forget the ult, it's like, even here at this point, it's, you can't really fault it. Maybe a slight overpeak from Larocque. He's the anchor in the scenario, not traditionally in that role, but again, he's the one that can potentially, I believe the TP would have been open to an angle from heaven. I'd have to double check that back.
Not 100% sure, but
again, the kill comes through. Maybe that's the frustration with that, and just, I guess, criticizing the panic sort of decision being made.
Well, I wonder if this becomes readable now, that kind of Loiter shouldering up on this, right? The second that Durka gets towards ult, they try and take towards rubble control. We know that Loiter is willing to fight, and Durka doesn't miss. Good trade from Lovers Rock, though. Not going unanswered this time, keeping it at a 4v4, and willing to get a little bold. They're going to post up the Rock deeper on A. They want to keep and maintain this space. Lovers Rock is behind that angle, so you're going to have to give that up. The temptation to push further forward has got to be beckoning towards Larocque.
Durka read the situation really well, but can't find that judge on the other side. Tries to spam blind through the smoke. Kreven, again, going to come under fire here. No fake this time around, and very different in terms of the timing on the clock. Vitality will pause for thought. You see the ping's coming through now. Does have a second player in the form of Loiter.
Yeah.
No paranoia for him, though.
Yeah, I think having Larocque here.
Oh my God, the timing!
Oh, Loiter just slips and is actually going to get away scot-free. Vitality going to be feeling a little frustrated with that, I'm sure.
30 seconds
As they still have to go with 28 seconds of the cross is being watched. Support system in play. They had no idea the security that Larocque gave them and the safety on the A side. Perfectly allowing this additional rotation, but Kron has alleviated some of that pressure. Toying on the plant, see if they can get another body dropped. But look at this creeping death. Larocque, oh my God, Yampy, that's a shot.
To bait
and
that out.
A safe plant. I was a little bit concerned. They could have fallen foul to Larocque there, but not to be. Does he get an upgrade, or is he only with that pistol for now, Yampy? Oh, it's a brilliant round from Yampy, but he's going to need to do it all here. Loiter on 3 as well. Working cautiously, Loiter looking. He's got a good idea where he was, but Yampy could have repositioned, and Yampy's got the timer on his side. Loiter, desperate to find him. He's put it together well! Loiter with all 4! Magic from him, keeping BBL in that.
Crazy round. Yampy is just dancing with death, running this right down to the last 5 seconds. Again, goes for an open plant to try and bait out a peek here. Finds the kill.
God,
the timing on this smoke, though, is just heartbreaking for Vitality. There's Loiter to find 4.
Like Linkin Park once said, it doesn't even matter.
Okay. It does matter a lot.
That one does.
Yeah, it does. Bigger picture-wise, this
But
really matters.
I really like the singing, though.
Yes.
I like the singing. We'll see in the end if it really does matter or not. That is one round. We'll hark back to that. 2 to 5 as we go back through. Operator still in play for Lovers Rock. Now, again, they haven't quite identified that this Larocque push-up is once again in position. It frees up rotations, it frees up these lines that they're now putting bodies behind much earlier. Now, Vitality are doing this quickly, though. Are they going to commit on this? Kreven trying to play on the wall. See if he can catch anything in and around that smoke. Oh, that's a big old ult. Gonna have to try and
on it as well.
Scale back towards that CT side. And Dirk is up for it. He's chomping at the bit. The C's goes in, but he doesn't overextend. Holds the line, allows that spike to be ferried through. And a 5v5 post plant looks like.
A switch of expectations here, a faster hit towards C, and looking to go forward with a nightfall.
That's huge. Do they push on it? Yeah, they do. Durka leading the pack. Rose falls. Yampy on the follow-up. Now where are the rest? This is a well-constructed plan, well executed, and surely a save. For Lovers Rock, that operator is prized possession here. And again, the ult usage, Mike, felt really solid.
Yeah, beautiful call to switch things up. Probably identifying Kreven is hard anchoring. He's maybe got one person a little disconnected in support, but beautiful execution in terms of the investment here. Again, a great catch from Sayonara. We're talking about whether or not the awareness was there of how quickly BBL were taking space elsewhere on the map. This is a great catch, and probably something that's going to force a big adjustment on the side of BBL. Probably keep them in check now. They don't have that safety net of just leaving Kreven on an island.
Yeah, and again, considering you had such a pushed-up player,
Mark 2.
for them to still win like this, it's got to be frustrating for BBL, because I imagine they felt they had the players able to rotate freely enough, but again, that ult stacking, that ult usage, the very heads-up work, maybe now even noting Larocque on that flank again. But again, the buy, Mike, it's rough.
Rough.
That must have been Yampy.
Ults, yeah, I don't know why we've got his comms come through. Ults to offset this, though. Lovers Rock and Kreven, I don't think we'll see the investment here unless they can create an advantage. Or at least a situation where it's worthwhile to try and convert. Durka, you see on the other side, trying to get onto an angle. Lovers Rock elsewhere, now in control of this extremity.
I like
Kreven
it.
switched up, and the sort of adjustment I was talking about. Like we see this trend to continue.
I'm out of here.
Some of the more traditional buy rounds.
This makes sense considering what they have, right? You can leave Lovers Rock to this
Yeah,
with that
yeah.
setup behind him. He's got a little bit of security in that fact. And then you can stack on the other side, but it's still risky when you know the buy. You've got Sheriffs here and there, Loiter trying to posture up. I think he's heard or seen something potentially. There's the paranoia and a perfect swing. Stunning for Rose. Oh, 3 and 4 for Rose. The fifth slightly disconnected, but making magic in those moments there. Perfectly played plan from BBL.
And it's a big round to win as well, where Vitality ultimately have not necessarily had freedom towards Rubble now to kind of shift that focus back
30
to this
seconds
side of the
left.
map. And BBL to win out so comfortably. Really sets the tone here for the next few rounds. I mean, Vitality already guaranteed 6 on the half. I don't think Chronicle's going to have much to say about this.
No, but I guess you can take away that the wall's gone here now, right? Because that's
10
now been
seconds
shifted
left.
a couple of rounds over towards C. Do we start maybe exploring this option
Well,
again?
yeah, again, even in the rounds where Kreven is anchoring towards C, he's had the wall. There's not been a, I mean, it's only been maybe a glance back through in transition. Whether or not Vitality read into that. You can see here, though, BBL's understanding of where Chronicle's going to be and when on the back of the 4K from Rose. As soon as that happens, the thorns are popped. Somebody's not necessarily swinging onto that, but it just shows that they have a very solid understanding of what's going on. You find 4 here, there's no peak to follow that. They know where Chronicle's at.
Well, this is where it all gets them put under the lens, isn't it? Because we've seen the BBL starting to string together a bit of resilience to this. 3 rounds, yes, a little broken up.
Need a few more, though.
Yeah, I'd love to see them actually in succession, too. Really get those foundations in the right place. Fairly show of force for Kreven, but does get noted. But this round, we are going to get a check-in with Vitality, and already Sayonara going to be feeling some pressure here. So this will be interesting to see how it's relayed. Where's he just snapped that from? Let's find out as we check in on those comms.
In the smoke. Nice.
Assist, he seized. Secret seized. Pop it.
Spike down
Я
A.
пачку беру.
У меня на Б 2.
It should be open C, boys.
Я пачку
A
беру.
should be clear. It was 2 on B and 1 on C.
Да, да.
Could be A now, though.
Короче, у них Вайза была на Б, я так понял, еще один секрет, да?
Да, да.
Raise was secret crown.
Sorry, can I say something?
Operator, I mean, Hulk was calling me. Stairs.
Thirty seconds left.
Raise has full util.
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
1v3. Durka, left to his own devices, spots out one, but he knows there's going to be more. There's nothing to be done in that regard. BBL, perfect play throughout this, Mike. I'm impressed with them.
Absolutely. At least here, an early string of rounds for Vitality to bank on. That advantage all but stripped away now.
Quite interesting to hear the Kron and Durka happy to switch languages.
Yeah.
Actually. And I know that a couple of these teams, obviously with a couple of players from the same regions, able to kind of, you know, speak in their own way, you end up hearing that actually live as it happens.
And yeah, Sayonara does really well. Actually find a kill in this situation. Straight out, Lodger again, a little slippery to get inside that smoke, but punishes, causes a bit of panic in the comms as well.
Yeah, and to me, there was, just before that kill from Lovers Rock came in, you heard, I think it was Yampy in the comms saying, let me say something as well. So I do wonder if this is actually going to be a conversation around that, maybe back and forth with the coaching staff, or if it's Yampy majority leading it. And throughout this, I do want to kind of keep track on those comms, because it was such a consistent conversation from the previous series they've had, is having that kind of faith in the calls, listening to each other, keeping that confidence high. So I think for me, it's quite interesting to hear that maybe from the start. I mean, that was a quick round, sadly almost. It kind of happened and ended.
Quiet one, yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was like, well, that kind of makes it tricky. But I'd love to kind of check back in on that as well throughout this series, just to see how it's figuring out for them, because at this point, we're starting to see BBL really mount consistent answers.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say they've probably come out of their earlier timeout looking a little more composed. Again, early on, Vitality certainly using the clock to get a feel for some of these slower rounds. Now you can see BBL have found a round in succession. Brings it up to 4. Again, a chance here to maybe contest the last 2. Vitality have an ult for Sayonara and Durka to invest here on the other side of TP. In the hands of Loiter. Kreven now again switching up the setup. I was curious of when that was going to come, and look at the response on the other side of that towards Mound. Operator knows at least early here, don't get any value off that early pressure, but might just almost bait Vitality into a hit elsewhere that is well received. Either way towards A or B.
This is a really nice approach from BBL, proactive in those adjustments, as highlighted, leaving a lot of faith again in Lovers Rock, and until he's been really kind of pressured and pushed out, why wouldn't you? I think Rose is going to be fully aware of Profek's adjusted position. Maybe trying to imply there is going to be a rotation in towards C, but keep your eyes on the spike and where it heads towards. Lovers Rock is still here. Not a high-flying performance yet from him, knowing his highs, but solid. But now he waits. Smoke drop, and Chronicle is lucky to be alive. Falls back towards site, and he's getting hungry. This could be greedy. Lovers
so
Rock.
Careful.
A double peek here towards Mound. He's the only one on this C side of the map. And there's a very fine line between posturing and going too far. But Durka punished, and what a shot! Lovers Rock, you are quick with it. But Profek going to bulldoze towards site. The rest of the cross is going to be challenged though. Rose there, LaRock there. It has been torn asunder. BBL looking like they want to be back in the driving seat.
Durka is rifle in hand for so long here. And because they don't get a second peek, he's ready to hit the site. That's when he gets the swing from Lovers. You can just see it here. Nobody on the angle to help him. The timing is just insane.
It's a tilter as well, isn't it? 'Cause you're kind of hoping someone else might be there just in case on the pop.
He's got 3 teammates next to him. That's, again, one of the most frustrating ways to die. Just random timing, seemingly. This is Lovers Rock solo on the site as well.
Which, like, by all rights, he shouldn't be doing that. But, hey, you've got 3 players there. If he's going to, surely one of the other 2 might help you out. But let's see if he can rebound from this, because BBL starting to feel it in that rhythm.
Bring them down.
Ala goes in, but stalled out again. Ult prepared.
Yeah, Krevin was ready to let it rip there, just to slow things down, but Vitality at least take a pause for a moment. Good value here. Durka's got to pop the ult to offset that slightly. Krevin spotted as well.
Welcome to my world.
Pit to layer on top as well. Great coverage across site.
Yeah,
You don't want a showstopper being sent in there.
Yeah, there it goes, and it finds connection. BBL have just absolutely slipped into the rhythm of this. Reading this too easily, Durka depended on it. How much can one man do? Not enough. BBL dragging this one back.
Goes to 6-6. Just insane resurgence from BBL here to tie things up when Vitality had so many early advantages.
And I wanted to hear more from Vitality, so if I'm not mistaken, we actually might have a little feature with Chronicle coming up.
Bring them down. One enemy.
In terms of super team allocations, it's very hard to answer on those things because I honestly don't consider us a super team in some ways. It is also quite weird to hear from many people about it because I honestly disagree with all of them on many parts. And I think just calling some team a super team just because it has like one or two superstar players is not always enough. But it's just my experience from being just an esports player. From other perspectives, obviously, maybe I can understand that, but still. And about the kickoff, obviously, people can judge us that we didn't do well, and they're right, but they also should agree that, like, playing with the sub is also not the easiest challenge that you can do. Like, if you are there to call us a super team, at this point, you should also rate our ability to play with the sub, because I think we did well. Like, passing half of the EMEA stage, like, looking at our placement with such a great performance just with the sub, then, I mean, we did pretty well. But obviously, right now, we have bigger goals, and we will try to achieve them.
Sayonara coming in is of course very good. He's an incredible player. He's a lot vocal than a lot of maybe other young players that I have played with. He's very vocal in game, and I think it's because of his role. He's been always playing the initiator and the kind of supportive role where you need to be very vocal to help your teammates. And yeah, obviously incredible skill. The guy is full of confidence. He's young, he's hungry, so it helps us the rest of the team also.
The kickoff result was a bit underperforming, some would say, but the team was missing a key piece, which was me. And the team is a new team, so it needs some time to build up its chemistry and be better together. And I do feel like I am the missing piece that will take Vitality to new heights and that will get us the internationals and that will make EMEA proud. For sure, in my rookie year, to have the teammates that I have beside me is incredible. And it's also very rewarding to have these unbelievable players that support me and believe in me. But it's also, I think, a reward of how hard I've worked to have players of this caliber on my team. Yeah, it's just a pleasure to have the GOATs of Valorant in my team.
Look, I love the whole super team conversation, and it does make me cringe a little bit. But again, at this point, you can't really be that upset being called a super team, because if you were winning, you probably wouldn't be that fussed.
No, I mean, yeah, if you're at the top of the league, you'd be like, yeah, we are the super team.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, we are. Look at us.
Of course. Like, look at the names on the roster, man.
Yeah.
Like, easy. But yeah, it is what it is. But we dive back in second half now. BBL on the attacking side, Vitality on the defense. Look, we've already highlighted it. Vitality's pistols were woeful to this point. Actually did get the first. Scoreline would probably look quite different if they didn't. So again, keep that in mind for BBL. It would be lovely for them to get that under the belt and build themselves to the lead.
Chronicle here just fishing for info. Don't really get too much on the other side of that. Time your util on the other side, Loiter will deal with it. No contact found here. It will be Durka, maybe just to catch a glimpse. It's just a crumb, really, for Vitality.
Shadows traveling.
Here, BBL still posturing forwards here, going to open the door towards Tree. No rotation coming through yet from Vitality.
They're seemingly happy just keeping two. Profek already absconding from the site as well, so sitting pretty deep on this. Potentially just going to be trying to play this safe, potentially for a retake more than anything. A lot of kit still with BBL. You're looking at that paint shell. Profek's got to be careful to not get caught by this. Yeah, he's in a lot of danger. And he is marked. Gets himself down towards drop, but outdone by LaRock. Swing from Yampi, individual, but he still gets one. No trades available yet. That's nice for Durka. Gives him maybe a foothold to play it back through, but the frenzy's still ready. Rose still there. And Kreven with the Sheriff, and Lovers Rock forced in. He's still got it. Felt like he had no right, but he still does. It's good work here from BBL, leaving Chronicle in a 1v2. Opting to clear as he goes, but I love what we're seeing on this walk-around site. Already with a bit of a check, and there's the spot. BBL, full control.
Again, just a little bit split in terms of the decision-making here. I mean, Profek, at that point, if you're playing solo, there's no way you can get revealed. Again, forced into a TP out. He then tries to get a bit cheeky and drop back down to challenge.
But even Yampi then goes out of sync.
Yeah, I mean, he swings onto the spike, and because BBL are thinking, is there anyone here? And then they reveal Profek. It's like, yeah, they've got one person, and he's running for the hills. Like, really tricky one for BBL to read, but unfortunately, it's just minimal resistance on the side of Vitality. Go back in here. Frugal purchase from BBL.
Yeah,
Two
very
pistols
minimal.
into this.
That's risky. Can Kreven live? No, he gets overwhelmed, and as you noted, it's Frugal. So if they can take away another player, it's not the end of the world, but
I mean,
for Vitality...
Lovers Rock is already in their spawn.
Yes, yes, he is. He's quite deep on this. So plants in, Lovers Rock. How many you got here? That's one. And now they know there's an issue. That buys time. Precious seconds for BBL.
Yeah, everybody just hits shift there as soon as that kill comes through.
Profek should be able to clear a bit of this line if they 3-2-1 it. Just, again, handled so easily. BBL fully aware by this point, pushed up a little bit deeper, not leaving Lovers Rock on an island really either, making sure that he's got support there. They play around it now. They've got that security of the plant behind them. Vikron and Sayonara is probably just hoping he can give it up to the spike.
I don't think they're going to be allowed to. You can see LaRock already going forwards here. Try and get something done. Sayonara will find a consolation, but just feeding into the other players here. Lovers Rock will be the one to find number 3.
Big ult progress too.
Yeah, yeah. Almost between him and the Rock, really. The ones that you want to see that progress to early on. Themselves in a position here with a Frugal bite. To put them well situated, potentially to convert number 3 here in the second half. Get at least rifles across the board, some light shields, sure, but it's about the only gaps to note. You can see LaRock's just 2 away from Showstopper. Lovers Rock just missing 3 here.
With an early lean, lovely paranoia. There's a swing. We've seen this one before, but Durka doesn't get the same reward that Rose got. It's Yampi to take down Lovers Rock, and now with the second attempt, it's good, it's solid. And yeah, this is just a shutdown. Vitality, right place, right time, good utility. For BBL, just shake it off.
Yeah, just hang around in the blender out towards the choke point here. And Loiter, unfortunately, left in a position now where he probably can't even pin down a kill. And it'll be Chronicle to find here. Knife in hand once this wall drops.
Ooh.
Actually,
all right,
that's
yeah.
fine, a headshot, yeah.
Fair enough, you get one of those.
Chronicle.
Yeah, absolutely folded like a lawn chair. 8-7 though, okay, so the gap doesn't get extended too far. Bonus, no conversion, so again, the fact that they just doubled down on this after that paranoia landed, the stun then layered in. There was no way out of this.
BBL maybe just thinking this is some U2 invested to slow them down, but there are so many bodies behind it. Oh, Yampi alluded to it. He's desperately trying to get the energy up on stage. Trailing by 1 now, but operator in hand, yeah, for Lovers Rock.
That'd be a big punish if Yampi tries to take that space again, or anyone pushing up that far. Oh, you're lucky to be alive, but he gets caught on the back pedal. Yampi doing it himself. And now we're going to be hearing how BBL want to recover this. Sadly, I don't think I'll be able to translate, but we're going to listen in anyway.
Kanka alt üst olur. Ona şey yapacağım, shoulder'la gidiyorum.
Kanka Baycım Olimp'in cebinde tutuyordu belki bu alt.
Beyler C'de bolu yok çocuğun. C gelsenize.
Ben bunu bir operatörle vurmaya çalışacağım Eren olsun. Hani sol kana bakıyorum.
Utku C'ye gireceğiz.
Volu var C'de, volu var C'de.
Alın alabiliyorsanız.
Hadi oğlum Utku.
C tek gibi kanka, C'de hiçbir şey yok. Gelsenize.
Girelim multiyle gelsenize Utku.
Utku dönsene.
A'da Pro'lara
A'da info verdi.
Eren olsun. A'da bir tane smoke aldım. C'ye gireriz
Gelin C'ye.
Ha. Burası retake gibiyse ulti basmak zorunda değilim.
Okey kan tamam. Adam kontak yürüyün o zaman yükselim yok.
Ha. Gel pik diyor.
Sağ kol atın. Sağ kol atın.
Var.
Atın kan go.
Görüm.
Kanka
Tamam sorun yok. CT'yi fatihseniz onunla. Alın CT'yi.
Yürüyemiyoruz biz ya.
At barını ya. Gel. Öldü.
Geri çık geri.
Nade attım.
Geri çıkın.
Çık.
Bomba atacaksınız beyler.
And the comms get hectic, and you can see why. Taking down Kron, but the site, there's a rotation or two already in. Larok wants to go forward. Sayonara waiting, gets it, drops it. Loiter in the meantime did get Dirk, and it's a Sayonara show right now. There's Loiter soon to follow, and they start getting those steps back towards the site, leaving Rose in a 1v3. Sayonara set up to succeed and gets 4.
Really awkward reveal up top here for Rose to deal with, but again, in a position where he has to clutch out. There's a ton of bodies on the other side. Initially, a big win on the way in here, and I think as well, just hearing from the comms, just going through the motions, it's a checklist here. Baiting out the wall, waiting. You hear them discussing the rotation, but then looking for that utility on the way back in. I mean, avoiding the showstopper shot, I believe it gets tagged down to like 30 or 40 HP. But they are hungry for that kill to get ahead of that rotation. Fortunately now, BBL in a position where they're going to have to scrape together something here in round 17. We're tied up 8 apiece now.
Oh, it's a tempo change for sure. BBL directing approach and another challenge for Kron. He's been on the receiving end of a lot of these hits, and BBL looking to really not relent. Sayonara in a rotation. Yampi still not too far away. Cross is made. Kron gets one. Swing from Sayonara. Lovely synergy as Chronicle allowed to devour this push coming his way. Keeps control of the site. Notes at least one of these last two players. Not sure if he knows about the second.
Paranoia sent through Sayonara to clean up this round. Vitality and in-zone flawless. Headphones out. Tech pause. Yeah, there you go.
Caught it live. Caught it live. Nice work, observers. Good catch.
This is like the stuff that should be caught in some of these replays, but Sayonara here to clean up this round. Again, certainly some threat. Yeah, we didn't mute that one. That's because the headset came out.
Yeah, do you know what I'd really like, though? Some extension cables on those inners. That's what I'd like. This is actually a BBL timeout from what I know. So BBL actually taking this opportunity to check in. It's been 3 in succession now from Vitality, and probably the right time for it. A couple of ults starting to hit as well. You're going to have that for BBL in pocket with Loiter's got the Omen ult there, Lover's Rock as well on the Neon, and of course the Fade ult with Rose. So those 3 ready to go. On the other side, Sayonara, no surprises after his impact in round 16 and the follow-up in 17. And of course Chronicle as well in unison. So those 2 able to very much handle a lot of pressure if it does start coming towards their sites.
Obviously you do see here the match schedule for BBL through stage 1. And again, some of the...
God, that's a tough finish, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Again, to come out with sort of, I mean, yeah, broken, battered and bruised from the opening 3 weeks in terms of the actual performance here we've seen following Santiago, to have Vitality and Fnatic to close out your stage here, and obviously playoffs dangling in the sidelines here. It's brutal for BBL. This is really the series that, with what we've seen with Fnatic going on, this is the one that really you'd look for them to contest.
I have the spike.
With that said, Vitality looking like they've certainly done some work here. So for BBL, tough opponent to meet at this point. Not quite knowing what you're going to be walking in against. Have they done some more changes? What sort of form are they in? Bit of an unknown quantity at times. For BBL, a very different look in tempo. Again, much slower. You saw that pacey approach towards 8. This is almost the polar opposite.
So yeah, nobody from Vitality really going forwards. Rely heavily on Chronicle's ability to tie down that A site.
Yeah, trying to bait the footsteps, but it's Profek up top as well in unison to make it work. Yampi with a shot. His Loiter is going to answer back. Yampi's in a bit of a predicament now. Hard to back away from.
Yeah, they're reading as a third
right.
player there potentially. TP into pit here. Chronicle might just capitalize.
I think he's heard it. He's ready.
30 seconds left.
Going to call in the cavalry. Dirk is on the way trying to catch that cross. Bot there. Forces his position to be noted. Kron's going to clear Loiter. Now it kind of tells you what's happening. Seas has
We're gonna
caught,
see the Seas,
but
yeah.
it doesn't matter. Dirk is still with a great shot. Vitality starting to look well prepared now.
Up to double digits, really well controlled. And maybe not a solid understanding of what lay behind this postured up hold towards the C site.
Yeah.
TP across here and Chronicle, it just there's no pressure, so he's just tucked. Forty with a great catch there, actually. Yeah. Seen a pixel out of place behind the paranoia and the orb. BBL now, unfortunately, forced to deal with some pretty difficult rounds ahead of them. Said double digits here, only got a rifle for LaRock. Upgraded pistols for sure. Chronicle, unconfirmed, but tagged up early on.
I don't know if you'd carry on that pathing or just maybe, yeah, you can't make assessments off of that or assumptions. Dropping to the other side. Who's here? Durka with an operator. Not really heard too much of it yet, but he knows that the Prowler's coming. Does actually catch, bloody hell.
Durka's like, how is that gourmet?
It did snap. Like, admin, get that one. Sadly, the problem is, even with that in mind,
they don't know
what it is.
That's caught on and what's behind it, yeah.
That could have still been Chronicle, potentially. That could have been anyone there. They don't have any idea. It could be Yampy for all they know. Slow and steady, walking up towards the A site. Good approach.
Chronicle, again, just shouldering this angle. But again now,
30 seconds
yeah, the wall will go off, the smoke will cover though. Is he going forwards here?
Oh no, a real misread on that moment. And now the site certainly open to scrutiny as they do. Oh, that's a tag, driven down on 12, but still alive.
Again, Lovers Rock gonna go forwards here. Pressure up towards that one way. Sayonara, alongside Yampy here. Kreven's certainly the next target to find here. 12 HP for him.
He's so low. No one's actually gone through door yet, so he still gets another chance at life until now. Sayonara's going to clear him. Yeah, done. Can they get the rest, though? Still got Lovers Rock with the rifle and LaRock, so danger is certainly imminent. Into Glad. What a shot! Couldn't adjust in time. Sayonara doing incredibly well, but it's still 1v1. And LaRock down on 21 HP. Yampy.
Who's made steps?
Draw him in.
He knows it's a fake.
LaRock's not falling for it until then. Had to react. Should have time on this. Yampy just about keeping it in hand, but bloody hell, that was with one rifle, I think.
Yeah. So much threat in this round. And again, BBL unfortunate not to actually find this. And Chronicle, he maybe read into maybe one player slipping ahead of this, but BBL just throw a ton of bodies in between this wall and the smoke. There's a bloody brawl onto the site here. Yampy, a little bit of a dance from Chronicle.
Just for fun?
Just emoting.
Yeah, jester maxing, fair enough. Double ops, well, one on either side. So Lovers Rock there, Durka on the other.
Again, it's a position here where Durka's... Ooh, Lovers Rock nearly catching a beautiful pre-fire onto that angle. Not necessarily
shadows traveling.
Solid in terms of information here early on in round 20. Ultim's Eyes do have Lovers Rock. I mean, LaRock not too far away. Kreven just missing one as well. On the side here, Chronicle and Sayonara with ults to invest. Should they see it necessary? A switch up here as well, because Durka's kind of trying to bait them in. They do have Chronicle set up. This time around the setup. Yampy, good for the first
Do
though.
they live? Do they still live? Profek almost soaking that damage, allowing for a bit of a retreat from Yampy, who's barely able to get away from him. Sayonara, that's going to be a blind shot. Maybe a reveal helped there, but still Sayonara going to maybe levy that springboard they would have wanted, and Yampy's still going to find his impact.
3 HP.
30 seconds left.
He's taken a beating throughout this round, but he's still alive.
Desperate to try and close down that kill, but able to keep 4 standing here, and Durka again will catch a barrel out of place here, and just Loiter left to find.
13 seconds, not going to happen. Nice little kind of mini crossfires set up pretty quickly in that. Again, the fact that Yampy gets to live, looking like Profek was just the sacrificial lamb almost, happy to just sit there and soak it.
Yampy just has absolutely no right to be this far forwards. He had a kill, like I said, to live as well throughout that. Even so, Sayonara, from the other angle, it looked like maybe there's a smoke down the stairs, but there's nothing here, and there's nobody on the angle to enable Lovers Rock to go that aggressive to chase down that kill. Just gets a freebie. Currently sitting at 20 and 10 for Vitality. So he was the missing piece of the puzzle, and certainly delivering here on Lotus.
On with the op. Interesting enough. Double stacked up high-low over towards Mound as well. I think that's just been dismantled, but Durka going forward. That's a bit risky here. It's Creven's waiting on this. Spots him, but doesn't get to do too much damage, if I think any at all.
Here, Paranoia sent through. Desperate to try and pressure forwards. I mean, look at them. They're pushing all the way into spawn here. BBL have to pick up the pace towards A.
Yeah, they've got to get going. They've got to try and at least look threatening on that A site, as already it looks like Vitality sitting a little bit deeper to get ready to soak this hit. They don't need to overextend as Larocque, if he wanted to progress, he takes a lot of damage for it, but he does get Kron. An unnecessary shot potentially, but fortunately enough, Yampy there to swing out and catch the pressure. And now that rotation towards B doesn't feel so good. You got Profek catching Larocque, trying to get some security up towards that CT side. Plant could be on the cards, but Sayonara closing in. Doesn't get the shot he wanted, but trying to, ooh.
Oh, it's actually, yeah, this thing bounces back.
That seems mad to me. Plant now in. BBL, can you hold down the fort?
Lovers Rock here on an angle, but only a Guardian. He's got to hit some heads if he wants to find value.
He's still got Durka down. I don't know how. Loiter and Rose going to do what they can in a 2v3. Sayonara is low. That's one thing on their side. And Shorty can still do damage as Rose. You got to clutch up here, man. That's such a nice try. But nice tries and not enough today. 13 rounds for Vitality.
Vitality stabilizing here. Keep BBL at bay in this second half after a resurgence for them in the first. That's probably a sigh of relief for Vitality, Lauren.
It's got to be, and we are going to be hearing from Durka, the man himself, down on the stage.
He's walking over, he's taking his time, because you got to lap up the victory a little bit there, Durka, especially because, look, the first half, good start, bit of a weaker ending though on it. So what happened towards the tail end of that first half for you?
I mean, it took too long, I think, to exit. I mean, I was saying to the boys, we can go, and by that time, like 10 seconds passes and I die from off. But it's fine. And then on defense, we knew, like, it's our strong half, we knew how to play, and I think we did really well.
You definitely did. Of course, that strength showed. You ended up winning that one. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll let you join your team. And of course, everyone else at home, we get to go to a break on the other side of it. We'll see if Vitality get that 2-0 for themselves.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
That was an important win on Lotus after last week's struggles. What were you focusing on prep-wise coming into the map?
Well, obviously we changed the Killjoy for the Vise. It's just an agent that's working really, really well in the current meta, especially against a comp like Eternal Fire player, but also more importantly like BBL play as well. Just gives it a lot more strength, especially on that defense side, as you can see, and actually that allows us to play slightly more confidently on the opposite side. And as a result, that then ties into, frankly, the biggest focus that we had for the week, which was just being a little bit calmer, being a hell of a lot more confident, and actually a lot more positive with the stuff we're doing. Recognizing the good stuff, not always just expecting and needing perfection. And yeah, it's made the difference we wanted to do on the first map.
I was a little bit worried when it felt like that first half was emanating what you said happened last week, Kakuka. But look, props to it. Coaches and players noticing that they knew that there was that strength in the second half for themselves, and they were able to remain calm and able to come out victorious. So congratulations, Vitality. That's one map win.
I kind of want to be just a bit mean just because I know Power being like, it's great that you say that about Vice. It's not like a change. It was always strong. But I think it's great that they see they see that change, and they see also the fruit that it gave on the defense. I think that we saw it round after round. Both Sayonara and Chronicle, the utility was having so much impact. But when you're playing against a composition that does not run the Viper, does not have the Vice, like it definitely made a big difference.
Yeah, thanks for telling us how Vise works. It's almost like we've been saying that EMEA should be playing Vise in EMEA. So yeah, obviously.
So what you're saying is he should listen to you guys more.
Yeah, he should listen to us most of the time, actually. If we're going to speak about PAL in particular, he definitely should be listening to us.
I feel like I want to listen a little bit to the Vitality players because, well, they were bringing that calm energy, but they were also taking it up a whole nother level, right? They were doing the energy Yampi was talking about. He said he wanted to bring a little bit of ex-BBL back for himself, but
it doesn't even matter.
Bro, he lost, like, they lost a 3v1, I think, when he started screaming, it doesn't even matter. Like, I think it kind of does matter.
Oh, it's contagious.
I love seeing this.
But my favorite definitely was Chronicle. I don't know if it was because of the Vice or the vibes of themselves. Yeah, both of them. But it is good to see them like that. This was definitely a map to celebrate for themselves because they did separate themselves as a team from BBL.
What are those things, you know, like at car dealerships, the big like noodle men things, the inflatable? That's essentially what I think Chronicle was doing. That's literally what I pictured.
He was doing a wave, no? I have no idea, but I kind of like that as well. That's a good one.
I just thought, I don't know why, but it just really reminded me of it. But it feels like it's contagious, right? Between themselves, between us as well. And BBL were doing it a little bit for themselves, but it almost felt out of necessity. Like that is just what BBL does time and time again. But falling for a fake in this round was not necessarily characteristic of BBL, and great work from Vitality.
I really like this round from Vitality because we were talking and asking them to act like a team, you know, and this are the kind of moments where we could see that this was a complicated round for BBL to read into. So many changes, Prophet, them trying to make some space onto C, some things happen onto A, the quick, even with just 12 seconds on the clock, the ultimate onto the spike. These are the kind of rounds that throw your enemy off so much, and Yampi was playing so well the entirety of the map. Seriously, it was not only the vibes, like, yeah, it wasn't perfect, but there were so many good decisions from his side.
These were the kind of rounds that Yampi and Prophet were doing when they were on BBL last year. So seeing them actually being able to bring them out now, being up against BBL, is nice and hopefully promising going into this kind of second map as well.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It is that map pick where they end up winning it. And so now you wonder, are you just as prepared for what BBL picked up for themselves? Are you ready for that Haven and what they could potentially be showing? Are you, I guess, as aware of what changes have needed to happen for Vitality? Because when we hear the coaches, they knew what needed to change on Lotus.
Yeah.
But is it there for Haven?
Yeah, and what is there anything that is going to change for Haven? Because we did see them play it, I believe it was week 1
against Giant X,
against Giant X with the double controller, right? And we've just seen Sayonara having such a good showing on the Viper. But we've also seen him moving to the duelist on other maps. So the question is, based on what everybody else is doing, based on the strengths that you've seen, and probably what you've seen yourself lacking in some of these weeks, are we also going to be seeing changes for Haven? But from both of the teams, right, at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I hope for both of the teams if we want to start talking about BBL as well. We kind of spoke about it as well in the map veto that they had played a pretty outdated composition, all things considered. When we look at Haven, yeah, like
2021.
It's,
bruh.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which honestly, like, we are seeing a lot of teams lean into that Jet since the changes that have come around, and I'm okay with that. I think it was mainly the Breach that were like, oh, I don't know. But then when I saw it initially, I was like, yeah, that's okay. LaRock is great on Breach usually, but I would like to see them, you know, be a bit more innovative. And
you're not going to see it.
Apparently, we're not going to see it.
What are you pointing at?
Oh, just the agent's like, sorry.
Oh, yeah. No. I thought that you were... I'm sorry, Nat. BBL decided not to change the composition. I will say, though, there is an existing synergy between the players and how they play these roles. I do not think that it was necessarily everything bad with this double initiator. I do think that individually there were so many moments where they were lost and the situation was just bigger than themselves. At the end of the day, Vitality decided to change things on Lotus and decided to take BBL there. And for BBL, they have to be really confident for them not to change this and just rely on the composition to go on a match that, remind you, bears the entire weight of their playoffs. If BBL is not able to win this one, it is out of contention for playoffs.
Which is crazy to even say out loud that they will be eliminated from playoffs. There's obviously a lot of pressure coming into this map now, knowing what's at stake. And for Team Vitality, they're obviously in a situation where they need to be able to continuously win out these games.
I just think it's so funny because also at the same time, if Vitality is to win this map, they block Giant X as well. So this is the first time that you're going to see Pipson rooting against the Breach.
Well, we'll see if the rooting against the Breach continues. We can see if, you know, there's a similar sentiment with our casters, the High fucking Pansy.
How do you feel about Breach?
Right, okay, so...
Yeah.
Cue the hate train. But I don't hate it.
Oh, I didn't
What I
expect
do
that.
hate it is in a double initiator and a team that looks great in double duelist, but here it's a bit of a role overlap, right? Breach is just so reliant on you all-inning.
Sure.
On that initial wave and like just taking space, finding kills, whatever. Outside of that, back half of the round, it's like, well, cool, we didn't get 2 kills there. It's like, oh, well, we
see you next round.
Yeah, I wish we had something else here. That's the awkward thing with it. And again, it's like the old value in terms of like versus other initiators or even outside of that, I mean, another duelist. It's just, that's the part that comes into question for me. So to see the Breach and it's over, that's what makes it hard to really, really execute.
We're going to find out now. A lot on the line for BBL as well. Playoffs potential rides on this. And Vitality claim the first. Of course, this is going to be the choice of BBL. So, by all rights, they should feel a little more comfortable with that in mind. And who knows what we get from Vitality.
Looking here as if they are going to walk into a wide open B site. And 2 players tucked into Link.
Oh, no.
But on the angle so quickly here is Durka and 2 freebies.
Yeah, just catching LaRock, just utility in hand. Just, maybe unawares that it was completely open. No one keeping eyes on it, but problem is that's got a sting. Dirk is going to see more, at least one walk in that smoke, potentially both. Yeah, both now seen. Paranoia's in. It's a slaughter, and it's a simple one. Vitality with an in-zone flawless. They've been working on those pistols.
Again, certainly a discussion has been made about these pistols. A lot more cautious on Lotus, but here, I mean, again, just running away with the space. Dirk is just thinking, there's got to be someone here, surely.
Someone's watching it somewhere.
Barely any resistance at all here. Nice! Like I said, an in-zone flawless to kick off the second map here. And already an indication, certainly, that, again, no surprise as to where LaRock's going to be. It's fairly obvious in terms of some of the setups of where they want to crunch, of where they can probably dig him out from. Again, majority of the time, he is just going to be Yuto in hand. He's going to be waiting for a stun on contact. Again, because you're not in a position to just kind of reactively invest that utility. In terms of precision.
Dirk is slipping this again. Oh no, he's been caught that time for sure. Little off sync with the util to an extent, but also trying to get a little bit ahead of expectation. Speaking of that, big rotation here. Yeah, as B is left very vulnerable.
Bit of util to work with here in the post for Vitality as well.
I think even Vitality are a little surprised at the fact that this is once again left open. That's a little risky. Needs a lot of people to keep in support, and Profek gets all 3.
Sorry, how has he got all 3 there?
I don't know. I actually don't know. I thought he was just helping out on the damage front, but apparently he got all 3. Now the timing. Oh! That's wild, he got 4 there.
It did not look like he was landing those shots, by the way. It's maybe a movement penalty coming in his favor. And catch from Sayonara at the start here. Ooh, Durka did maybe just catch a glimpse. I think it went through the shin of one person, by the way.
All damage through the shin.
Guys, good shit, guys. I think I need to learn how to clear an angle.
Asking the important questions.
Yes.
Yeah,
Any tips? Should I get the judge?
Yeah.
Maybe. Bucky.
A judge would help in this situation.
It would have. Looking at this though, bonus round, it looks solid. You got a lot of damage dealing power here.
It's only really Profek still on that Guardian. Certainly a chance here to make a push to convert the third. Actually here, Lovers Rock down to 2 HP. He's tagged off this angle, still gets a kill though, Durka. Actually gets bested. At this point now, in the site, here comes through. Chronicle will find the kill, but the BBL actually finding responses here. Kreven, the one to find Profek, and now just leaving Sayonara in a 1v4. Maybe Vitality reading a little too heavy into some freedom towards B.
You know, the line has to eventually be established, right? We've abused it 2 rounds. The third is the one step too far. A relatively robust buy as well for Vitality, so... Okay, Sayonara. Got anything beyond this,
30 seconds left.
Gonna force the rock out. Just spinning around in middle. They're all in front of you, don't worry.
Yeah, nobody is
no
flanking.
one's behind. He's so paranoid about it, but I promise you, no one else is there. Okay, still gonna get one on the way up, but BBL gonna get there first. Took a little bit of work.
Yeah, crucial for BBL to keep this in check early on. I said Lovers Rock does so well to find not just the first here, but at least slowing things down on the way into B site. That's a great catch as well. The reveal actually sets Kreven up perfectly. The vibes on display.
I don't know what the vibes are.
Yeah, no. Oh, there's you missed a question.
Did I?
Actually, I mean, if you didn't hear it, I'll answer it. A wacky waving inflatable arm flaming tube man. That's the Chronicle impression we saw.
Oh,
That was asking what it was called from the car dealership.
Right. Got it.
That's the MO for the
That's what it
energy
was.
today on stage.
Fair enough. So a very different approach from Vitality. Heavily focused towards garage control early on, but look at that mid-walk coming out. Turret's going to be dealt with, so the information's there, and certainly now with Chronicle being killed, but Profek trying to catch the timing, and he might have got it. No, he's been noted. Yeah, got greedy on that one. Thought he still had a chance at it, but there was support in play.
Now just Sayonara and Yampi. Lovers Rock on the other side of this smoke. In full control of A long here, so no threat just yet for BBL. Loiter is down to 44 HP though, so he is the weaker target to find for Vitality. Still decent util, not sure the timing of the recon here for Yampi, but certainly will be a big tool potentially here in the post, because they're going to be given the plant.
30 seconds left.
To make something out of this would be very impressive though, a 2v4.
Revealing area.
He's using it now. Okay. A little bit paranoid, potentially. One away from Hunter's Fury after this plant, but to get one for free would be surprising, to say the least. Flank is on the way as well. That back line will be soon taken by Kreven.
We're going to know about 3 with the start coming through.
6 bullets to play with as well. This gets awfully uncomfortable. And there it is. This should be pretty much a formality. Yampi, you barely got the bullets to deal with every single player right now, but you're going to put in a valiant attempt, but that's all it will be. BBL tying up the scoreboard.
Getting early on, like I said, it's crucial for BBL to maintain control of this opening stretch of rounds. At least initially. Like it might just favour Vitality, but it's, I mean, the 1-for-1. You see Rose just so paranoid of the possibility. And Profek rightfully so. I mean, he certainly has a timing in terms of the drone passing through, but it's the smoke dropping that causes a real issue for him. 50 euros. Damn.
That's pretty affordable.
We should.
I mean, should we?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Get it in the car afterwards?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, 2-2. Judge out and about, and Durka, well, it's the green light to go, isn't it? Paranoia said, let's go have a ball. Already going to take down Loiter. Hunter's Fury, going to put him on alert, but doesn't do much to dissuade the position. They've got a smoke to play into, and that's about all she wrote. And bye-bye, Durka. Simplistic stuff from Rose. And now the rotation's coming in, but they're going to have to wait a while for this back line.
Lovers Rock taking a ton of damage. Down to 60 here. Profek posted up in this smoke. Back away now, though. We'll be able to cycle that across, though. Did you see another 5 seconds for another one? But Chronicle now has to keep this flank in check, and Kreven wins out.
Yeah, Yampi. Nothing to do here, man. Okay! The cosmetic stun and flash, apparently. He's just fine. Vitality making something out of nothing, unless Kreven can do, I don't know, I want to say miracles, but someone's got to check. Okay, that'll do it. That'll be job done there. Yampi with the shock dart. Vitality up to 3.
Pace change here on the back of the judge from Durka. Hunter's Fury to pave the way. Part of the seas, really, for Durka to find the entry.
I know exactly where.
The Yampi just does so well to find this kill. And stop that from really becoming very unfavourable for Vitality. Still looking energetic down there. Yeah, looking to go forwards again. Lovers
With
Rock.
all that spam, he still goes for it?
Certainly to be unexpected after that sort of focus towards breaking the door early on. Kreven
Oh, no.
gets onto the same angle here. BBL giving away 2 openers here to Vitality.
That's a fumble. Potentially a bad miss. As the Rock wants to drop the smoke here. Rose playing up close, but now going to be, I want to say screwed, but actually has a chance to thrive. Does what he could. But most on just the way down here. Noted as well. Lloyd has not got it. Kron with 4.
Be an indicator of Vitality hitting a bit of a rhythm here in this first half of Haven.
Breaks the money too.
It does, yeah. Puts them in a really awkward... Oh, okay, well that's the shot the Chronicle lands. Okay, all right.
Yeah, pretend you mean it, bro. Stand up and tell me to sit down and pretend you mean that. All right.
There's a beautiful shot, a beautiful round.
They're
They're going to time out. They're going to time out.
Yeah.
Bad call from the coaches there. They have not timed out.
They've not read that well.
We're going to have a check-in with our coaches afterwards. Misreads. Poor Anti.
Might be a BBL timeout after this one, though.
Now, that we can talk about. As it's Sheriffs, it's, I think, Lovers Rock's ult, and Vitality should be cautious, erring on the side of.
Bit of a yawn here coming into this round.
Yeah. A little snoozy.
BBL happy to receive. Maybe Vitality's aggression here, and Sayonara just gets onto the angle for free.
What do you make of Sayonara so far? Because, I mean, he was kind of touted as, you know, the child of prophecy, right? This upcoming, wait till he's here, big threat. Where do you rate him on that scale?
I don't necessarily put any heavier criticism on him individually than I do Vitality as a whole, to be honest.
Sure.
If Vitality came out and they looked, I don't want to say flawless, but very, very comfortable, and then Sayonara was kind of putting up the numbers we have seen, then I'd be probably a little more critical. But I think he's probably in par with what we've seen. But speaking of, Lovers Rock a chance to have a say in this round. It won't come through. Krevin cleaned up. But yeah, I think it's difficult to really place him in terms of what we've seen from Vitality overall. Like I said, I didn't want to give them any time to adjust. Again, we had a little bit of an off-season kind of context to grab from that coming into stage one. But I think where Vitality has struggled, you can't necessarily say, oh yeah, Sayonara's not looked good, because it's a team they haven't looked good.
Yeah, no, see that I very much agree with. When I think about kind of, you know, I don't want to say the chosen ones, right? You've got obviously tens during whatever run you want to pick to.
BBL timeout.
That's a bit later than I think Vitality would like. Pal, get on comms. But you look at, like, I don't know, if you look at the big archetype of that sort of play, you've got your like tens out there. I'd put Alpha in that conversation as well. That even when the team looked shaky, you could still see that incredible potential. Now, I just don't know if Sayonara is that player.
I think it would be a very different discussion if we were sat here and like Vitality have struggled, but Sayonara is dropping 25-30 every map.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, okay, cool. The prodigy that's promised, basically.
Yeah, that's what I'm like kind of, I guess, asking for is,
I think we've already seen
that role?
We've already seen
know.
examples that he is exceptionally talented. I think
for sure.
I don't want to say a victim of being overhyped, but also you come into this roster where they're clearly struggling in terms of adjusting or tweaking certain things. I think it's fair to say he's probably hit the ground running, but as a team they've struggled.
Yeah, I want to check back in on it maybe like a year from now, right?
I want to check back in at a global. That for me would be
truly the difference maker, isn't it? Because you got the Wonder Kid in Alpha when he was obviously just an obscene player. He's one of those that call your eye. You've got obviously tens as well. These sort of characters that you look towards. But back onto the purchase here. Timeout called by BBL to try and alleviate some of the woes that have been plaguing them in the last couple of rounds. And Rose actually going to find the first. And we're going to be hearing from Vitality now as they're going to have to deal with this.
But it's not
Guys,
up here.
Can be. Wait, come back to B. I have ulti right now. We will just insta-exec. They don't have some ulti against us. They might have jet operator on us though.
No, jet tight.
Okay, good.
Guys, listen, we can just omen TP, plant on TP
Yes,
back,
good.
then you have ult for
Give the spike then.
Yeah,
I'll give you some.
Bridge down. I'm ulting, boys.
Yeah. I'm holding A push.
Sapper down, trip down.
Come down, you're fine.
I'm holding A push.
Careful A-Link. A-Link is open. I'm TPing now. I'm diverting.
I'm playing under
Boys,
wind.
they already used one smoke. You can
I have two molly. I have one molly.
I'm playing wind now.
We have A flank. We are chilling. Profik is going for play on top B. I'm chilling.
I have one shock plus reveal. Do they have smokes?
He TP'd somewhere. Could be top side on Profik.
Okay, guys, do they have smokes?
top. Nice. No
smoke. Just sell Profik. Sell Profik.
Yes, I have reveal Timo then after.
Profi, you're the best fucking player, go.
Profik, put him down, kurva.
I love that ending. I'll take that one.
Self-Profek is a golden call in this
outstandingly
situation.
good.
But again, a really good understanding. Other than, I mean, obviously the only outlier here could be a jet operator, but that's the only thing really that can stop this late hit into B, at least getting the ultimate down. I mean, again, the other possibility being you smoke off and allow potentially somebody from BBL to get close enough to contest this ultimate, but really well navigated here. And again, it's the composure on the spec. We're talking about how things feel a little calmer for Vitality. I think that's a perfect round to really summarize that.
And speaking of calm, you ain't going to get it this round, though. BBL wants some pressure. They want some tempo. There's Lloyd already going to take away Dirk, but Sayonara on the chopping block and comes out swinging. Takes away Lover's Rock and now looks to find another follow-up. A lot of pressure, a lot of issues on his play. Cushion gets him. Sayonara controlling long. That area is just his.
And a number of times he's finding value here, and it's in a round where BBL go aggressive, trying to capitalize on maybe a little complacency alongside lesser weaponry. Again, forced out of the angle, but it's Sayonara to find a third before falling, and Profek all the while has found himself some space on the C site. Krevin now got to be conscious that somebody has slipped the net. Camera going to be revealed as well, but Profek not going to deal with it just yet. It's going to bait Krevin back in.
I feel like they know that someone could be here, though. Krevin's really diligently clearing, and asleep at the wheel. Profek punished, and now do they continue like this?
Oh my God, Yampy. Just catches him going for the rifle. That is disgusting. Now just a 37 HP LaRock.
Left. Ouch. Full shields as well for both Kron and Yampy, so... Woof.
Was that a bark? Does that count? Oh, that was an
no,
oof.
That was kind of like
a woof. You did it, not me. I mean...
Why did you bring attention to it? It's now it's a 1v1, and it could go in the clip, Michael, because he's investing his ult. Oh dear, what is going on? Oh!
No! He got him! There's no way!
From the grave!
The shot dart from 11 feet in the air.
Oh man, that's a tilter of an end as well for LaRock. Oh mate, that's the most yampy round.
Yeah, it is the most yampy outcome.
We started barking. Yeah. Of course he's done this. Look at it!
That's just... Nah.
Look at it! Looks like a goddamn superhero up there.
Full Legolas, just levitating.
Oh, that's a mad one. Oh, BBL, I feel for you in this.
By the way, LaRock had no right to even make that doable.
Yeah, literally.
37 HP.
There.
A Guardian, you just said, both super healthy on the side of Vitality. Comes down to the shock dart. Does have the Hunter's Fury available now. Again, looking very healthy in terms of this ult cycle for Vitality, only missing the lockdown. The other side of TP, Hunter's Fury, and a neural theft for BBL. But again, they have to be a little more decisive in some of these rounds. Again, previously talking about the aggression, the breach, not really being applied in the way that I was talking about. And it's difficult to do so without a second duelist to go hyper-aggressive. Kind of invest massively around that, especially with Lover's Rock on an operator now.
Well, we are approaching 35 seconds, and there's not much headway made for Vitality. They don't have C-long control. They don't have A-long control. This is actually a really hard site take wherever they want to head towards. There's issues here.
To run.
And now just oh no,
it's
wait, Lloyd has gone down. Hold on, but Krevin's got it back.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, this is all going weird. This is a very late round call here, 15 seconds. Vitality, where do you want to go? Spikes in on B. Lover's Rock doesn't hit the shot on the cross. Ult on top, Sayonara just trying to hug the wall, plants in to get out with their life. No, Krevin going to put Durka down to his death, and now Chronicle and Sayonara with it all to do. It is 4 players from BBL in on the site itself. Vitality. Oh my God, they went for it. Kron goes in on it. Sayonara, desperate but dead, as BBL keeping some hope alive.
They just can't slow this down enough on the side of Vitality. Again, BBL would have had to tank so much decay to get close enough to the front of site here. You see, trying to at least toy with the timings there is Chronicle.
Oh.
But 2 beautiful catches from both Krevin and LaRock. The perfect time in the round.
God, it took a lot there.
Yeah, there's a chance where really Sayonara can farm in that choke point.
I was a little concerned it could have turned into a bit of a show there for him, but fortunately for BBL, it's got them enough to keep a slim heartbeat still going.
Again, this is almost a timeout to let BBL sweat as well. A 7-3 scoreline here. Certainly a discussion to be had on the side of Vitality. Getting a little reckless in some of these rounds where we're talking about things feeling calmer and more composed this week.
And then that round happens after the Yampy mid-air.
And the investment comes through for Vitality though, and they're just going to come out with that with Profek and Durka on their ultimates. On the other side, it's only the TP for Loiter on the side of BBL. So both teams have masses to invest in these final 2 rounds. I mean, the only one really would be a big round from Chronicle to get the lockdown. On the other side of that, Larocque, potentially a Rolling Thunder. And Creven doing a lot of work in this first half. Again, no surprise to see that on a defensive Haven side for BBL, but it's been a lot more tempered overall. And again, I think that plays into the composition discussion. We're going to have to see a big step change on the attack to really find value from this breach.
Still like a couple more rounds to their name just to give them a bit of buffer. Can't be leaving it down to those 10 seconds though if you are Vitality. Just, ooh. Unlucky.
I don't know if anybody actually had eyes on that to see it wasn't broken.
I don't think so, but this time, okay, so before, if you remember, it was Creven kind of playing it down by that cut in on C long, but Loiter wanted to go further, and he gets punished for it. Profek catches him.
Rose immediately calling Lovers Rock back, sorry, onto the site. Just when he was considering the rotation. Vitality now drifting back and forth in spawn.
It can't be another late round. It just can't be. We're at 40 seconds though. This is respectable still. Maybe looking to explore that pick they got earlier. TP comes in. That's going to be Lovers Rock noted. That could be the operator. It is. Rattles off a shot. 25 seconds. Time to go. Shock darts
make some headway here.
They've got to start moving. What's going on? Waited and actually gets what they need. 18 seconds. Creven, can you stop it now? That's 1, 2, and a third. 4th almost there. Rose with a grab. And BBL punishing the slow approach from Vitality.
Talks about Creven doing a ton of work in this first half. Look at this hold when Lovers Rock gets removed. Again, just questioning the amount of headway that Vitality have made in the downtime that they don't have. This is last 20 seconds. They get into a site. There's already 3 members of BBL behind this first engagement that's taken. It'll be a second in succession for BBL. Up to 4 now. Again, cracks start to show in terms of the finances. Durka does have the ultimate to offset that, though.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, ult still, as said. Considered.
This way.
But gonna have to do something with this. Straight in towards that B site, trying to cut the lines, cut behind them. They're too late to the party, but somehow Larocque and Loiter coming out on top. Cron caught in the crunch. Leaving Sayonara and Yampy fully noted. And nowhere to go. They've hit a brick wall here. BBL, I guess you could argue, it's a matter of survival for them. They have found form when needed. What does Yampy and Sayonara do now?
And lots to consider here. A little bit of time left to play with.
Toxin screen down.
And they need a kill for free, and I don't think BBL, the way they've been playing, are going to be going forward in this situation. It's Creven and Larocque here to deal with over towards the B site. Larocque is tagged up, but
Toxins going up.
getting obscured by this smoke for the time being. There's a big kill though. Yampy
30
gets
seconds
away with that
left.
one. Still 90 HP.
Toxin screen down.
Could they just turn this round? Lovers Rock still a million miles away from this and an operator in hand. Already noted, Larocque tagged up.
They give themselves the option of slipping C long.
10 seconds left. Spike
No
planted.
util here.
No.
Wait for the recon will be the next thing for Yampy.
He's still 10 seconds off from this, and that cam.
I must wait
really
alone.
nice. Okay, so they know one's close, or at least was. Where does BBL approach from? Looks like Garage. That's Sayonara's domain for now. But here we go. Swing. It's a hit. Slips
Beautiful
towards
shot.
long. Next contact. Yampy. Oh my word. Are they figuring this one out? LaRock left with an uncomfortable scenario. One to the right and one to the left. How do you manage it now? The clock ticking like it is. He tries to back away. He catches the shot towards Yampy. And now it's a swing from Sayonara.
Beautiful clean up here to flip this round on its head and give Vitality number 8, Lauren.
It's everything they would have wanted. And actually, someone will certainly know a thing or two about pulling off something like this. It's going to be standing by. That's going to be Kakuka, but I think Vlad's with her as well.
Nice! Hey! Hey! 2v4! 2v4!
Well, as you said, Lauren, someone that does not have to worry about making playoffs, let alone the first seed, are definitely fit. So I was very surprised to see actually all of you guys decided to take your day off and come and watch the games. How come?
Yeah, I mean, if it's an off day for us, and supporting our Turkish brothers is a must-do.
Wasn't it a rivalry? I thought that there was like some bad blood. In fact, JJ just in the back called you the peacemaker.
I mean, I really think that bad blood is only okay when we play against each other, right?
Yeah, okay, I like that. Also, you have your history with BBL as well. What are you making of the match? Do you like the breach?
Like right now, not particularly, but right now they're trying to find their own shape and trying to adapt the new meta as well. I believe with the momentum, taking the momentum in the second half, they can do just fine.
So what is the key? Or if you had to highlight one player for BBL to bring this back, who would you highlight?
I will say LaRock, for sure.
LaRock, absolutely, from the breach. Okay, that is exactly what we want to see. Foot is supporting BBL. Let's see if they can take us to a map number 3.
Well, it's a lot of pressure now on BBL, isn't it, right? We've got to keep our eyes on this team. 4 rounds to their name. Fortunately, to a weird degree, I guess you could argue, they weren't in the pistol rounds, they were in the buy rounds. They did it in the harder, more repeatable scenario. But it's not been a pretty display. Lovers Rock 5 to 10, The Rock 7 to 10. It's been a bit middling here.
And like I said, to make this breach now work, it requires them to really go above and beyond in terms of finding the value from this breach. Like I said, and it's super difficult, right? It's not a clear-cut kind of this is what you change, especially here when we talk about the roles and the players behind these agents. Again, it's almost like, what, do you drop the Sentinel? Do you stick Rose still on the Sova? Does Rose pick up? If you want to make this work, just having Lovers Rock, especially with how he's been the first few weeks, it's so tough.
It certainly is, and I think this is where we're going to see, really, do they have what it takes? Advantage to Vitality, sitting with 8 rounds to their name. And the turret really chunking it away. I mean, Lovers Rock's on 64. Sayonara gets eviscerated, though, taking a little bit of a liberty on that glance, but the site's theirs.
Like maybe a bit of a choreographed pistol round here for Vitality. Going to get onto this flank early enough. It will be noted here with the removal of the trip. Yampy has to play this one.
Big info.
Very, very passively for the time being.
That's 5 players basically looking his way. So he does have that dart he'd love to help out his boys with, but how are you meant to do it from here? They're still holding guard, but they've actually left long pretty open now. There's the paranoia, though. And it feels like it should be a kind of shut round. Yeah, Dirk has got it down to a 1v2, but 2 bullets to play with that Sheriff. And already time being stalled out.
You're kidding me right now.
And I think he knows. Options near on 0. Nicely done by BBL. A well-constructed round, and it's got them what they needed.
Sayonara just gets caught here in that position you never expect him to be swinging onto. And again, it's just a confirmation, basically, of the information the turret's got. Is it the orb tap? Is it just one player kind of lurking on? Did do a lot of damage, yeah. It's, unfortunately, I think BBL read the situation perfectly. Yampy not expecting, certainly not the third player on a similar angle towards CT, but again, if they are to make a push here early on, BBL pistol round to their favor. Haven't noted.
That turret is foul, by the way, to spot that out.
MVP for Vitality
honestly,
in the first couple of rounds.
The hell is that? That's got him a nice little reward. And very indicative that this is obviously quite all in towards 8. Loiter then tasked to handle with the flood that's
We've got to
coming
back
in.
away now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
Dirk
doesn't want to
tagged
get
up,
caught in a
but-
one and done, but Dirk is willing to put his life on the line for the trade, right? Just trade me. Get in there, force him back a little bit further. Lloyd is still with the paranoia, yet to burn it. Keeps slipping further back. Now cornered on the site, but it is only pistols against them.
Yeah, Chronicle the only one to really have anything in terms of an upgrade. Again, damage would be perfect here, so if they can keep them kind of herded into sight, that would be a big win for them. Turret going to be put down here to patrol A long, because I think Vitality are reading they're going to rotate back through A link.
Really nice call. But they can slip so deep into spawn. Oh, and Profec's been caught, so Vitality going to have to take a bit of a gamble on this one now. And I don't think they've been quite close enough to really punish. There's Yampy, yeah, nip in there. There we go.
First two fairly comfortable for BBL, and certainly threat here with Vitality finding that kill for free. But again, there's just there's no contingency in place towards A. In Profec, similar situation to Yampy in the pistol, has to play this so passively and rely on a miracle really to play him in. Here it's, I mean, only really Rose, Larocque and Loiter are going to struggle from this, but still respectable in terms of a round 3 inventory. Rifles in hand, obviously, for Vitality here.
Yeah, let's see how they manage to clear the likes of Yampy and Durka on this one. So we're going to have a little check-in on the comms here as Lovers Rocket has set things in motion. Durka does answer back. So BBL, let's see how it's sounding.
Tamam, chill out. Gel, C-Long'dan C gel. Tamam, çok iyi. Adam da açmıştır önüne, dikkat et kanka.
Evet, Kijo yürümeyi çok seviyor beyler, unutmayın.
Window'a
dikkat.
Bekle, beraber pikleyelim.
Beyler A'dan info olarak direkt C'ye gitsenize birlikte.
Tamam.
Endpoint'i çeklemeyin, endpoint'i çeklemeyin, adam duymasın, koşmayın.
Tamam.
Endpoint yok zaten. Kanka double door'dan girin. Tareti kırıp bir anda double door'dan koşun.
Kanka, double door'dan diyor.
Double door'u salmıyor, double git. Sollu yürüyün ama taret solda büyük ihtimal.
Tamam.
Viper'ları şu cross seviyor, unutma.
Dik cross'a dikkat. Tamam.
Full yürüyün oğlum, let's go.
Çocuklar pikliyorum. Hazırlanın. Pik. Ledim. Yürüyorum. Kapıya bakacağım bir.
Taret kırıp patlarsınız.
Diffuse cross'a taret atacağım.
Ulaştım. Kan bombayı bolun önüne kurmayı unutma.
Taret yok.
Smokları var, iki smok.
Full konda yürü.
Yürü hala yürü. GT harbi öyle
Bekle, Utku teksin şu
Utku'yla
an.
beraber yürüsene
Utku birlikte mi balın abi?
Gelsene CT.
Hayır
kurma. Tamam kurmuyorum. CT kuracağım. Tamam.
Bekle.
Ha dikkat o fingle'lar linkte.
Bekle.
Kuruyorum bombayı.
Link boş.
Bekle, sol ekran dikkat.
Yok.
Boş.
Smoklarım var. Diğeri alıyormuş gibi.
Arka geldi, arka. Arka açtı bebe direkt. Ledom'la smoke veriyorum.
Ver.
Koşuyor arkadan.
İlkten almak için yaptı.
A little bit concerning how much BBL put that stock towards getting CT control, leaving a really vulnerable player on site. But grabbing down on 8 is the next problem they have to deal with. And yeah, he's going to fall here. Durka on 4, looking for 5. Of course, he's got it. Ace in hand. Starts it, ends it, and a firm handshake.
Ace.
Certainly seeing Larocque here left on an island. He said that focus shift towards CT, ultimately BBL's demise, but not much time left to really execute that sort of game plan. Again, you have to be putting yourself in a position where you're kind of maximizing the odds, but again, here maybe the adjustment on the plant location is the answer to that equation. I think opting for this, it gives them way more options.
Move.
7 out of 10, I think.
Yeah.
The handshake, yeah.
That's solid. The one thing I'm concerned about, though, is if BBL start dropping the ball in these things, if we see Durka start to find that comfort again, gets 5 in a round, and actually off
Lovers Rock doesn't bite on that.
Yeah. But he's slowly creeping behind it. Could get a chance, gets it, brilliant. Just finding the timing and the tempo after Chronicle did manage to take down Loiter, so going to keep it even at 4 apiece.
Yeah, no smokes now for BBL. Not the rest of this round. Going to rely on a couple of engagements going their way. Yampy tucked now. Only a Guardian, so stringing together multiple going to be a bit of a task.
But imagine the barking if he did.
Is it bark or bite?
Right now, certainly looking a little sharp in this regard. Forced in, is going to go down, but certainly got information for this. Allows time for a couple of rotations.
Lovers Rock's way ahead of the curve, though.
Sayonara hoping for the best, but the bad outcome for him as Lovers Rock was so much deeper than expected. 2v3. Not gonna happen with Lovers Rock really on duty now. It's Profek last man alive, 1v3. Plant in some very complementary positions. TP in a paranoia. This would take something special. Smoke almost back up. Gamble takes a look left. And well, there's a bounding Kreven. Nice tries all around, but 3 still alive for BBL and a necessary round here.
It just keeps things in check for the time being. Again, Lovers Rock capitalizing on maybe that contact being taken elsewhere. Durka, I don't think he knows just how close he was to falling earlier on there. That goes there. It's Durka's 7th ace from VCT EMEA.
I feel like there's honestly probably more.
Yeah. I don't often call for a stat check, but that does seem low actually for Durka.
It actually does. Maybe just like a 4K specialist.
Yeah, 4K merchant.
Yeah. He's the last one over for someone else.
Yes.
Boast has just been historically nabbing them.
On the operator.
That damn.
Spam to come through here from Durka. No catch on the other side though. Spike not committed either way, so it's going to be an early fact-finding mission for BBL. Blade Storm to hand, but nothing else on the cards here. Just missing one for the TP and one for the neural theft. It is a lighter buy here from Vitality.
Don't go away if you're BBL. I think that's the plan.
Looks like they maybe got the memo. Do have the MVP posted at the top of C-Long. My goat.
Truly.
Get out of my way.
C open. I think this should be a pretty clean approach. I doubt much is going to deny that. So Plant's going to be very comfortable for BBL. Obviously Vitality going for a stack in this round with the kind of mixed bag purchase. Durka really the only one to be a nuisance and a problem here potentially.
Just get Loiter on the spam. See him thinking about it.
Lovers Rock ready. Whoa. It took a few knives to do it, but you take that. Kreven, that's a lot of bodies. Oh, Chronicles had a look. Hold on, that's now 3 on the side. The paranoia goes in, affects one but not the other. There's still an issue here. The form of Lovers Rock trying to play spoiler to this. Rose on site, lovely for BBL. Quad now, 1v2. Not gonna happen. Wish you embodies at 8 to 9.
You see the momentum, at least in terms of energy, starting to build for BBL. Themselves into a position now to contest here on Haven. Vitality obviously on one buy, so still able to create a little bit of pressure here. We'll force out a timeout here from Vitality, certainly to have a discussion.
Yeah.
There's a couple of these close affairs, but Vitality not necessarily in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and I'm with you in that. I think they've been a little bit behind the curve, kind of seeing the BBL taking the reins a bit more, right?
Yeah, being a lot more decisive in some of these rounds are BBL. Whether or not Vitality...
Oh, he's got the playbook out.
Oh, we're deep as well. Look at that. It was page 12.
It's pretty much the whole
Only
book.
half full. Page is half empty.
Yeah, we haven't done the rest.
Oh my God.
We only had the first half. I didn't expect us to be here.
But yeah, whether or not there is any sort of adjustment on the side of Vitality, again, leaning heavily in terms of, I guess, expecting quick pivots into other sites. They haven't really stacked up and contested C all that much, but BBL have been given a certain amount of freedom in terms of the early round. And again, I don't really want to see Vitality kind of barreling down mid, but maybe something to disrupt. Durka, yeah, Mr. 4K Merchant. What the hell is that? 41 4Ks.
Wait, that's actually ridiculous. I was
That
just
is
lying.
absolute
I was just
merchant,
lying.
bro.
Wait, okay.
My man's been
who's
robbed.
been stealing them? Who's been stealing them?
Next stat, how many of those are stolen?
Yeah, and now Durka, okay. The issue is he's got to be careful, because on the other side, Lovers Rock is picking it up this half. Looking much more aggressive on the money, played in a little better. Going back to this A approach, Profek on the case. Timing's everything, considering when to invest that smoke. Got support from Yampy now. Still a bit of a half buy in some aspect with the Guardian in, but Kreven's taking away Profek. Durka, you're not meant to be doing this. He does go down. There's Lover's Rock coming into the equation. This guy's having a moment, and BBL start looking unstoppable.
Yeah, looking very well drilled now. Looking a lot cleaner. Get themselves up to 9 potentially. Chronicle and Sayonara, unfortunately, it's in a position now to consider the save, but look at the minimap already on the hunt is Lover's Rock and Creven.
Money's there, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, go for it.
Jinx.
All right, you cast the rest.
They're going to be sniffed out here. Rose is pretty close by, but again, doesn't really have much support.
It will be a one-man.
Rose!
Don't want to go there alone. Yes, I think I'll wait here instead. I think the hunt is now off. And BBL's post-plants so far have been looking pretty solid, honestly. Again, some really strong rounds coming out. And it feels like Vitality have yet to find a solution. Looks a little bit individual, looks a little bit hard to kind of combine that. Want to see what their answer is down the line. We did have that timeout, so fingers crossed they've come up with something for their sakes. Otherwise, BBL are right back at the door now. 9 apiece. Look at this half. So many rounds in their favor. Just one answer back thus far with an ace from Durka. So if you put that into context, it's not a great half from Vitality.
No, it's not. And I think as well, the post-plant success, it's the amount of times the BBL are able to get themselves into an advantageous head count in those post-plants. It just makes it, they are teed up to close them out, barring a throw, right? Barring a massive overheat from somebody.
And what do they have here? Okay, so the Ghost going to be heard early on, just that lighter pistol in the hands of Durka. Beyond that, Yampi and Profik all going to be down on just pistols. So for BBL, you want to make sure you're being diligent about this and not taking too many gambles or too many risks individually, right? That's kind of part and parcel of this.
You've got to be conscious as well. Durka does have an ult to invest. I mean, Chronicle and Yampi just missing one as well. So plenty of opportunity to flip this in their favor.
Yeah, the drone not going too far, actually, from the BBL side, so not going to really pry Durka out of that position. Lover's Rock going to be revealed. He's kind of almost beckoning.
Yeah, he's almost showing to the drone, yeah. As now BBL going to look to pivot into B.
Maybe feeling a bit too obvious here. Durka does take a look behind it, going to be seen, but it just feels too obvious. And I think the penny's dropped here. They've put it together, but I don't know what they have to really deny this, even if they do know what's going on.
Going to be able to reset comfortably into mid. In here, going to need an early half defuse to make this doable.
Had a little tap of the spike there. Let's see some of that util dragged out, but still plenty to bank on. I say that, it's mostly really on Rose here, and Sayonara swung out and got Lover's Rock down. Now they're getting a little bit panicked here. Now they'd like to be able to check behind it. It's Rose's shock dart that removes Sayonara, and Durka wants in. Explosive through Garage, times a factor. LaRock tries to stand and he can't. Diffuse coming in. You thought you were safe. You certainly weren't.
Again, Vitality so quick on this first tap. Bait out the first wave of util, force 1 or 2 players from BBL to have to go forwards. Look at the smokes. Like, to obscure the vision here, it just creates such an awkward situation for BBL. And again, a common criticism being when you reset comfortably into mid for these B-side post plants, if you haven't got anything to slow down the first tap, it can become really awkward.
It's scrambled, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have to put bodies behind, you start having to commit.
At that point then, everybody's looking for it, because they're then focused on Spike, right? Durka has all the time in the world to wrap through Garage. Again, send Creven into Garage, somebody into window, something to offset that slightly. Well, maybe we see the fix round by round here as BBL going to go right back onto it.
That's going to be Chip, though, and Loiter. Especially a second. Ooh, dear.
Spikes down as well.
I thought he might have had the plan on that. Now Lover's Rock forced into this. Creven put to task, trying to deal with the push-up. Spots at least one, and Durka's hungry. He's going hunting for this.
Lockdown from Suez here.
Space. And oh my God, you're right. I barely noticed it. Now you've got Lover's Rock having to play it forward. Profik waiting. God, that's quick. Gonna take away Lover's Rock. Good catch as well from Yambu. We're starting to see the stars aligning for Vitality as Rose called in though. Clears through CT, backs away. Still no progress on the spike until now. The quick tap and looking to try and deny that first bit of progress. Creven then gonna check. Oh, the timing!
My God!
He gets away with murder! Daylight robbery! As this is getting tense now. Down to the wire. 3v2. Still not getting that defuse going. It's still not looking perfect just yet. Trying to stall this out. Gonna get down towards half. Crom 7 HP.
It's gone, it's gone!
It's too late! Vitality let it slip between the fingertips. And a clutch for BBL.
Ridiculous round here. Again, the lockdown buys them enough time to get onto side, but it's the Rolling Thunder and further utility from the breach to slow this down. Creven just a million miles behind enemy lines, finding value inside the smoke. And again, he's the one to ultimately prevent that first half defuse that is pivotal to Vitality's success.
This is getting so close though, 10 apiece. Tempo change towards A. Ooh, unconfirmed, but Dirk is certainly feeling this. Down to 45. He's gone, going for it. Oh my God, he's actually taking down Loiter. You don't get to live. Surely not. Profec's the one who falls.
Able to at least trade out Omens here. Will force BBL to reconsider their approach early on. Chronicle lying in wait on the other side of the map does have the Sayonara in support. Rose now going to clear back through this space towards A. At least keep a couple of players interested on the side of Vitality, but BBL meanwhile made progress up towards C.
They're looking for other options. Good call. They've been given a fair amount of freedom. And actually, let's hear how Vitality are handling this pressure.
Spike planted.
I'm gonna use the big Darka. Yeah. You can get a gun, Yampi, on garage.
Cypher is minus 80. And that came
I think we need to save, boys. Right. One backside. Mä pelaan.
Okay.
No frag there? Okay.
Olet defaultis yksi. Ei oo.
Mä tappaa kerran. 4 bullets, Yampi.
Full stun. That's heavy.
Ja säästä vaan. NT, boys. Bro, I got one tap through smoke. Unlucky.
Yeah, you did get one tap through smoke. It happens, but for now, BBL doing exactly as prescribed, pulling this back from the brink. I was concerned on the half, Mike. I was worried. They might have been a bit flat. It was a hard game. I was doubting the breaches, I guess, viability in this, but actually, as it stands, facilitating a lot of this comfort here.
Just the ability to trade this kill is so crucial for BBL. That's the shot to Chronicle he was talking about. And again, to leave Sayonara and Chronicle this late ultimately relies on them both staying alive. I mean, Chronicles you can't really fault, but I think Sayonara, maybe whether or not he's trying to reposition or he's trying to get onto an angle there, that's the overstep really, the first domino to fall. Durka now on the hunt. He'll try and put this rifle to work, but only a camera on the other side of this dealt with.
Patient round, double stacked up towards Garage, and I think the BBL is starting to read this attentive hold in this regard. BBL starting to exploit this C-site walk up time and time again. Kron again going to be checked on, has to back away. Look at the buy. It's really only Durka and Profek who should be expected to do a little bit more than the others. Sayonara looking for options, might be able to slip that smoke just in case, but for now, Kron trying to keep eyes towards him here. And they're both backside. Durka comes around, maybe a little too late. It's Rose, Loiter, clean up. It's all BBL. 4 kills in succession. And Yampi too far behind here. BBL have found the weak point. They found the pressure point, and they are not stopping.
And Yampi 1v5, just a pistol to hand. Rose will be the first, but it needs to be clean, and it isn't. In-zone flawless for BBL to find number 12, Lauren. Again, in total control of this second half. You can see only 2 rounds from Vitality found. And there's not really much to say in some of these in the last few. The byproduct of the finances for Vitality. This will be the final stand to be made in round 23.
And now do you overcompensate and put more players present on that C site? Do you start reading into it? Because obviously then BBL can adjust, they can flip the script. They've had just as much success on this side of the map, but now a telling sign. And Creven's been nasty, a dangerous player to come up against, and Yampi
take flight,
hoping to get the information required. He needs to back away now. He's lost out on that exchange of info.
Yampi's going to get tested here. I don't think he knows just how close they are.
Yeah, he seems
Wave's
to
popped as well. Capitalized massively here.
Yeah, it felt a little nonchalant from that. I don't know what he expected to be happening, but yeah, a little out of character potentially, but still, okay, 4v4. Plant's gonna come down. Tools for the retake. Looking minimal. Profek, unless you're something mad up the sleeve with the TP, I don't know. What are you meant to do here?
Still got some util to invest here.
Go time though.
Counter paranoia.
Oh, it's huge from him. Follow up, not there. And no trades. The timing a little off in our 1v2. Chronicle, face the music and fall.
Wow.
BBL taking us the distance today. 13-10. We are going to breeze. It's what we deserve in this sort of game. And I think we are going to be hearing from Loiter here after what was a very hard fought for map 2.
Yeah, we're going to get Loiter here joining me. He's having a bit of a celebration, and I feel like that's rightly deserved because you had all the BBL fans a bit worried with how that first half turned out. So was there always that confidence that the second half was going to be that dominant?
Yes, we were like thinking the first half will be dominant too. It's unlucky, we played bad, but we come back in second half.
Sometimes it's just unlucky, and I'm sure you'll be bringing all that action to map number 3. I'll let you join the team because you guys are going to have to stick around. It's a short break, and on the other side is that map 3 decider.
Women will what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Vamos!
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In a place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
BBL took their flash and dash, breach comp on Haven and stole the map from you. Are they and Pipson onto something?
No. To be honest, I think this comp's been around for quite a while. We know that comp works on their attack side in particular quite well into the Omen Viper. Certainly Yampi, Profek and I do. No, I don't think so. I think, frankly, we were just really off the mark on a lot of those defense rounds. We had some very clear ideas of what we wanted to do against it, and we just weren't able to actually do them properly. It's as simple as that.
It feels like there is two sides to the same coin here.
Can he just be unserious like one time?
No, I don't
like
think
just
so.
one time.
I don't think so. That was a genuine,
No, we knew this
serious
competition
topic.
was going to be doing it. It's like, yeah, I still saw your players die to every single stun.
And you still lost.
Joe, next week,
What's
honestly,
your excuse, bro?
just put Chronicle on Vice. Honestly, yeah.
What does Vice do again, sorry?
Sorry, come again?
What does
Oh yeah, so it has a wall. It has, yeah, actually it's very good against the, yeah, well.
Maybe there's the things that they should start thinking about, and we can look
defensemen.
towards what could potentially be seen on Breeze, whether it's any of those sorts of agents. But we could continue along this trend, right? Because I was saying two sides of the same coin. Yeah, they didn't really execute so well on Vitality, but you guys were up, and on the side of BBL, they were like, we were just unlucky in the first half. And so now I ask you guys, which one's more true? Vitality not executing or BBL just being unlucky on their defense?
I think it's a mixture of both, right? Like, we saw the amount of rounds on the defense for Vitality where they were trying to retake and it just really wasn't working out for them. And I think for BBL, yes, they did have a bit of a slower start on that first half of the map, but as soon as they warmed up into it, I think it was mainly Lover's Rock that was kind of carrying in that first half, which him on the Jet, again, like these kind of comfort picks that they're bringing in, yeah, like I think it's a mixture of both, honestly.
Yeah, I think that it was a very 2021 Haven to see and actually to perform is something that actually made them look incredibly comfortable. And another player that was very, very comfortable was Kreven here on the defense, keeping BBL alive in some of the situations and actually punishing some of the things that Vitality were doing. Very, very good map for him, because when we speak of comfort, it has to be Kreven on the side for him,
Yeah,
right?
for sure. And I think he's someone that kind of flies under the radar a little bit sometimes, right? Because we're always highlighting a bunch of the players, but for me, I feel like Kreven always offers that kind of consistency to this roster.
Yeah, that was dirty, by the way. You should not be losing a 5v3 site take, especially under pressure, right? They just feel like all of a sudden they have to rush it there. So BBL played it very calm and collected for themselves, and that's what ends up being so favorable for them. But when you look towards more of this, Kukuka, what would you say is one of those things that biggest takeaway, I guess?
Biggest takeaway is that very good post plans. I think that we are...
For BBL, you're saying?
Yeah. For BBL, I think that as I'm saying, the post-ons were really good. The way that they were saving utility, like on every single part of the map, they had a lot of control. They had very, very good A-takes. I'm very happy to see that. Yes, we make fun of the breach and whatnot, but there were so many rounds where Laroc's utility, because it is Larok as well, was impeccable.
Well, we didn't get time to hear from them earlier after their map 1 loss, but this time around, we're making sure we have that time to hear from the BBL coaches and what we can expect from them.
You need to win, Breeze, to keep your London dreams alive. What does the team need to focus on here? We are just focusing winning. We have nothing special except this.
We need to focus enjoying the game. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
when
all.
we enjoy the game, we really play well. We can come back from any point, or we can like have a hard win.
Yeah.
But if we don't enjoy, maybe it's that kind
just
of problem.
we are staying calm and we are winning, as you see, and hope we will do it at the third map.
Hey, Twitter coaches, you can win with Breach too, maybe.
No, Breach is so bad. Don't play.
No, never.
Especially Larok Breach is so bad. Thank you, Larok.
This round çok darlandı.
Well, a little bit of free advice, I guess. Maybe you guys were looking for a 4th and 5th coach there on the side of Vitality, because BBL giving you a little bit of free advice about the breach.
It's kind of iconic, no?
I think it really is. They started off
It
with
is iconic.
asking about the breeze, and then they said, "Hey, just in case you won, you could just pick up this agent for a win." But we do get to look towards breeze. That's what they ultimately decided was gonna be that map number 3 for themselves. And they said key is to have fun for the side of BBL. That's when they get the wins. Is there gonna be fun on breeze?
Oh, it should be a lot of fun. I
Yeah?
think at least I had a lot of fun. Every single time that is a Turkish team in Breeze is a good combination. And I think that the composition also that they were playing, if they are not to change anything with Larok being on that KO, I'm not mad at all. And I think that the question is more so on the Vitality side, because things were looking up and dandy in the first map and how they were able to actually have a defense for it. And now, with the stakes being as high as they are, if there are any changes, I wonder if they will actually play to the comfort of the players.
Yeah, I think in terms of comfort, Vitality was an intriguing one because, of course, we saw Profek on the Harbor last time that they played Breeze, and that didn't look comfortable at all. Whereas when we think about the BBL composition, bear in mind, they haven't played it since week 1, right?
Yeah.
So we can just presume that we will see what we saw previously. But in terms of comfort roles, that definitely was. I like that you're highlighting the KO as well. I think the fact that Larocque is able to kind of flex across these different flash agents is really useful, and I think that we've definitely seen that the KO has been really beneficial on a map like Breeze.
Well, our agent select coming up, and so we're going to have those talking points pointed out for us. There is the KO. Yumpy is going to be picking it up.
Yeah, Yumpy on the KO. I mean, I believe that we saw this previously when they were on the Breeze. Yeah, so I think that that was kind of a natural progression for them to make, considering that Yumpy was playing the Yoru on this map in kickoff. But yeah, we are still going to stick with that Profek on Harbor. I hope that he's been able to get the reps in to be able to find a better performance than he did last time they played Breeze.
I like the fact that BBL has decided actually to go back into the Neon. They've made it so strong and they made it so deep. I know that Kevin was playing on the Cypher. It looks like he's going to go for the Viper this time around. Maybe the KO was not it, or honestly, the way that it felt for them, the duo that these two were making, being aggressive together and sometimes isolating incredible duels. When we speak about the aim, it has to be Turkish. And also, when we're speaking about Jets, I want to see Turkish show up today. Where is the Turk in time?
Yeah, I have to agree. I definitely think that the Jet head-to-head here is super exciting. I think as well, Breeze obviously been a great map for the Operator.
Yeah.
We need to see that being utilized on both sides here because they're both players that are extremely proficient in that weapon.
Well, very similar in terms of agent select, not exactly the same, but feels like there is comfort to be found for both of them there. And I just wonder, are Vitality going to be able to get this win for themselves and settle what is Group Omega, locking themselves into playoffs? Or will BBL give themselves another fighting chance? It all comes down to what plays out on Breeze.
Spot on, Breeze, the last map between these two. And for BBL, this is going to be a frustrating one in my mind. Excuse me, Vitality in my mind, considering how close they were.
I was going to say this, for BBL, actually probably
They're
a
going to be
blessing
feeling off
to get
now.
a map 3 at B Breeze and an opportunity to go back to basics in terms of their ethos towards Valorant. So I'm a little worried now for Vitality, truth
You and
be
me
told.
both. You and me both.
Again, Profek, certainly a discussion to be had around that. I don't imagine they would come away from that previous performance for him on the Harbor and thought, yeah, we're happy with that. I would put that down to a rough day for him. Again, in terms of theory, I like the application here, but certainly need to see a big step up from him if they're going to make a push here for map 3.
Tense stuff now. BBL with a fire lit underneath them after Haven. A 13-10 result for them. And worrying signs in that second half from Vitality, but we go back in. We see what we can figure out in this. Rose looking to build early. And just steadily taking the tour of the map.
Another test in terms of the pistols for Vitality here. Look at a lot safer now, just backed up and waiting to receive some sort of information. Orb retrieved now, and BBL will actually slip back towards the A site. Knife still to be invested for Yampy.
Yeah, maybe waiting for any show of utility. All there's been is that audio cue and the orb, maybe. And there it is. Contact made. Investment of dart. Lovely. Might make it a little bit harder, but already Larocque willing to try and disrespect it. That felt a little bit ambitious at best. Rose then on the scale up behind. Looks to maybe try and crunch back sight, and they've done that to a degree. But they've lost the spike in a bit of a tricky predicament. Has Profek noted that? Playing certainly close enough by. So BBL have to go on a recovery mission. They've got the spike back, but by now the rotations are here.
Left.
Plant will come through. 3v3, but Lovers Rock tagged down just 50 here in the post. Two Sheriffs in the hands of Chronicle and Durka.
Got to go at the same time if they want to try and threaten through that smoke, but BBL very much eyes on. There it is, all in, all eyes turn. Durka, technical with it. But can he find the final player? He's heard the shot rattle, 50 HP for Lovers Rock. He's got to hit the heady. Durka has got a time limit, got to get going. He does it. Lover's Rock had to be pixel perfect, and he is.
Beautiful shot. And Durka, all he needed was a connection to close this out. Again, a little awkward here in terms of contacting back out of this smoke, but I mean, Rose falling where he did with the spike almost becomes very problematic. Yampy just caught out ahead of Profec's util, cutting the sight lines, allowing him to survive for the time being. And BBL will strike first here in map 3. Closely contested for sure. And going to be one upgrade in the hands of Yampy here. Oh, nearly catching a spam on the back of the dart.
And Kreven had such a quietly impactful map too as well. He was way towards the top of the board. Really solid work from him. So let's see how he does now. Already getting off to a good start here. Nothing else noted. And again, going gambling, Vitality are not really getting what they want.
A methodical approach here from BBL in the opening 2 rounds. They're rewarded. Good progress for Rose as well towards Hunter's Fury. Even another kill or 2 here would do wonders in terms of this first ult cycle.
Enemy kill.
Alongside that though, Lover's Rock certainly another character you want to see find some early progress.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. He almost felt he could have had a chance at the second, but Profec actually going to peel away, go the long way around. They'll stick around as long as they can here, see if they can deny Vitality.
And whack-a-mole here.
No, the shock dart. I mean, he got away with murder with it, so it's only fair. And they are hunting down the final player of Profec if they can. I think he's managed to get himself a window to give it up to the spike, so try and deny full progress. But again, exceptionally strong start from BBL now.
It'll take a lot from Vitality to throw them off balance here. Beautiful shot from Kreven. In terms of, like I said, this methodical approach early on from BBL.
Player standing.
Vitality are going to go hunting here. Operator in hand for Durka already. It's a chance to have a say at least.
A little bit concerned the fact there's nothing behind it though. No shield to complement. Kind of hoping for the best here. Certainly viable, but against a bonus, that'd be a big loss.
Yeah. It's a bold move. That glass cannon here.
I just need to see a bit more from Vitality. If I'm kind of going back to my initial thoughts, that strength of schedule, the phrase I hate the most, they need a good showing now. You could excuse the first 2. The heavy hitters. But this is where it's meant to swing around. Chronicle's certainly going to put up a case for it by taking down LaRock as he tried to scale through middle, play off those double doors, but they've given up sight. Plants in. Kreven's already got Sayonara down, and the counter swing from Kron can't trade it.
Durka now, it's going to be difficult for him to get onto an angle to really find value here.
Can't withstand
into the
anything.
smoke as well.
I think there's a tag given out, but that's not enough. Kron's still trying to be a little
Lover's Rock
tricky
not
with
noted.
it. Oh, Lover's Rock teed up. Profec as well, gonna find Rose though. And now to the 3v2, a blind shot works, it's just gonna be back and forth. They still need to get onto this spike, they still need to dig out these players. Profec trying to make some work happen! It's stunning from Kreven again! This guy is electric!
3 kills with no vision and 4 on the round for him. Beautiful stuff. That's a 3rd converted for BBL. Vitality left scratching their heads after this one. At least initially here, the window of opportunity behind Profec's safety net.
Player standing.
Again, not able to block the fire in time. Rose's reaction is just absolute gold. Unfortunately here, there's going to be some pistols and scraps invested from Vitality. But already put on the back foot here, Lauren.
I like the idea, but Kreven's so well positioned, almost anti-flash playing behind the corner. Let's see how this sounds. They are looking firmly in the lead on the BBL side.
Açacağım buraya. Direkt gelin beyler. React
Aç
verin.
zorunu bekliyorum. Deşme.
Atacağım kanka. Eren eli bu harbi kaldı.
Aldım
Koşun koşsanız
Elbow
Kaan'la.
polisim.
Kaan'la koşun.
Tamam. Koşuyoruz direkt.
Açıyorum drone'u, gel gel.
Sayda maymun olacağım.
Bekle bekle,
gerek yok
drone açtım. Vol açmadı adam, burada olmayabilir beyler.
gireceğim.
Burada olmayabilir, vol açmadı adam.
Gel.
Yakın boş. Boş boş, bekledik
cross alacağım.
kendik. Utku bombayı kur.
Kanka şu smoke gap bir dikkat et.
Okey okey, olduyorum.
Kanka ben linke kalacağım. Kaan CT'ye baksan. Kaan CT'ye bakar mısın?
Bakıyorum kanka.
İyisiniz beyler, bravo.
Link bende.
Odaklandan da kalın. CT'ye kayo. Knife attı.
CT'ye
Mid
bakacağım.
görmüyorum Umut. Mid görmüyorum. Bir de kol atıyorum.
CT sendeyim.
CT'ye bakın.
Kaan CT'ye sağa bakıyorum.
Bak kanka sola bak.
Beyler elbow'da map'te adam görürseniz bana söylesenize, ben sağıma bakıyorum map'e, sola bakmıyorum.
And I think we've been fairly kind and fairly fair to Vitality throughout this run so far. Obviously waiting for Sayonara to join the roster, but by now, you kind of wanted to expect to see some results. And the fact here, they look lost without an answer, and BBL finding their footing, their comfort, their individuals starting to shine. My concerns grow louder. Yampi, yes, will get a consolation kill, but that's going to be...
I'm out of here.
He wants it. He ripped...
Not impressed.
Yeah,
well, well.
Again, yeah, it's just Vitality looking to maybe play a little more reactively based on Profec's ability to obviously have a much better say in terms of, I guess, the controller role here in terms of retakes. But, I mean, Vitality have just been sitting back and sponging these hits. And put them at a 4-round deficit so quickly. And that's the thing as well, if you let an informed BBL, if you let a team like that just dictate to you, it just becomes brutal to watch, man.
It just feels like it's all theory and no execution.
They are a team of overheating. They love to overheat. It's part of their personality. And here they're being given the opportunity to do so.
And again, just that one man on the site, the help from the Harbor coming in, but Yampi's been cleared. Site now overtaken, quick follow-up. It's all too simple. Where is the fight back from Vitality? Where is this pedigree and talent we've been touting? Once again, BBL firmly in control. 3v4, plant in, site still theirs, Viper's Pit on top. It's going to need a lot. That's going to be helpful. Sayonara removes Lover's Rock and gives them a little bit of a foothold towards building back on this B site. Loiter then fancies a go, but doesn't want to stick around too long.
Sayonara going to get onto this, so he's going to find another one.
Individually, he has made this look doable. The issue is this back line. Can they do any more with it? Dirk has fallen. Once again, we ask more of Sayonara. The one man can only do so much, and Kreven is on guard. 11-2 for the man. Absolute superstar level performance. Vitality get a timeout going. What is happening?
God mode from Kreven so far. He's delivering round after round for BBL. Even here, Sayonara does so well to even make this possible for the side of Vitality. Unfortunately, the pit there just deciding their fate. And I'm absolutely with you. It needs to be some serious troubleshooting here in this timeout already at such a deficit. And like I said, it's the nature in which these rounds are being picked up by BBL. Vitality, again, opting to play on, not necessarily play on the back foot, but play in a position where you have to react so quickly.
They just look behind the curve.
Yeah.
Every time I feel like they're not playing with the information, they're playing deep. We've seen some very late knives from Yampi, that's fine. Again, maybe trying to stall out the execution, but by then, they're already up on site. They're not looking threatening in the retakes. There's a lot going wrong here from Vitality. I don't know if there's enough time in this timeout to talk it through. 5-0 down, prove me wrong. I'd happily eat my words on this, but the form that BBL are hitting right now is the one that is threatening. This is without a Lover's Rock joining in or a Larok. This is kind of Kreven and a really good game plan, and they're not getting much resistance.
What's to consider here, obviously, in this round, Bladestorm, Null Command, Hunter's Fury, all available for Vitality. But they need to stop this free-flowing rounds that BBL are able to acquire. Here the knives popped from Durka. Again, no plan to really set him up. It's the same 2-1-2 as we've seen in other rounds. Relies on Durka to just do so much. Previously with an operator, yes, but now with the ult in hand.
Again, still no idea as to what the plan is, right? Like, where's the information? Where's the fact-finding? For now, the canvas gets painted once again by BBL. The first piece of utility fully invested is this owl drone in middle. Sees nothing. Still not sure about the site. Dirk is sitting a little bit closer towards the A site than the B site regardless. He'd have to cross middle if he wants a quick passage. So BBL are on the doorstep. Two players here, one being Kron, one being Yampi. Yampi's got ult, he's got the knife.
A big info here. It will pull the rotation. Leaves Profek sort of on an island. You can see Sayonara considering the rotation here. BBL now 45 seconds left on the clock. We'll pivot into mid. We'll get ahead of Durka and potentially have themselves a very, very favorable engagement towards A.
Profek, this is a hard position to play from. You're hoping Sayonara can help you on that cross, but that vision could be removed any moment now. And there it is. Smoke comes in, Dark comes out. Profek puts up the walls, tries to keep himself secure, but he could be in trouble. He's dead.
He's overwhelmed.
You can't hold this solo. Durka can't get there any faster. It looks done for. This is an absolute outclass. Yeah, great shot, Yampi. Fair play. I'll give you that one, but this is a complete outclass.
Yeah. I mean, at that point there, Profek's is like, there's a dart. Sayonara's so deep, he's not on an angle where he can deal with that. Profek's like, util out in hand. He's cycling util
doing what he can. Yeah,
to try and slow things down. Yeah. It's just brutal to, again, whether it be Durka in mid or in this situation, Profek hard anchoring towards A. They need heroics from somebody to stop this onslaught. And it won't be here in round 6. BBL stretching their legs now. And a huge buffer to lean back on. I mean, look at the funds behind it now. I mean, again, no ultimates here, but Larocque and Loiter just missing one. The tools certainly going to be favouring them in the next couple. And look at it, again, it's the dart, it's the paranoia. You've got Lover's Rock getting onto the angle so quickly.
That is really nice. That was actually really nice. Yeah. I probably undersold it a little bit in the round. It's round over, but that was really nice. But the problem is, Yampi's currently top fragging with 4 kills. Like, no one's even getting involved. We're not even seeing fight back here. And this is my concern, right? Because you look at the individual parts, you even look at the coaching aspect, you look at the players, the synergies, the potential. It's all there. None of it has failed in the past. So why is it not working now? This is what we're questioning about this team. And I think we gave them a lot of freedom in those first couple of showings, even with Sayonara in the roster. Now, my concerns really show. BBL are taking no breaks here. They are absolutely going to punish, by all accounts.
And underperformers aside from BBL, if you give them this sort of tempo, and I mean give them, it's almost gifted in some of these rounds in terms of the formation for Vitality, they will run away from this.
Of course they will.
Again, once the energy gets going for them, they get 3 rounds, they're shooting bodies, like, it becomes unstoppable. It becomes suffocating.
Yeah, the stars aligning. It's incredibly hard to keep them back under heel. And it's a flat form from Vitality. Yampi, Sayonara, and Chronicle once again going to try and do what they can, but BBL have everything. They're crossing the T's, dotting the I's. They got the side, they got every piece of this. And even then, with all that utility, no one able to crunch towards that back line. Rose, perfectly positioned, and it's just an exit for Yampi, basically, at this point, and it's confidence after confidence growing for BBL.
Really got their ducks in line here. BBL tightened up on Breeze. It's just, what do you do? And like I said, just to come back, it's Kreven at 12-3, by the way.
Oh, he's sick. He's having an absolutely sick performance.
And to come back to that sort of the energy, the momentum, these sort of wishy-washy discussions, unfortunately, for BBL, it's like you have to humble them in some of these rounds. Yeah. You have to make Lover's Rock look like a fool. You have to look
almost right. Yeah,
look like amateurs, and it's just not happening here.
No, and the more that confidence grows, the worse the problems become. But we might have a check-in this time. Actually, Vitality, because I can only imagine this is going to be a tricky situation to try and figure out on the fly. Now, Kreven's got a lot on his plate here. There could be 2, 3 players challenging, but he has help. It's never an individual effort! And it's gone from bad to worse, and they just keep applying pressure. Well, there's nothing to listen to at this point, so Kron and Yampi, call it off.
And in the situation to consider holding on to what you've got, or even given the opportunity to do so here, BBL got a ton of time to slow this down.
Yeah, they can just
take their sweet time.
Let it simmer. Rock doesn't like that.
No.
And he's drawn.
This word does not translate for us, but he's going to at least pull Yampi this direction, as they do actually look to pivot towards A, with Larocque not finding any opponent on the side. Cool. We've got a second chance here, but another TP for Loiter. Get him out of dodge.
Yeah, it's honestly, as much as this is a woeful performance from Vitality, a lovely bit of form from BBL. Again, I think you kind of saw it coming on that second half of Haven.
And probably what they need as well.
Yes.
In terms of being under a heavy criticism the last few weeks. And rightfully so, following out Santiago as well. They were criticised there in terms of their ability to match up to the big talk. But Chronicles has another one here.
It's made it look interesting. You're going to need
Time is of the essence.
Yeah, and you can see them speeding up off the back of this flash through the wall. You're trying to find Lover's Rock, but the other two are on the side. Yeah, and already Kreven's going to find Chronicles. So this guy seems to be just the full stop to the sentence. BBL maintain their clean record. It smiles all around. They're out of the seats. And I'm concerned, Michael.
Very, very worried. Again, it's just a situation where we're asking Vitality to start going forwards here in a round where you can't take many risks. Again, you've got 4 left in this half. What do you do in the second half in terms of the approach? I mean, you just have to come out the gate swinging to even have a say. Profek, again, probably the one that people are going to be eyes drawn to, sitting at 1 and 7 now, but outside of the numbers, again, it's just in terms of the situations we've seen him. What do you do? What do you do?
You can't
it's not even like I put him on another agent and he's good there. It's
no, it's bigger issues than just Profek. I think that's the only way to kind of call it. Maybe just how they're trying to play around the agent, how the Harbor's sitting with them. It's just, it doesn't seem to work, but it isn't just a him issue. So. Yeah, this is concerning.
It would be easy to look at this and just say, yeah, actually, underperformance again. But yeah, it's not on him here at all.
I think it's everything else.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where we look bigger picture. And curious that Breeze was left here.
And just speaking bigger picture, if Vitality lose this match, they need to rely on Giant X beating Eternal Fire. Next week to qualify, as well as winning their own match against PCF, who have started heating up themselves.
They look scary.
So it puts them in just like hanging on tenterhooks.
And we gave it till stage 1, right? That was the whole thing. We gave you till stage 1.
I gave them until week 2 or 3.
This was where the buck stops. Okay, we're going to hear from Vitality now. How are they handling this pressure?
I can ult.
Careful,
I'm ulting.
I'm walking with you as well, bro.
They are all perfect. Going to
Viper there.
All 5.
All 5.
I can molly the spike.
I'm chilling city, I don't see anything.
I'm picking left side.
Guys, 2 on ladder. 1 is pillar, 1 ladder.
On top 1.
What the fuck?
Perfect.
1 more ladder. Neon 1 HP.
Bro, if I kill the Jet.
Lover's Rack just completely catching them off guard. Again, you can see the reaction in the comms. But again, they just swarm the site. Yampy in a position here, pops the ult. Again, it's on a whim and a prayer to catch something.
Hopeful at best. Lover's Rock. What a brilliant, brilliant moment. Yeah, it is hands in head, because look, we can say it, we can see it. They feel it too. It's not like Vitality aren't aware. This is not the performance they wanted.
And they're going to know what they need to rely on to happen here.
Oh,
we were
you're
talking about
asking for miracles.
earlier on, like, let God take the wheel. That outcome to follow on from this match is, yeah, I'd be hate watching. Put it that way.
I'll be timed out in Sliggy's chat instantly. It's over for me. And the buy, you've scraped it together. They need a round, man. Like, oh my God, and the timing. It's just perfect. BBL are walking on water. Everything is there for them. And it's a quiet game from Larocque. He's not doing much. He's, what, 5-4? But then he's just at the perfect timing on the doors. And then you've had to put 3 players to try and deal with him.
He hasn't needed to do anything.
No, he hasn't. He's just being annoying. Finally goes down. Yampy had to dig so deep for that. But they've lost the A side.
At what cost, yeah. There's now Lover's Rock able to get up onto this smoke. Actually going a little...
Why not?
Further forward, yeah,
Why
absolutely.
would you respect them? Why would you? Make it hurt, double down. You've got 9-0 to your name. And he's still going. Yampy is desperate to deny this, to stop the rot. But a 3v3 is not an easy situation either. Still got util for the post plant. Turns the flash, Loiter ready. Yampy again, man, he's doing work here. But finally falls as it's down to just Profek. A 1v2, that would double his score right now.
Oh, just caught a glimpse.
Rose is waiting though, and you've got confidence, you've got bravado, and you've got shock darts galore, you've got everything you need. BBL, 10-0, unblemished so far on Breeze.
So brutal. BBL really playing with expectations here. Again, it can just rely on somebody dry walking up mid. Doesn't need any investment behind it. Vitality are just left scrambling for answers.
Just stick to the plan.
And the frustration certainly on display. Again, looking at that, it's the execution that's missing. Clearly, something is not being replicated here from what they've worked on.
Absolutely, Durka desperation measures called upon, and the first time they're in an advantage situation. Lovers Rock forced to back away. Spike down in a tough predicament. Potentially they could claw back to here. Vitality, do not let this slip. You can't afford it as Profek there in the back lines. Kreven tries to play it forward. This guy has been miraculous. Can't do it all. Vitality finally breaking the curse to get just one.
I mean, yeah, but you're praying for a second.
Yes.
To even make a go of this now. Come into this final round, a Hunter's Fury available for Sayonara, 2 for the Bladestorm, maybe the Null Command as well. It's the first time that Vitality really have looked decisive going forwards here. And like you said, the first time they've created an advantage for themselves. Kreven, though, will have a pit here. They can get themselves into a post. Be an absolute death sentence and an 11-1 scoreline here in map 3.
Time for Vitality to show me how bad you want it, right? BBL can play with a carefree attitude. They've got rounds for days to play with. Vitality, you have pedigree. You have champions in this roster, people who knows what it takes to be the best. Right now, you're desperate for it. Durka doing something a little X-Factory, isn't it? Can he find value, though? Chronicle's fallen, finds a back line, slices through it, spots out another. On the hunt, he is going off the chain to try and make it count. But Profek coming alive as well. 3v2, Lovers Rock and Kreven. You've got to look at that pit. It's coming out right about now.
And Kreven did wonders to find a 3K here in a similar situation previously.
Little chip on the shock dart there, but not too much. Still got util for the Vitality side. Kreven waiting for anyone to show through this.
Play in the same spot.
Oh, he's he's actually trying to find a new way to play this. Sayonara seems aware. They all seem aware, but can they still clear him? He's still waiting. Lovers Rock takes a look, takes a life, and now down to a 2v2. It's all getting messy, but still calm and cool is Kreven. As Profek last one alive. BBL handing out death sentences today.
Insane half from BBL. Vitality up against the ropes. And like I said, playoffs hanging in the balance.
Yeah, the players are going to get a break, but your brain doesn't. The halftime quiz coming up after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's 11-1.
I mean, and as well, it's so telling to see the frustration on Pal's face. Like,
yes.
There's got to be some. We were talking about what's not clicking. What is the disconnect between prep and coming into this map now and the execution? Because there's certainly things for us to kind of look at and be like, that's a little bizarre.
That
but
doesn't
to see
seem right,
that
yeah.
level of frustration, rightfully so.
Of course, this is your job. This is your team. You've carved
Super
out.
team or not,
It
this
doesn't
is
matter,
unacceptable.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely right. And for BBL, it is just a crowning moment for them. They still need a couple more. Vitality have to be flawless. Perfection called upon.
Then Pistol's got to pay off now.
Oh, they do. To pick yourself up after a half like that, you got to be good. Okay, so we've drawn rotations towards B. An early show of utility from Profek. There's not much more to follow, and they're biding their time here.
See, Loiter now considering the possibility of somebody slipping the net.
So you got only a classic. Okay.
I mean, he's not in a position to really contest this, but Paranoia available in this retake.
But again, kind of, you can see the idea here, the concept, play it a little bit deeper, stack out towards B, play for that retake, not a problem. So for Vitality, going to get the plant, get themselves ready, get prepared. I want to see synergies, I want to see trades, I want to see good crossfires held here. Because you know that...
dominance from the start.
Yeah, I mean, but because you know the BBL are going to come back in with a fair bit of utility as well, so you've got to be able to actually trade these effectively. If you do get put under pressure, Kron already going to take a chunk of damage down to 50. Sayonara seen, says goodnight to at least one, and Yampy there by his side to take away love as well. Re-peek, re-hit, nice. Vitality 4 up, and Creven falls. All right, that's better.
It's a long road back, but that's the first one they needed. Chronicle trying to maybe get inside their heads a little bit.
Gonna need a couple more rounds to do that.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Round two.
Have you lost your mind?
Yes.
Yes.
Gonna need a solid start here.
Yep.
And again, even so, yeah, you become very critical of the round two, it being 11 on the other side here. If this is not clean, you think about then round three and the buy back in for BBL.
We're asking for perfection. Like that's there is no kind of shortcut to that. And for BBL, they just bide their time. They could throw in a couple of mad rounds here and there as well. They don't have any issue with that. They don't have to worry about it. They earned that in the first half. So now, Vitality, can you do it again? Can you do this back to them? But now they've got the B side. No issues in that regard. And you're looking for any danger players. No one even with an upgrade here on the BBL side. Chronicle, you just stood up. You got 3 kills. Don't be dying now.
Don't give him a sheriff.
Yeah, because honestly, that might be enough.
Yeah.
After the first half, could be enough. Just classics. Sayonara's done quite well here, actually. I quite liked how willing he was to kind of re-engage on that first round. Still trying to be brave. Keep a bit of confidence. Easy to become almost sheepish when you're down in these sort of score lines. And not take even favorable engagements. As it stands, BBL looking to punish on the way out.
Might get a chance to here. There's only the one though. Larocque will find the response. There's people on the other side of that. Yampy luckily wins out towards spawn, and actually we'll find another here.
Okay, 3 survive for Vitality.
Should be enough again to at least contest here. This round 3. Again, just looking at what's left behind the purchase, they have to protect it. Again, it's Profek down on 50. The only person to struggle coming out of this. Everybody else sitting comfortably above 2K. Early progress made by Yampy towards the null command. Top of the board for Vitality. This is it. Can BBL close the account here? First buy back in.
And just because I think it's on the tip of our tongues and on our minds as well, we'll be checking on the comms with Vitality in this round because it's got to be tense.
Oof.
It's got to be hard for them to navigate. Let's hear how it sounds.
David, can you smoke cross?
Yes, smoke
and I knife and a build door.
Careful, close aim in, I'm not holding.
Oh, jump check.
Okay, shot, I flash.
I'm reconning. I'm going close and
I'm putting the wall now.
Let's go.
Putting the wall.
Flashing there, caps.
Nice, one more. Omen aim in, boys.
Going left, yeah, I'm going left.
I'm holding the wall.
Yes.
I'm all at him.
Don't
stuck.
smoke.
TP down.
My battle box.
Left side aim mid one.
have default.
Okay, I'm just gonna plant, boys.
But you can kill the guy in mid. He's
I will
alone.
go bricks.
Let's kill the guy in mid together, boys.
I tap once.
I'm running away from
Watch
him.
out
It's hard
CT
to...
yellow now.
Kron, I will pick on you.
Wall up, Kron.
Yeah, I do.
I mean, guys, we need to do something. Guys,
Yeah,
get
I'm
Hold the mid. Mid one.
fight mid.
Aim it, aim it,
It's
back for
4v2.
aim.
It's 4v2. Hold my cross there.
Guys,
One yellow.
I can't.
I have your cross to
Guys,
yellow.
I will go behind me.
One more double door. Out water.
What's the now? What's the now?
You want yellow.
Okay.
Down to Rose now, 1v2. You could hear the tension, you could hear the pandemonium in the comms, but Rose...
Durka's repositioned.
And Yampi's completely vulnerable. And now this is where the issues begin. An assumption made towards main, but now Rose can sit on this. Durka, can you get there in time? Rose is not stopping! He's got him just in time!
It takes a wall bang to find that. Durka's reposition back into mid. So risky. Again, Rose, if maybe he's a little tighter on the angle there, could have actually stuck that all the way through, but most notably here, Yampy being the one to go and be like, guys, we have to do something. Again, a call comes through, I believe, from Profek. Go kill the guy solo and aim 8. I look at the minimap, nobody's moving.
No one's moving towards it. Paralyzed by fear. And you see the disruption that it took from Loiter just being there. Took a lot of utility to clear him. Chronicle couldn't do much more because he was on the solo island. You don't give over the entirety of A-main. You need help coming in on that. A lot of cooks in that kitchen. And now, BBL, still with a broken bite. Again, even messy as it may be, Vitality have got themselves up to 4. Up against a shaky purchase, but these are the ones that BBL can convert.
Okay, it's Larocque on a judge here that I'm looking towards. Yes, a Guardian and a Bucky alongside it, but Larocque not going to find anything over on the B side of the map here as Vitality very quickly regroup outside A. It'll be Loiter once more, and he does have the Bucky in hand.
That's my concern, because you can see the others coming over as well. Knife there. Okay, stand. He's going to try and stand and fight this. They better clear it. Let's see if that diligence is in line. Durka gets put down. Loiter's done so much work, and they're not clearing close on towards bricks. Rose now on the right side of the map. Going to pop up the dart and look to see if he can get a nice little reveal. Larocque desperate to get involved, but takes a lot of damage for it. But Vitality held at the front of sight. They haven't got security.
Has Larocque been noted, though?
Yeah, I think he had been. I think he had been. Vitality did well there. I thought there was a moment where it could have potentially fallen apart. It doesn't.
Again, still certainly threat in this round, but unable to really do much damage here. Vitality probably got a little bit of a cushion. It's not much. But again, what also isn't there is that margin of error for them. Chronicle very diligent here on that final clearance. BBL will call a timeout. And then probably consider the next few rounds. Again, economy probably going to align for them here. Do have the consideration for ultimates to follow on, but again, you usually ask me this question. When do you start getting worried? I'm not worried yet.
Vitality, for me, it's like 10 to even be concerned. Normally, I'd say like 7.
With how the first half went,
I'm saying like 10.
There were so few competitive rounds for me that it's like Vitality have to just
they've got to change my mind.
Through these next 4 rounds.
And it's not felt fantastic yet either. I think they've done what's required. I'm not feeling fully secure in it yet. I'm saying like 10 until I really am back on board. And let's just take note here. Correction to Vitality playoff chances. If they lose here, Vitality need Eternal Fire to beat GX next week as well as winning their own match. So just to confirm that and make sure that's in our forefront of our mind, which I'm pretty sure we said before.
I can't remember what I said the first time around.
I don't know. You know
all I know is it looked terrifying when I read it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem good.
No.
Do you know what would be really nice? Not leaving it to others.
Yes.
That's what you
having
probably
to do
should
the math like this.
Right, we go back in. Time out there, buy in hand. BBL still on the verge. 11 rounds to their name, and Durka's going straight up middle. That's big information for Rose. Gonna see it, gonna note it. They're actually taking a sweet time here. Rose waiting for the time to strike, but he can't really see in front of this. Nice little slip through from Profek. Good work towards the site as well from Yampy here. There is still a man around though, so don't think it's completely clear yet. Lover's Rock is standing. And Sayonara close off the angle, couldn't quite catch him in that smoke. Larocque and Loiter. Oh, that's clean. That spike now left loose as well. They know where both players are, Vitality, but still, to try and deal with them, easier said than done.
I'm out of here.
Just come into an awkward plant here. Chronicle desperate to go into the angle, but Loiter finds a ton of damage.
Oh, BBL looking like they're on the money. Larocque with a shot, and there and heaviest nail in the coffin as BBL break back in, and the flawless run is going to be denied.
Chronicle just drifting onto an angle here where he's almost punished the first time around, but it allows Larocque to isolate the second player on site.
I've just checked the camera as well. They're already waving him goodbye. That's 12 for BBL. Oh, that's a dangerous game to play. Look, as much as it is 12-5. Pissing off Kron and pissing off the likes of Durka could always be a dangerous game, but they're having quiet games. Make them feel it. Why not? That scoreboard has looked dominant for BBL.
And again, for me, it's come back to the same thing I said in the first half. You need a round or two to humble these guys. Now they can just sit back on this massive deficit. 7 rounds to play, basically play with versus Vitality. Operator in hand now for Lovers Rock. And Ultimates only Loiter's TP, but on the brink of a few more game changers here for the side of BBL. If it goes that far. I mean, yeah, you're looking at like missing 2 or 3 orbs, and it's like, okay, they need 1 round.
Pretty much. Where do they decide to go? Looking to hopefully avoid Lovers Rock. But at the right time, coming back around towards A main. This could be a disaster in the making if they don't clear that close corner, and I don't think the Owl Drone actually did the job. Turns anti, spots Dirk on the scale up, gets outdone. Yampy this time, good approach, big information. Kreven with a big kill. Gonna pop the ult now. Rose under pressure, Yampy clears it again. He is bulldozering in on this site. Leading by example so far, but Lovers Rock not too far away, and that wall's dropping. They've not made the cross towards the site itself just yet. Look where Yampy is. He's at the back of sight.
Or just TP behind them as well.
Oh, this is going to go weird. Yampy's in no man's land. He can't really go back towards site because there's a problem. There's a player in the pit. He knows that Kreven's nearby. So where do you go? Someone has to help him out here. Fortunately, Profek is on the case. So do they then readdress this A site? Can they get rid of Kreven?
Now the situation, I mean, look at Lovers Rock with the operator. He's holding this rotation. There's 10 seconds left, Lauren.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds. You've got to go and plant. 7. Please. What are we doing? That's fine. What are we doing?
It's done. It's done, Lauren. It's all over here for Vitality. BBL will find the round here on the clock alone. Another round you heard previously in the comms listening. Somebody's got to do something. And it's their demise here on Breeze.
I am at a loss of words. BBL, exceptional work, don't get me wrong. From Haven to Breeze, it has been their form that has taken them this far. But
I mean, just to build on that as well,
yeah.
Previously, Kreven, for one, has kind of come under fire a little bit considering the form we saw earlier on this year. Certainly a resurgence for him individually today. Absolutely insane performance from him when BBL needed somebody to step up alongside the questions around this duelist kind of transition. Yeah. So worth his weight in gold today for me.
No, an absolute superstar level performance while we are seeing that comfort to be found by the others. Lovers Rock certainly kicked into gear there in the third map, shall I say, as well. 20-10 for him, but again, all eyes on Kreven, who was excellent throughout. Really an impactful player. And for BBL, hope stays alive more than anything. Playoffs were on the line, the potential to even fight for it. Their chances still maintain. And of course, for Vitality now, it's eyes on everyone else.
Gosh, I would not want to be a part of the prep for the next week, because again, so much of it is out of your hands.
Yeah. What are you meant to do? What are you meant to do? A somber moment, really, in my mind, because you can't be happy with it. From coaching staff to players themselves. They know it. We don't need to say it. But it is our job to highlight it. So time to go back to the drawing board, it seems like, and see what they can make up for the next couple of, well, goes at it, I guess. And I do believe we are actually ready to hand it on down to the post plant. So let's head there right now.
Yeah, it's our first post plant of week 4 because whilst Kukuka's
You looked amazing, sorry.
yeah, it's our first post plan and it's going to BBL. You guys, oh my goodness, what a series, by the way. You guys kind of got a little bit manhandled, I want to say, in map 1. It didn't look so great for you, but this map 3, you showed up. And so I want to know, Krevin, what a phenomenal series from you. How good does it feel?
Yeah, we feel amazing. Like this match was so stressful because it's do or die match.
Yeah.
But we handled it, so I think we should keep going like this.
Did you feel that though for Breeze? Because your Breeze first half was almost flawless.
Like we knew that if we go to the breeze, we will win 100%.
Well, why? How did you know that?
I don't know. Like we just.
It's
It's our normal.
Oh yeah.
It was good to see you, Larocque, going back on the Neon. How was that on comfort for you? Because we had seen you on KO a couple of weeks ago, but you decided to go into that. Is that comfort? Is that the plan that you had? What about that?
I'm so relaxed on Neon. I can play. On the last match, on the K day, I play negative.
Yeah?
But every say don't play Neon. But on the team,
yeah?
I try to run. I try to how can I say it?
Have impact?
Yeah,
Yeah?
I think I'm playing Impact, and that's it. Neon.
It's okay. You were making the space. You were hitting the
Yeah.
shots. That's a team.
It. Yeah,
That's a winning team.
It's my team. Yeah.
But there's also, you know, that now that we touch up on the agents, there's this a conversation about Haven and how you guys actually turned it around on that second half. How did you guys manage to do that? Because the post-plan, your utility looks so well. Were you very sure that, because at the end of the day, you did choose that Haven to pick it, to play yesterday, sorry.
I think we have too much experience for Heaven on the tournament and Prague. We have like 40 official on Heaven, and we are know it. We play bad defense, but on attack we can read them. We read everything. We just I think
You lose like one round because Derek had an ace.
Oh, it's so
How was that?
unlucky. It's so unlucky.
Being on the receiving end of Derek ace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two round. We lose 2 round or 1 round on attack.
I can't remember. Yeah, maybe, yeah, two. It felt like one.
And we played amazing on Heaven second half and Breeze, full Breeze. But we on Lotus we are got some pressure, I think. You know, it's die or do much. And but we control the pressure, I think, the other maps. That's it.
Yeah, I think you did. Also, speaking of pressure, they left now because I think that they didn't want you to see them. But Foot came to support you. Did you guys see them in the audience?
Yeah, I see.
Were you surprised?
Yeah, kinda, but
no, I didn't surprise.
But they are our friends. We on the sociable, Soapsus, Yetujay, and Krostali, and the Vlad on there too.
Yeah,
they're just our friends, and that's it.
Yeah, thanks to them, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for them.
They channel the energy, you know.
If roles were reversed and they were playing today and you guys had secured playoffs already, would you come and watch them? Would you support them?
Support Foot?
Yeah, if it was the other way around, if you had made.
If you don't have Prague, maybe we can. Yeah,
we can support.
We don't hate food. Or we have rekabet
a friendship?
Yeah.
A good relationship?
Yeah. On the BBL and food, it's like Turkish derby, and
but it's
maybe,
wholesome.
And maybe some fans they can say they are hate BBL hate food hate BBL, but we don't hate. We love them.
If we face each other, we hate each other. If we don't, so we can support them.
Yeah.
So you would stand up and scream at them?
Of course.
Yeah. You saw what they were doing to KCs in like the 0-3.
If you
talk back to them?
Just stand up against me, I will just tell him just shut up and sit down.
That's the stream appropriate version of what you would say, at least, for sure. We're going to have a look at our standings, by the way, because you guys keep mentioning just how do or die it was for you. And, you know, if we had seen Vitality win, all the playoffs would have been decided. But you guys have kept yourself in the conversation. And look at you, you're sitting right below Fnatic and Eternal Fire now.
But we have, I think, one more do or die match.
Yeah. You do.
But
do you remember who it's against?
we can do it again.
Yeah, it's Fnatic.
Yeah, if you want to qualify, you need to just win everyone. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's Fnatic, it's someone else. Like, we should have won every single match.
Yeah, these are all the scheduled matches, and I want to ask you, Grevin, specifically because there was a little bit of B-roll, some highlights of you and how you showed up. I'm not going to pretend to know every player, right? I'm a little bit of a newbie here. Is this the performance you're putting on every week, and we're just overlooking you? Are you always showing up in the server like that?
Nah. Honestly, no. Like, first map, I just killed 4, I think. And I just said myself, like, what am I doing? Like, how can I kill 4? and I just showed up myself. I don't know how, but I did manage to do it.
Do you feel like it's like you are ready for playoffs? I know that you still haven't locked in the spot, but throughout this stage, we've seen you try different things, different compositions and approaches to the maps. Do you feel comfortable now to bring what you have today onto playoffs? Because it'd be nice to go to another global event, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we are ready for playoffs, and we can go playoffs, I think. We was playing on the Fnatic on kickoff. And they are know us, and they need to scare us, I think. Yeah, that's it. We can go play, I think.
All right, well, look, there is going to be that chance for you guys. You performed today. I'm hoping to see a similar BBL next week up against Fnatic, especially you, Crab. I'm watching you now, you know? You're under the microscope, okay? So congratulations again for you guys. Of course, all the BBL fans at home enjoying watching that one. But for now, everyone who loves to watch Valorant, well, you're just going to have to be satisfied to wait for tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, sorry. Next week, week 5, where we are going to be seeing the finalization of our playoffs teams. But for now, I'm going to leave you with our Razor end of day highlights. Have a lot of fun, and we'll see you guys back for VCT EMEA next week, week number 5.
Even the front guy, through the legs. That's insane. Judge, yeah. Nice! And that stun has connected on everybody, and still, because Barrett's is still alive. How is he still alive? Relatively low, he's made this one costly, and manages another shot, needs one with the Sheriff. It would have been beautiful. Agent, but yeah, they are just getting blitzed. Yeah, why not? Orbital strike him. That's the second time that Orbital strike should have got a kill and didn't. But I don't think Heretics are going to care. 13-4 on their opponent's map pick.
You're insane, boys. You're insane.
With Cotton having to defuse that spike, isolate the fight, does well to start. No idea where Boo's made it off to, and it will be the leader to strike the final blow. A historic defeat for Mates. That's 4-0 up against this organization.
Sayonara is low. That's one thing on their side. And then Shorty can still do damage as Rose. You got to clutch up here, man. That's such a nice try. But nice tries are not enough today. 13 rounds for Vitality. You bring attention to it, because now it's a 1v1. And it could go in the clip, Michael, because he's investing his ult. Oh dear, what is going on?
No! He got him! He got him! There's no way!
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
And no trades. The timing a little off in our 1v1. 3-2. Chronicle face the music and fall. BBL taking us the distance today.
Why are you picking? Just stick to the plan.
Rotation. There's 10 seconds left, Lauren.
10 seconds. You've got to go and plant. 7. Please. What do we do? That's a spike. What do we do?
It's done.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing